So this is Metcalf Street, and there's one lane that is kept open for traffic and for emergencies. Businesses do not seem to be open, but it's not clear if it's because, gentlemen, how goes it? Look at this, it's beautiful. Yeah. Alberta for freedom. Oh, I'd love to see that on the highway. No vax passports, no lockdowns, no mandates. Oh, yeah. You know, and I said it from the beginning. The idea. How you doing? Very good. Very good. The idea that lockdowns became a tool of democratic governments. The biggest trick the devil ever played was convincing people that lockdowns were democratic in the absence of any scientific justification. And now that we know they've done nothing, well, by the way, we now know that they did virtually nothing. What do? Listen to the same government that implemented 2 years of the most crippling measures that have now been shown to have done absolutely nothing. Listen to them again. One of these days, they'll get it right. My pleasure. Nice to meet you.
I'm from Ottawa. I lost my one of my jobs.
Do you want to be on camera or no? No,
I can do quick. I don't give a shit.
No, okay.
So I worked for the city of Ottawa. I used to teach kids like basketball, senior citizens how to skate, all that kind of stuff, outdoor like lacrosse. And for some reason, they want no medical status. So I was like, no, it's not your business, privacy. So I just said no, and that's it.
That's it.
But I love what's happening here. I'm local. I've lived here my whole life. I've never seen so much smiles, never seen so much happiness. It's ridiculous. Like, look at this. Little girls running around with signs.
And you see what they're saying on the news. You've been living here.
I try not to pay attention to it anymore. But like honestly, even locals, like my friends and stuff, they've been listening to it too. And I was like, go out and talk to someone. You know, stop being on this, even though what I mean.
This is the good place to be.
Yeah, but it's a little different. So I've been chirping people on the internet, but
are you doing all right? All things considered.
Yeah, I'm working right now. I'm doing demo.
Good.
A lot better pay. It's just not as meaningful, and dealing with kids. The other thing too, look it up. It was they called it a park ambassador. It used to be you bring up water when it's hot, and maybe like some frisbees for free. It was basically they turned it into like a park narc. They wanted you to rat on people who were playing basketball. I have all the paperwork and stuff too. I don't know if I'm gonna go legal route or whatever yet, but yeah, it's if you don't see it, you know what I mean. You only hear what you see. So if you're not out and about and talk to real people, you're getting blinded by whatever.
Amazing. Nice to meet you.
Thanks,
good one. Yep. Okay, so now we are at 150 Metcalf. I'm going to walk to the end of this street, get my 360. There you go. By the way, I'm a hummingbird. How you doing?
I saw the comment section. They were saying this was the Hungarian flag.
Yeah.
It's not at all.
Oh, hold on, people. Hold on.
So,
Oh no, okay, that was a different flag. That's the Patriot flag.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well,
So
that's the Patriots flag.
So to actually explain to the crowd what this is, because people saw this at the protest in Montreal and thought it was a violent flag. What is this flag?
Yeah. So this is before Canada existed. French Canadians revolted against the British Empire.
French Canadians revolted against the British Empire.
They had their own country, and they were turned down by violence. And then afterwards, the British created Upper and Lower Canada to counter French Canadian nationalism. And so this is the first Quebec independence flag.
Yeah,
so if you see this, it probably means he's either French Canadian or Quebecer or French separatist.
Acadien as well?
Yeah, as well. The Canadians also have this yellow star on the flag. It's the Star of the Virgin Mary. But I just want to rectify that for the chat.
All right, no, I think the other one didn't. The other one was just three stripes.
Okay.
No.
All
right, awesome. Well, thank you, sir. All right, have a good one. Yes, that's the flag that we saw a lot of during the protests in Quebec this summer on the street. And a lot of people, I think, misapprehended those flags for suggestions of violence that they actually do not suggest. It was French revolutionaries. I think it's called Drapeau des Patriotes, the Patriots flag, if I'm not mistaken. I might very well be mistaken, though. Let me just see something here. Let me just see this. Am I going to get angry if I see this? It says, okay, before entering the building, please consider how you would answer the questions below. Fever, worsening cough, shortness of breath, sore throat, runny nose, feeling that. If you answered yes to any of these, do not enter the building. Fine. Go home and self-isolate right away. So I'm not... Okay, fine. Self-isolate. Dude, first of all, hold on 1 second. Can this kid be on the internet?
He was on it last Saturday.
Okay.
He said Trudeau December.
Dude, you are too young. Oh, you are Trudeau December month.
Yes.
You're too young for a Red Bull, so I'm gonna grab that.
Yes, for you.
He actually bought it for you. We bought it for you.
Now you're especially. Thank you very much. Because I was gonna say I saw this kid carrying a Red Bull, and I was like, "That's." Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for what you're doing.
It's
Showing the truth.
You're showing the right side of it. So.
It's
This is lady.
I want to see. I'm going to see the dog yells. That dog. We're gonna get down to the dog here. This dog looks like. Oh, hello. Ooh, I scared the dog. Yeah, there you
She's a
go.
big one.
Smell this. I've got lots of good dog smells on me.
You're smelling Winston.
Winston and a little bit of Pudge this morning, because I do believe she peed on me as I took her outside. Thank you very much. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is going to be the new I like turtles meme. All right, so thank you very much. Hold on, let me just say this. Fringe citizen right there.
Yes.
Look at that. Just imagine, I mean.
By his own free will, too.
Wait.
Yes.
Sir,
You want to play in
dinosaur boy, fist bump. Boom. Have a good one. All right, have a good day, yes.
Have a good day.
Thank you. That's funny. That.
Right here.
And you know what the funny thing is? I actually forgot my Red Bull this morning. So now it's just going to be a zip blitz back home this afternoon. I won't even have to stop for gas, I don't think. Look at this truck here. Am I going to go down? I'm going to get hit by a car. I'm just going to not do that. So we're going for, I don't know the directions here. So if I want to go up to Parliament now, geographically, I want to say that that's north, but I have no idea if that's true. Check this out. This is amazing. I won't read all of these, but all right. Okay, we're gonna make our way back up to the epicenter in a bit. This is it. So now it's evening, whatever. You guys appreciate it. It's quiet. Yes, they've got a 10-day injunction. But I think that the horns had stopped in any event before the injunction, because these truckers, I have nothing to do with them, nothing to do with logistics, no affiliation. I just have been supporting this message even for a while now. But they're fighting with the most polite and respectful quivers in their bag of arrows that you can possibly imagine, even in their defiance. How you doing, sir? It's a big, beautiful flag. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, and then it ends, and that's it. This is where it ends. And I don't want to record that woman who might not want to be recorded. So I'm going to go back up to the protest, the epicenter, in a second. All right. 1:24, an hour and 24 minutes, so it's 12:05, give or take. I'm good at math. And we'll see if I can end up bumping into David Amber, and if not, maybe we'll just get him on for a quick interview on the channel at some point in the future. And Parliament is that way. Anyone in the chat who knows what direction I am walking right now? I'm walking up Metcalfe. Am I walking north, east, south, or west? Up Metcalfe to Parliament, what direction is that? So I can orient myself for the rest of the day. Okay, let's see what the answer is. It's difficult. Oh, I missed that. I'm walking north. Someone says north. If the consensus is north, of peace-loving Canadians celebrating vivaciously in the fight for the return of their country, of our country, from the hands of a government that took it away from us for our own good, for our own protection, for our own safety. It's always for our own safety. Because we don't know how to protect ourselves and we don't know how to make our own decisions as to what is best for us, our risk factors, our own bodies. We don't know. Justin Trudeau and Theresa Tam, she knows. The same woman who said people should seriously contemplate wearing face masks. No, thank you very much. Thank you. The same, I just got off a sausage muffin, a coffee. The same woman who suggested people wear face masks during sexual activity. The same woman who suggested that you could go to certain protests, just don't scream. You could go to the protests that they approve of, just don't scream. That way, how you doing, sir? That way, it's not a super spreader event. Maxime Bernier gets arrested for having an outdoor gathering, a political gathering of 30 people. Theresa Tam, oh, how you doing? Theresa Tam okays mass protests. Just bang things together. Don't jump. I'm not making this up, people. Certain stupidities get burnt into my brain because I lived through them. And I was like, you have to be, I don't care what your title is. To make that recommendation, you got to be a Looney Tune. Consider wearing a face mask during sexual activity. Okay, we're heading back to the center here. Oh, and by the way, that wasn't even the stupidest of the medical advice coming from the medical experts. There was one out of British Columbia who suggested creating a barrier between you and the partner, so you can put the P to the V and the parts together, but just so long as your bodies are. And then people were making a joke because it effectively sounded like the recommendation was to make a glory, you know what I'm talking about. This statue, which does not deserve, according to the government, a fence around it. It looks surprisingly intact. Actually, kind of beautiful. This is one statue, and then there's a buck over there. So I think they're part and parcel of the same statue, but no fence around those. And they've been so clearly desecrated. The snow around it is white enough to eat. Although I wouldn't recommend that. All right, I'm gonna walk this way. Sir, what? You don't mind being on camera because you're on it. Get over here, sir. Oh.
Brother from a different mother. Oh,
Thank you very much.
wonderful.
It's God's work. It's just recording in real time.
He's Jesus is the boss.
This is God at work. What's going on? And Trudeau, you are a coward. A coward.
Where are you guys in from?
Quebec, up north. Pontiac. That's all I'm telling you.
Oh no, I mean just like from
Yeah.
Quebec, the province.
Yeah.
And how long you been here for?
Lifetime. Streetcar tracks down Bank Street.
Oh, here, this
Does
thing.
that tell you
here.
anything?
The protests.
I'm sorry. Oh, the protest.
Yeah.
I'm here 3 times now.
Okay.
To some of the suburbs. I want to talk to the guys. I go around like you do, talking to the guys who don't get a print. We just love the whole thing, and this is Ottawa. This is real Ottawa you're seeing here. Born and raised here when the streetcar tracks ran down Bank Street. My grandfather worked on it. I think we need freedom. No masking. None. Over.
One more photo. Go.
Okay. Watch it.
No, I'm gonna walk. All right.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for all.
My pleasure. Have a good
Anyway, that little story of David Church. He was my best buddy. He came to me, asked me what he thought of going into the police force. I said, Dave, there's always that one. And it was. A year later, downtown Ottawa shot. God bless you, bro.
Thank you.
You're doing an awful wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Look, you need help.
Oh, no, I don't practice anymore. No law for me. See you soon. There you have it. More of those people who don't know what's good for themselves. They need to be told who they can socialize with, when they can go to church, what they need in order to get into their church. We are in Quebec, by the way. In Quebec, the vaccine Supreme Leader François Legault has imposed the vaccine passport requirement to go to church. And when did he impose it, by the way? In the chat, if you are new to the chat, when would a psychological abusing tyrant, when would an abusive partner impose a vaccine passport to get into a church for full psychological devastation? A week before Christmas. Science. Yeah, Christmas Eve. I think it was a little bit before Christmas Eve, so that people could have the time. It's just psychological, emotional, spiritual abuse is what it is. Period. I put out a tweet the other day where I said I referred to it as torture, and then someone said, "What torture?" It's like you tell a kid that they have to be locked, isolated in a room for up to 10 days because of exposure to someone with COVID, and you had, if you believe the stories, and unfortunately I do believe them, parents on Twitter saying, "I hear my kid crying in the other room, behind the door, sobbing. It's heartbreaking." 2 years ago, that would be child abuse, but somehow it changes in people's minds and spirits when the government tells them to do it. The difference between child abuse and what is acceptable is what the government says you can do, not what your own God-given brain tells you to do, your own God-given soul. Okay, we're back to I think we're going to go to the Dance Dance Revolution again today. And it wasn't rumor, and it wasn't hyperbole, and it wasn't exaggeration, and it wasn't fake news. Peel Region put out a memo, or whatever they call it, guidance, telling parents to isolate their children as young as 5, I believe, if they came in contact with someone who tested positive. And then they had to walk it back and say, "We didn't mean it." Except even what they walked back, they effectively meant it, because they said, "Okay, well, the kid can have one caregiver." This is what. No, like actually no words. Actually no words. When anyway, yeah. We might go past that overpass. Look at what's going on here, people. Let's just see what's going on here. These are the types of things that you will not see on CBC because they're liars. This appears to be a group of rowdy, extremist, xenophobic, anti-black racist, anti-Semitic, transphobic protesters who appear to be shoveling the walkway. And not only are they shoveling it, actually, because it's hard packed, they're breaking it up and they're shoveling it. Look at what's going on here. Will you look at that? How you doing? I don't think we'll be seeing this on CBC News tonight, but we're.
I'm a bit of a fan.
Thank you very much.
Former lawyer as well.
Do you want to talk to the camera? No. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'll talk to you.
Okay. Well, we're live now, so don't say anything you don't want anyone to hear.
Never.
Okay. Where are you in from?
Am I on camera with you?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't need to be on camera.
Okay. There's something else we'll do. But no, I recorded this because it's just beautiful.
Yeah.
It's
I'm from Toronto originally.
put it
Moved
this way
to Ottawa. Moved to Ottawa.
With the microphone, I just want to get the.
Yeah. I don't want to figure it out. Live in Ottawa the last 4 years. But I've been out every day supporting.
Yep.
The cause is just. And the need is imperative. We're in a very difficult time.
What's amazing stuff? We're gonna get this out. You know, I don't see any media trying to show what you guys are doing here. It's unbelievable. Yeah. Godspeed. Gentlemen.
That's what we do.
You don't want to be on camera?
Not at all, sir.
Okay. Dude, first of all, it's solid. So you're breaking it up and they're shoveling it over.
That's the goal, yeah.
Amazing stuff. So thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day, guys.
Thank
Thank you very much. No, thank you. There you go. Oh, I have to go for. While we take a picture, I'm just going to show the people.
Hi again.
Oh, sir, I know you. How you doing? All right. Yep. Shoveling the snow like a bunch of radicals.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you. Here you go. Have a good one, guys. All right. Anyone, feel free to clip that part. Put it to Twitter. Tag CBC. Tag Radio Canada, CTV News, Global News. Tag them all. State of emergency, by the way. Ottawa just declared a state of emergency. What? Tied. You're tied. How you doing? Where, you might be on camera because you're on camera.
Oh, that's fine.
Where are you in from?
I'm from Lanark Highlands. It's about an hour and a half outside of Ottawa.
Okay,
I used
cool.
to live in Ottawa.
And how do you find
My
this?
son?
You don't mind you could be on the interwebs?
No.
How are you finding this, young sir?
Pretty cool.
It's how many times have you been out?
This is his first time. We've been here with his sister and my husband and some family members. We're planning on being here on Saturday.
Saturday is going to be the big. Anyone who has not yet been here, I think Saturday. How you doing, gentlemen? I think Saturday might be the day you want to make an exception and make your way down here.
Yeah. I just wanted to thank you. I watched your live stream last night with Dr.
It was fantastic.
Yeah,
It was fantastic. So we did a live stream yesterday with Dr. Francis Christian on Rumble exclusively. I did like the intro on YouTube just to tell everyone so we can have an honest discussion. It was.
And these guys.
No Agenda 2021 Year of the Bull Crap. I like it.
Have you heard of their
No.
podcast? You haven't heard of it?
No.
Adam Curry and John C. Dvorak?
I
No
have.
Agenda
I have.
podcast?
No, for God's sake, I've heard of No Agenda, guys. Don't. But yes, I have heard of it.
They played
I
Your
have
last
heard of it. I
week's-
just didn't put it together.
in last week's news agenda, they had a clip of you interviewing counter protesters or something like
Oh,
that.
that was fun.
But anyways,
Well, now I'm gonna interview this guy. Well, let's see if I can get this guy right here. Thank you. How you doing? So, may I interview you? Sure. Do you mind being interviewed?
No,
You're gonna be viewed by 21,841 people at least.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
If you on this side because the flag.
So there we go. Well, tell everyone who you are.
Okay.
Well, not by name. I don't even know that. Just
Okay.
like what you're doing here.
Okay. Hi. No name? Is this live?
This is live.
Oh my God! Hey, hey, Canada! How's it going? Yeah, I'm here in Ottawa today, and yeah, I'm here just to show that to Canadians, the CBC is lying to you, mainstream media is lying to you. Everyone here is so lovely and peaceful. It's like a family who has been forcibly separated for 2 years, getting together. There's hugs everywhere. We were just talking with a black security guard who works for the federal government, who just was praising us and saying, thanks for being here. He's an Ottawa resident. This is for Canada. This is for freedom. This is for our Constitution, something that we had our own prime minister say he's not going to fulfill. He's not going to follow. I have no confidence in our prime minister right now. And so I pray that one day the Canadian people will stand up and say enough. And it isn't going to stop here. The next people that come in, we have to make sure that they maintain our Constitution and our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, because that's the core of who we are as Canadian people. Okay.
Now, I got to ask you the obvious question. Sure. The flag behind you
Yeah.
is the gay pride flag.
Yes. And this is not to steal from the message of the truckers. This is to show that I've been walking around here for 4 days, not one incident. I've had gay truckers come up to me and say, hey, thanks for bringing the flag. So the thing is, it's not to steal from the message. It's to show that these people are not racist. They're not sexist. They're not homophobic. And the only Nazi flag that has ever been shown on the news was in hidden places. If those people didn't have background people in the background, then they were in hiding. They weren't with the group. They weren't with the association here. So it's false.
Okay, and yeah, you're a part of the community. I
I'm from Montreal.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't mean, well, I guess the question is, how do you feel
But-
when Trudeau comes out and says that this crowd is transphobic,
I-
all phobic of everything?
Yeah, I'm with the Canadian Association for Equality. We're a father's rights group, and we've been called sexist, racist, homophobes for the last 10 years or so. Like I was with Fathers for Justice. Again, for 20 years, I've been called the same names. Listen, enough already. You want a name call? Fine. It's very childish. Grow up. You're our employee. You're paid to represent us. So please, please, please do your freaking job. Represent. I could talk to a friend. It's hard to talk to the enemies. So if we're your enemies, we're your people. Get off your ass, do your job, and come down and speak to the people. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
You're very welcome. Look at this. Me hugging a guy.
Nice to meet
You have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much.
You have a wonderful
My pleasure.
Thank you so much. My wife gave me a call to track you down.
All right.
We've been watching you since you started coming in.
Amazing.
You're one of the best doing it. I mean, there are others. And
Oh,
you're
yeah,
doing
it's-
a great job too. This is
It is what it is, and it's not what we're being told it is. There's no other way to say it.
I looked for bad people. I didn't see any. I
I've
didn't see any hate
I've been
signs.
looking, and I've been looking for vandalism. Not to
Well, you found that one.
that one, the red, la liberté on the thing. That's all. That's
No,
all.
the go home dummies.
Oh yeah.
Guess what side put that on?
Oh yeah. I know.
I gotta look at yours on my
Do you want to say hi?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hi, Danny.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Keep up the great
Thank you
work.
very much. We'll do. How you doing? Okay, now we're going down. Sorry. Thank you very much. Thanks. Going down to the Dance Dance Revolution, but there's no dancing. I think it is now just down to the revolution. This is how you doing? I'm gonna walk I'm gonna walk a little further down than I've ever walked. You want to say hi to the internet?
Sure.
You hesitated.
Can we take a selfie though?
Yeah, absolutely. Here.
You're the best. Thank you so much.
My
Keep up the
pleasure.
good work.
Thank you very much. All right, down to the. Well, let's go down here. I'll shut my big mouth for a second. That appears to be more protesters shoveling the snow onto the streets. I wonder if they're going to get a ticket for doing that. Okay. Freedom pour nos enfants, tabarouette. Okay, so that's funny. That sign over there says freedom pour nos enfants, and it said tabarnak, which is the F word in French. But someone put the wet. Tabarouette is how you swear in French if you don't really want to swear. Fun fact, by the way, swear words in French all have to do with religious symbolism, religious stuff. Tabarnak are the tabernacles. Colis is the wafer. Colis kiss is Christ. French Canadian swear words are all to do with the church, and French from France swear words are all to do with sex. Salope, putain, all that other stuff. So very interesting distinction of the swear words between French Canadians, French Quebecers, and French from France. Okay, let's walk through here and see what we got. How's it going? Thank you very much. Thank you. You guys want to say hi to the webs? All right. What do you have to here? We're live. We've been live for 2 hours. What do you have to say?
We love you.
Well, not okay. Thank you, but to the world who might be watching and might be thinking what they think they know of this protest.
Canada
more
is
love here than I've ever experienced in a very, very long time. And for anybody out there who is tapping into any type of fear, to just remind yourself that the dark forces out there feed off of fear. It doesn't matter which direction it's coming from. So just remind yourself to stay in your love, stay in your heart as much as humanly possible. And that's what's going to get us out of this. We do not fight hate with hate. We fight it with love. So keep pushing that. This is where we need to stay.
Wow, powerful.
in Ottawa right now. We're two strangers. This is what strangers do.
Oh, super spreaders! I tell you what, super spreaders of love. I think I just made.
Honestly, it's so beautiful to be around this. I've never experienced this before. There is not the level of hate that the media is trying to portray as. This is honestly the most beautiful thing I've seen and been part of. And I've been here a few different times. Today is less busy than it is on Saturdays and Sundays, but it's just a dance party going on there. You got the concerts here. You got people spreading love for God and Jesus. And it's just so beautiful and heartwarming. And all of us here even been talking about it. You're sensing the vibrations lifting everybody.
Very emotional.
We are winning. We are winning. They know
It's
this.
all over the entire world.
Yeah.
I just want to say that your body is yours and it doesn't belong to the government. And I also just want to say that personally, I was in a very low state before this convoy happened. I was feeling very depressed, and this is the greatest thing that's happened to me in 2 years.
We're here for you.
Many
Welcome
Thank
to
you.
Hope
Thank you.
Boulevard, my friend.
So amazing.
Welcome
Thank
to
you very
Hope.
much.
We love you guys.
Thank. All right, have a good day,
We
guys.
love you, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you. Thank you.
Love you.
Someone just dropped the phone. Ooh, hold on 1 second. I got to change my battery pack. Sweet, merciful battery. Is it dead? Oh, well, look at that. Okay, I've gone through one charger. Hold on.
Hi, David.
How you doing? Can I do this with one hand? Oh, that's so cool. There you go. Boom. Hold on. Getting the battery pack out of my other pocket. And let's just make sure that we're good here. Okay, I'm going to rotate sideways just to see one thing. Yes, we're charging. Okay, good. I'm all packed. I'm all. All right. Now, first of all,
Yes.
you might be on the interwebs. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Here, let me go like this. Okay, there we go. Thank you very much. So, you want to say something?
Yes.
Okay, where are you in from? Well, we don't need your full name, but where are you in from? How do you feel?
My name is Crystal. And I'm from Springville, Ontario. It took us 5.5 hours to get here. We booked our hotel for 3 nights. We'll be staying to Saturday. And I want everything to stop. Everything.
Thank you very much.
Oh.
Nice to meet you. All right, have a good day. See you soon. Thank you. All right, we're going to go to the... Oh, wait. How you doing? You're back. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, you're back. I'm back. I'll keep coming back as often as I can. Thank you. I'm going to see what... There's no dancing today.
Well, somewhere there is.
But it's still early. Have a good one. Do I see this? I saw bubbles. I do see bubbles now. How's it going? Oh, no, thank you. No, thank you. No, merci. Yeah, no, I'm good. Thank you. Donuts. Every donut is an extra 10 minutes on the treadmill. Sir, how you doing?
Pretty good.
Are you live now?
I am. I just started.
Liveception, interception, webception. I forgot.
Man.
We've met before, right?
No, we have not.
So who are you? Tell the world.
I'm Chris from the Red Prince. So if you want to follow me, I'm the morning shift guy.
Chris from the Red Prince.
Yeah, that's right. So it's just Red Prince, but my name is Chris.
All right,
so,
nice to meet you, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to ask you,
Please.
kind of a personal question, but why?
Go on. Let me get closer here.
Okay.
Like this. Okay.
You're my inspiration, man. You're the reason why I'm down here.
It's the more the merrier, because you can't deny what you have on video unedited.
Everyone will say, just look at the hair.
Sometimes it's hard to see in the crowd, but
Yeah. So you ran under the PPC party.
Yep.
And I heard that you never want to do it again. Why?
Because I think I had the terror. My crowd knows this, but I had the terror feeling the night before that if I actually win, I'm just going to win my seat into a useless machine, a rusted, defunct, inoperable machine, and I would have less impact to do what I want in the machine than outside. Breitbart said politics is what did he say? Politics is downstream from culture. So I had the fear, but we'll see. We'll see what happens.
So you're thinking more of an impact on the street here.
I think
I would agree. By the way,
that's the and I like it. I like it more, and I also think I might be too honest to be a politician. I said it. I don't think I have what might be necessary to succeed in the world of politics.
Really?
But I had to do it because I said it. I was going to run for the country before I run from the country, try to make a difference. And if this is, if Quebec is the province that Quebecers want, I may not be leaving. They might just be pushing me out. We'll see.
Holy, I saw that magical moment when you gave the camera to someone else and you had to go to the washroom.
Oh, yeah, no.
That was so funny.
I might have to do it again today.
I might have to do it again too.
All right, man. It's called the Red Prince.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Absolutely. I'll be up at 5 a.m. taking over from ZOT. So
it's amazing. 24/7 live streaming.
Make it as close as possible, at least.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
All right, have a good
one.
Oh, you're from Montreal.
Oh, Austin, you came in?
Yes, I
How
came in.
long you been in for?
We just got in around 10:30, 11 o'clock. We're going to stay until my legs give out.
All right, and you're giving out donuts.
We're giving out donuts.
It's
Yeah,
amazing.
Let's take a photo of me. You're fantastic. Fantastic litigator. You speak an hour in 30 minutes. That's amazing. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. You too. Have a good one. Giving out donuts and coffee. There's a lot of coffee, a lot of donuts. Okay, so they blocked up. I'm going to walk down. I have not yet gone past Sussex. And again, I say this with no judgment to Ottawa. Ordinarily, this is not necessarily the most comfortable place to walk, especially at night. I mean, it's shut off now and there's cops everywhere, but this is downtown. We're going to get past the last element of the convoy. Let me see. How you doing?
We're doing great.
Still here, still plugging away.
Yes, sir.
How's morale?
Morale, right up there. We can't keep that down. Got to keep it up there. We're gonna win this.
Fantastic.
I love your work.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And Godspeed, man. I see.
Gotta hold the line for our kids.
You haven't moved. This truck hasn't moved since we last saw each other. It was like
29. 29.
Amazing.
I'm not going nowhere.
Amazing.
Thank you, sir.
All right, keep it up. Thank you.
I was talking to my brother the other day.
Who's your brother?
Earl Meister in Nova Scotia.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. Do you don't mind being on camera? You don't mind being on camera right now? Yeah, so you're from Nova Scotia as well, Halifax?
Napa Valley.
Napa Valley. So tell me, you're a trucker by trade? How has the last 2 years impacted you?
Well, it just shuts you right in. Like you can't do what you want to do. You can't drive and go places.
You guys were so for everybody who doesn't know, hold on, Nova Scotia. What was the maritime bubble? Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island.
Yeah.
So there was a maritime bubble where within our own, I want to say, gosh darn country, the Maritimes could not travel to the rest of Canada. So just appreciate the constitutional violation. And you're a trucker, and you're in a maritime bubble for, I don't know, a year.
Truckers were allowed to go.
Okay.
But it was everybody else. Nobody else was allowed.
And so, and then when did the policy become a problem? The current.
As soon as they started it, that's when it became the problem. So,
are you currently working now?
No.
Okay.
I'm resting right now.
Okay. Keep it up, man.
I did get something. Hang on.
Okay. A maritime bubble. They prohibited. That's right. Because there was an exception for essential workers.
I got a checker flag so when we win, and we'll put it up there.
Let's see this. Booyah. This is planning ahead, and that is being determined.
Yeah.
Sir, nice to meet you.
Stop by again.
Absolutely. I hear somebody. They all got the checkered flags. Amazing. Planning ahead. Fantastic. Okay, this is a narrow one, guys. This is that's as wide as my phone, and then there was a maritime bubble that non-essential travel was restricted. And I remember now I'm an idiot because when we went to on our road trip, they had just lifted the non-essential travel restrictions between provinces within our country. Oh, there's a West Highland Terrier. Hold on one second. There are two dogs that look like my Winston. May I see your dogs? I won't record your. I have one at home. Hey, doggy.
Are you with this obnoxious now?
Am I with one documenting it? Why do you find it obnoxious? Well, I mean, how do you feel about the policies that the government's been imposing?
I think the policies are based on science, and I'm totally supportive 100%.
She thinks the policies are based on science, and she totally supports them 100%. And she finds these people obnoxious. I got nothing. I'm sorry, man. How you doing? Oh, I remember you. How you doing?
Not bad, not bad.
All morale is good?
Oh, yes. I'm discovering YouTube.
It's
going crazy.
Stay out of the dark rabbit holes.
I'm trying.
The policies are based on science. I mean, what can you say to that? When Horatio Arruda, who was the former chief medical or whatever the medical officer of Quebec, said that there's no scientific basis to justify a curfew to combat a virus. What do you say to that? They admit it. And the science, it's based on science, and the science varies from one province to the next. You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means. It's amazing how two people can look at one image and have such radically different impression of what it symbolizes and what it represents. Now, I may need Kleenex. It's starting to rain. Provincial variance, Viva. Yes, that's what it is. It's provincial variance and it's weekly variance. Because as of 2 weeks from now, the science is going to be different than the science today. I would say it's pathological as far as policy goes, and then it's oh, I can see Adam Nucci again. Nucci, how you doing? The usual suspects.
How you doing?
Good and yourself.
How you been?
Good. How have you been the last? How was it yesterday?
I did the night shift streaming last night.
Till what time?
I think last night it's like 1:30.
Oh, okay, that's late.
Yeah, I saw Rebel News saying there was like heavy police presence and all that stuff, so I ran out. I didn't really see anything, but I just watched the press conference with the organizers.
Yep.
They said they're expecting something big today or tonight. So I don't know.
Charge up your battery.
Yeah.
I won't be here, but
one question.
Yes, please.
I always ask you a question. What at this point? How do you expect the whole thing to end? And when? How and when?
Okay, how and when? Let me. I've already said the how. I think that politicians are going to nudge their experts to give them recommendations that allow them to change the policy, say it's based on the science, and not in response to the convoy. Yeah. And when? Monday. Yeah. I think this is going through the weekend because.
Yeah, I feel like they're gonna try and put up. I feel like they don't want Saturday to happen.
That is my feeling as well. But I feel that they do not want Saturday to happen. They're not going to be able to stop it. And once Saturday happens, it's going to be too much pressure. That's my feeling.
Yeah. Okay.
You've heard of people. I'm probably going to be wrong, but if I'm right, my goodness, am I clipping this and putting it everywhere?
Yeah. In case I don't run into you.
Yep.
Can I get a quick selfie?
Absolutely.
Okay. How about this? Come on this side.
Okay. You're gonna have to kneel down about a foot and a half.
Yeah. Awesome.
Amazing.
I'm going to be live streaming again tonight. Adam Nucci on YouTube.
Adam Nucci, Adam, N-U-C-C-I, Gucci, but with an N.
You got it, my man. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. See you soon. Thank you. You too. This has become like, she asked me if I'm with, are you with that crowd? I mean, spiritually, yes. Organizationally, no. So the answer is totally accurate. And I'm glad. I like not being affiliated formally with anything because it allows me to say what I want. Yeah. Obnoxious. She believes it's scientific. They've recognized in Quebec, people. I just want everyone to appreciate this. That Quebec, they've been doing it based on polling. They've been making political decisions based on polling. Sir, how's it going? Oh, say hello.
Viva!
How you doing?
Great.
How you doing? My pleasure. My pleasure.
I'm in from Montreal.
You want to say hi to the world? You're sure you don't
hi
mind?
World. I don't mind at all.
You came in from Montreal?
I came in from Montreal. I've been watching your show for over 3 years. I really appreciate what you're doing here. And thank you for being feet on the ground, if you will.
Yep.
You inspired me to come to Ottawa and be another foot on the ground.
First day here?
I was here yesterday, and I'll be here till Sunday.
Okay, because Saturday apparently is supposed to be the big day. So,
well, if it is. I don't care. I just want to be here to support the movement or what they're trying to do here, and I just wanted to, link up with you and tell you that I appreciate a lot what you're doing, and thank you very much for being a voice.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, nice to meet you.
Good to meet you too.
All right, now we'll go see them over there. All right, have a good one. Oh, the smells are so delicious. You can't imagine how beautiful the smells are. Do you mind being on the interwebs? Where are you in from?
I'm in from Brantford, Ontario.
Brantford, all right. How long you been here for?
Came in day yesterday.
All right. And how long you staying? You staying the weekend?
Well, I was only coming in for 2 days, but they've got accommodation for me, and I'm learning a lot about what's going on here, and it's just fascinating.
Yeah.
I met a nice little.
You want to be on camera?
I do mind.
Oh, yeah, let's go.
I'm on the shy side. Of it.
Don't
And
worry,
my-
no.
All my family's against me, so I don't know.
I gave her a little bit of an education this morning. So
all right, awesome.
It was fascinating. She's a very exciting person.
Amazing. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
If they have accommodations, book it and make sure they can't cancel it. We booked the night last Friday. Can't cancel.
Sent on an Airbnb.
That's
I think we got it for the weekend.
amazing. Stay for the weekend.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
All right, pleasure. Have a good one. Oh, I saw that
This morning.
Yeah, I didn't hear the whole thing. I was driving. What did they say?
Oh, he said it makes me a bit annoyed that I have to do that again.
And say that we're not here to overthrow the government?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Repeated many times.
Liars on CJAD, I tell you. Okay, thank you. Cookies and coffee. That's what everyone brings to a revolution.
I'm actually bringing the cookies to the guy in there.
Okay, very nice. Thank you very much.
I love
Thank you very much.
love watching you.
No, I
You're
believe
the
I-
best.
Thank you. And I'm not done calling CJD liars yet, but I'll get back to that in a second.
What a vibe up there today.
It's amazing. There's not a lot of people, but it's a rainy Thursday.
It's a rainy Thursday, but you know what's the best part is just hearing the
Where?
I didn't what? I didn't say that.
They were honking at squirrels. There was a squirrel crossing the street. But no, it's fantastic.
You get better, man.
Yeah. The weekend should be big.
Yeah, you'll be back.
I'm gonna try. Unless I can't see what would impede me from coming back, but we'll see. All right, have a good one.
Yeah, you too. Take care.
Thank you too. CJD, I haven't forgotten. Elias Makos this morning on the CJAD saying that the stated objective is to overthrow the government. And Natasha Hall and Aaron Rand on CJAD the other day said it, and I tweeted out, although one of them has blocked me. Brian Stetler has blocked me on Twitter, by the way. Okay, setting that aside, I tweeted it out. Hey guys, where is that coming from? That their stated objective is to, quote, overthrow the government. Where's it from? Because I don't see it in the MOU, which is the Memorandum of Understanding that they issued. And the only person that I ever saw who said it is the ever dishonest, deceitful, divisive Jagmeet Singh. So it might just be one of those cases of fake news doing the wrap-up smear a la Nancy Pelosi. Someone says something that's a lie, says that they said it. The news repeats the lie from the politician. Another outlet repeats it from that outlet, and then you've got your circle vortex of fake news. And you got to see this. At the risk of asking the obvious, can I record your hair? Can I? Okay. Check this out. That is dedication. My goodness, that's actually like technically, physiologically amazing. Well done. Have a good one. I hear Viva. I hear it. I'm frozen. All right, thank you very much. I saw you the other day. Yeah. Okay, awesome. You want to say hi?
Sure, why not?
Saying hi again. Has anything changed? Has the vibe changed? Have you noticed more police presence?
Not at all. I see the cops walking around and stuff, but I've been talking to them, and they all seem like they're pretty happy with the overtime.
And by the way, I believe it's time and a half. It's 1.5 pay for overtime.
You know what? We didn't get into all that. But I think the troops are good to go. They seem to be very reasonable. It's really just the leadership that's the problem. Like I said the last time, it's those greasy boomers. They're just soaking up all the wealth from all the other generations and sending their pension funds out to scoop up all the residential property and turn the millennials into a permanent renting class and reaching into the pockets of the unborn to resign all future generations to be born into serfdom in Canada. And that is unacceptable.
I don't know how you do that so fast, but can I feel these?
Totally.
Yeah. They're actually beautiful. Thank you. And do they don't, it's like, you see the detail in the hair. Hold on, let me see if I can do this. Yeah, the detail is amazing.
Yeah. Report smell.
Beautiful.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Hashtag the boomers must be stopped.
Is that a real hashtag?
Yeah, it is.
In a political sense, people, and not in a violent sense.
Not at all. All right. Take care.
All right, have a good one. I'm going to go ask the people at the hotel. I'm not recording you. I'm recording me. if I may just ask, have you guys noticed anything bad? Any incidents?
Personally, no.
Okay. And now I asked someone else, I want to make sure, no one pooped on the couch in the hotel, right?
No.
And if someone had pooped on the couch, you would have heard of it.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Confirm, people. Thank you. No one pooped. I just had to do it a second time, get three different guys. Nobody pooped on the couch in the Fairmount Laurier, as had been reported somewhere. Oh, well, the weather might. Oh, actually, it kind of looks good in the wind. All right. No one pooped on the couch. That is the bridge to Gatineau. That is the outer part of the Rideau Canal, and then the Rideau skating portion of the canal. One of these days, I'll do a live skate. How you doing, sir? You mind being on the interwebs?
Oh, I don't mind at all.
Okay, let's tell the world where you're from.
Cassidy the Carpenter. I've actually donated a couple times.
To
you. Yeah.
Cassidy the Carpenter?
I was actually watching you yesterday, and I was like, you know what? I got my bags packed. I took my tools out of my truck, and I'm like, I'm going to drive down. Got an Airbnb. By the way, if you guys want to come down, Airbnb, support the local economy. Helps a little bit. But you guys, like, you guys are the next level of the next generations of journalists.
It's surreal.
I'm originally from Windsor, and like, if anyone's ever been to Windsor or knows of Windsor, it's a very gray place. Like, it's a whole lot of production, manufacturing, not a lot of what's the word? Natural beauty to be had, right? Even our downtown core, it's 3 bars. And I was always, I was never really proud of the fact that I was from Windsor, right? But now you see Windsor on the news, and it's like, oh my god, thank you guys! Like, you guys are doing God's work.
Windsor is where the Ambassador. That's where the Ambassador Bridge is being blocked by the convoy now. $1 billion in trade a day.
Yeah, and you know what? That's one thing I've always wondered, is that because Windsor is such a critical part of our Canadian infrastructure, that like Windsorites need to be taken more seriously, and you know, it's finally happening. And like, I don't know, I see all the kids. No one's ever going to be able to come to Ottawa, come to Windsor, like, without remembering what's happening here. Like, the level of civic responsibility is I don't know, it's incomprehensible to say the least. And like, you guys are the next generation of journalists too. Like, everyone's being held responsible. Like, you have all these children here. Like, they're not going to forget this. Like, you know, you're not going to be able to come to Ottawa without remembering what happened here. Am I wrong? Like, there's been a severe, I feel like, disservice in not properly funding our education system, right? Especially here in Ontario. As you know, last time our debt ratio was this high, our education, healthcare, and policing was cut, and it's going to happen again. So I don't see it getting any better, but that's going to change. Of course.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Take care, guys. You guys are doing great work.
Does your kid want to say hi? Oh, she's gone. Viva Fry. VIVA FREI.
Yeah, you guys are getting famous.
I've seen all your stuff. I've seen all the stuff with Barnes. What work you're doing. What courage. What brilliance. What insight. What
Bye. I love the Spanish and German. Viva Fry.
Viva. It made no. I just randomly picked it and stuck with it. So someone said I should go interview the yellow truck behind me. I saw the chat.
Very nice Eastern European.
Viva!
Eastern European. Really nice people.
Probably my wife is watching. Hey, we made it.
Where are you in from?
Alfred.
Alfred. Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
See you soon.
I'm watching you since the whole shit started.
Amazing.
You're my favorite to watch, you know. Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
All right.
That's my brother and my neighbor, you know.
Are you guys
we are farmers.
Okay. In which part?
Alfred area. Like
you have if I'm detecting a slight European accent. Yes. Okay. And how long have you been in Canada for?
41 years.
41 years.
41 years.
And what kind of farm?
We had a dairy farm, but regarding health issues, we had to quit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And dairy farm, is the farm operational?
Yeah.
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 Okay.
We didn't rip it apart. Like we kept it functional. You know. So.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
So how long you been here for?
I know it just came in. You know, I saw you and that stuff.
Well, nice to meet you, sir.
Likewise. Keep the good work up.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
You're great work, man.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate
I
you.
won't record you just in case you don't mind being on the webs. Okay, where are you from?
We're from Toronto. We just rolled in today.
How long are you staying? Toronto, you got to stay for the weekend?
Just for the day.
You drove in from Toronto, you're going to drive back?
Yeah.
That's a 4-hour drive round trip to be part of this.
8 hours. Oh, for sure.
Well, that's it. Totally. My math is no good. Math, geography, flags, now you know. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm following you on Twitter. I'm
Thank
following you the whole time.
Thank you very
Great
much.
reporting. Honest reporting here. Honest reporting.
It doesn't
from this
take
guy.
much, to be honest. All you have to do is let the camera roll and let the people see.
Don't watch CP24 because what you see there is not what you'll see here. It's totally different. It's peaceful. It's friendly. Everyone's good.
Amazing.
Awesome.
Enjoy.
Enjoy.
See you guys soon. We will get to the yellow truck. You guys allowed to be on the webs?
We are okay to be on the interwebs.
Okay. Where are you guys in from?
We are residents of Ottawa.
All right.
Although we are in the boonies, pretty far from the downtown.
Okay.
So, and Viva, you have to explain something to me. I'm a relatively new Canadian.
You're from, if I'm going to guess, I'm going to say Russia.
Close.
Then it has to be Ukraine. Slovenia.
A little close. Slovakia.
Slovakia.
So we grew up in, communist Czechoslovakia, and there was a constitution, and it guaranteed all the rights. The only thing is there were consequences if you exercise the rights. And one of the favorite consequences was you lost your job. Seems familiar somehow. What is right now happening? And right now, some people are here on the internet. They are saying that we have all the rights, we have all the freedoms, but there are going to be consequences if you choose certain right of freedom. I don't know. Is that freedom really?
I'm glad. I've been having this ongoing debate with people who say, when I say that this looks like tyranny, I don't know because I was born in the West and I've never experienced it. And then I say, but I talk to people. I'm not speaking from my own perspective here. I've talked to now Slovakia, Hungary, Poland, Egypt, Iraq, all saying the same things. We're seeing what we left coming in here. How long have you been in Canada for?
It's been 23 years.
You've been 23 years in Canada?
Yes.
Okay. You don't look old enough to have been here for 23 years.
Oh, wow. I just look that good. Now internet knows, by the way.
And now your impression is,
my impression up to this point was that people in Canada don't want freedom. That, there is even this idea that freedom of speech is an American concept that has no room in Canada. You can hear it sometimes. People saying seriously that it's an American concept. And I was like, maybe that's right. Maybe I was wrong. Now I'm figuring out I was not wrong because I see a lot of other Canadians who actually want freedom. And I want freedom too. Amazing. And you know what? I have a message for everybody also. Call your MPP. I call my Ontario MPP. And this is not over. This is great and everything. Even if they remove the mandates, there has to be the people who were fired. They have to be hired back. They have to be compensated. This was a violation of their rights on a scale I don't think Canada saw recently. And there has to be consequences to this. And yes, it's gonna cost money, and the government will pay money. It's going to come from taxes. But I'm willing to pay because some of these people have to be compensated for what they went through. And I'm personally not affected. I still have a job.
Yeah.
But all the others, they have to be compensated. Viva.
I like it. Thank you very much.
We found you. We were here 2 weeks.
Amazing. Well, it's good. I'll be back Saturday, hopefully.
We'll be back too.
Amazing. Awesome. Have a good one. Are you allowed to be on the webs? Oh, look at the little. Oh, look at the baby, guys. Look at this baby's face.
How you too?
How are you doing?
I'm
Look
fine.
at this. It's like butter. The skin of a baby is like butter. Oh
hello to the
my
world,
goodness.
Dover.
How you doing? You are a very. Oh my goodness. How old is she?
5 months.
5 months.
Yeah.
My ovaries are starting to hurt again.
That's not the only thing that hurts me. How you doing?
Good. How you doing? Where are you guys in from?
We're Ottawa. Yeah.
All right. Awesome.
Clearly not terrified to be here.
Have you ever felt safer walking this area than now?
Honestly, no. Because I used to come down here years ago to go to the Steve's music and stuff, and you always constantly feel like you're checking over your shoulder, depending on the day. And right now, it's like amazing, absolutely incredible.
Amazing. Well, congratulations on the beautiful, beautiful family. Yeah, absolutely. I'm Marion. I have some bad thoughts in my head, Marion. We're not too old yet.
Don't do it. Do you mind being in my photo album?
No, absolutely.
Is that okay?
You're on video.
Oh, whoops. Hang on.
There you go. Amazing. Thank you very much. It has been a wonderful week to watch. Anyone who's new to the channel, it's been what a week to be introduced. Oh, this is beautiful. Please make 1984 fiction again. It was never fiction, people. It was never fiction. Awesome. Have a good one. How you doing? You mind being on the webs?
Not at all.
All right.
Been looking forward to meeting you.
Where are you in from?
I'm from Ottawa.
Ottawa as well?
Yeah.
And how have you found the mood in Ottawa?
It's incredible. Yeah. It's honestly, okay, so first of all, I've never seen the city this clean. Or this part of the city anyway. And there's like a real sense of like brotherhood. There's like a real energy of like people binding together and uniting. It's refreshing.
It is. It's amazing.
It's kind of strange when you see people that aren't from like part of the protest walking around. They like won't look at you in the eyes.
I randomly stopped a person because they had 2 West Highland Terriers, and they unsolicited asked me if I was part of that group, and they didn't have nice things to say. But there's a mentality. I mean, you could see this. There's a thought process in the people who don't approve of this. Yeah. And hold on a second. Look at these bad boys. Oh, yes, sir. How you doing?
Good.
Good looking dogs.
I gotta do something after for you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And so, how many times have you been down thus far?
I've been here every day except yesterday.
Okay, and you're gonna be back on the weekend?
Yeah, I'm gonna be here Saturday for sure.
Amazing.
Huh.
Nice
meeting you.
The same. Nice to meet you.
Have a good day.
Sir, what have you done for me?
I'm also a West Islander.
All right.
And my wife and I.
You don't mind being on? You don't mind being
Oh,
on?
absolutely not. Actually, not at all. We wrote to our MA yesterday.
Oh, Monsieur
My
Lauzon?
wife and I, Monsieur Lauzon was representing ourselves. Is representing us at the chamber.
You want to read it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, say it loud, say it proud. The
Yeah.
internet is watching.
All
Monsieur
right.
Lauzon, if you're listening.
Monsieur Lauzon, we would like to join our voices to the small fringe minority with unacceptable views to denounce the Trudeau administration and his dictatorship government policies, mandates, and the way he conducted himself during this pandemic crisis. We do not believe that he is representing us, and we do not believe he deserves to be called our prime minister. So, due to his divisive rhetoric policies, we believe there should be a vote of non-confidence in the House of Commons to have him removed as soon as possible. Your constituents, Benoit Laroche and Nancy Yachek.
Here. I agree with the vote of no confidence. I just think that that might not achieve as much of the necessary results. It needs to clean house and have politicians in there who are going to actually say the Constitution is not just a recommendation. It's not just a gift, a privilege from the government. It's an actual constitution.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, nice to meet you.
Have a good day.
Thank you, you too. Oh yeah, go for it.
Thank you, man.
Big fan. Sir, thank you very much. Thank you. PPC hats, very nice.
Can I get a picture with you?
Sure. You want to say hi to the internet?
Sure.
Where are you in from? What do you have to say to the world?
I'm in from Kempville, and what I've said to the world is that it's time for this to be over because as a 16-year-old in high school, I'm not vaccinated. I've been able to do so many things that a young kid should be able to do growing up. And
let's let the world appreciate this. You're 16.
yes,
I'm not asking you. I would never have asked in my life, but you're not vaccinated.
I'm not.
And now they have this vaccine passport policy in Ontario.
Yes.
And so that's to say you can't play organized sports. What are your restrictions based on that? Can you go to movie theaters?
I can't go to eat with my friends. I don't believe I can go to movie theaters. Luckily, I was able to play sports this year.
Luckily, by the way, this is it. We're free because you can still play sports. Luckily, I'm going to wipe off the camera in a second. Can't go to movie theaters. Can't go to restaurants. If it's anything like the vaccine passport in Quebec, you're denying children, and I don't mean to call a 16-year-old a child. You're denying young people, adolescents, their adolescenthood. Sorry, keep going.
Yeah, you got it right on the head. That's pretty much it.
We want our freedom back.
Yeah, we want our freedom back, and it's great that the truckers were able to do this, and I hope they keep going for as long as it takes.
You guys in on the weekend? Yeah. You're all together?
Yeah.
Awesome. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. All right. Oh yeah, sorry, we forgot about the. You want all three?
Here, let me get you. Get in there, will you?
Yes. Okay. You're 40? Dude, okay, hold on. Not to compare. He's 40 and I'm 42. You have less wrinkles than I do. You don't have the grimace crease right there. Yeah, I live in the country. I don't live in the city.
Yeah,
so.
you look like a happy man. So that's doing good. Awesome. Well done. See you. I got the angry crease in my forehead. So when your mother said, if you keep making that face, you're gonna stay that way, there's some truth in it. Look at this. I can't get rid of my furrow crease. I don't care. It's a scar. It's a scar of reality. Now, I was told to hit up the yellow trucker behind me. How you doing? Mr. Trucker, I'm live on the internet, and they said I have to go interview the trucker in the yellow truck behind me. Can I step up? Okay. So I'm gonna grab onto your door. Okay, so let's see. I'll get in here so we get some quiet.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so I was told to come see you. I don't know who you are. Who are you? Now, by the way, you don't mind talking to maybe 30,000 people?
Oh, no.
Okay.
My name is Christian. My last name is Munkin. And what else?
Christian Munke. Where are you from?
I'm from Romania.
Romania?
But I live in Windsor, Ontario.
And you're obviously part of the convoy. You've been here from day one?
Yes. Saturday I'm gonna have 2 weeks.
Okay. And why are you here?
Messenger video.
I'm here for freedom, to leave the mandates. Now Justin Trudeau has to go too, because he's not doing right for people of Canada.
Are you born and raised in Romania?
Yeah, I was born and raised in Romania. I left Romania when I was 21 years old.
I'll ask the obvious question. Why did you leave?
Well, in 1999, I was 40 in the communist clubs, and I decided to live for better life. And in 1998, I went to Ireland, near England. I lived there for 7 years.
In Ireland?
Yeah.
And what did you do in Ireland for?
Well, I started as a kitchen porter, dishwasher.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't speak English at the time. I started like very bottom, And then in 2004, I came to Canada.
And what did you do? So you lived in Ireland, worked in Ireland, then you made your way to Canada.
Yeah.
Which city did you make your way into?
Windsor, Ontario.
Okay. How did you pick Windsor?
Because it was closer to US side and more. I thought it's gonna be more better to be closer to US. I never thought to run to US. I wanna be in Canada, and then I decided to come to Canada.
All right. And so you get to Canada. What do you start doing for work when you get to Canada?
When I came to Canada, I was cleaning. You know, the Good Life.
Yep.
I was cleaning the Good Life, and then I worked for 1-800 Junk, and then I started
trucking
because I love trucking. My dad is trucker.
Back in Romania.
You're back in Romania.
Is your dad still alive?
Yeah, he's still alive, but he retired.
In Romania?
Yeah.
So when was the last time you saw your dad?
Actually, I was this year in Romania.
Okay. So and now you start trucking here. First of all, for people who don't know, because I don't know if anybody understands the business, do you own the truck? Do you rent the truck? Are you
I own this truck. I own the company and I own the trailer. I have one truck, one trailer in the company.
All right. Now, just so I can, if I ask a very invasive question,
yeah, no problem.
So people appreciate what's involved. How much does a truck like this cost, and what's the maintenance on it? What is the cost of maintaining it?
Well, it depends on the truck. My truck is very old; it's 99, but the value it's holding because it's like all cars.
Yep.
The older it gets, the better it is. My truck is 99 and it's not around. Let's say if I want to sell it in US, it's about 40,000 USD.
40.
Yeah. In Canada, you know, maybe I can get 35,000 Canadians, let's say.
Okay.
But it's old, you know, because the value is keeping up. You know?
And the life of a trucker, how many hours a day do you drive? Where are you driving?
Since this pandemic started, I drive to Florida because it's beautiful state and no mask. You know, I went there. I went to the nightclub. They say, being with Canadian mind, mask on, show up to the door. The boss will say, I can let you in. I say, why? Because you have the mask on. Oh, I say, no problem. We're gonna rip it off. You know. And for the last 2 years, I do just Florida.
Florida, Windsor.
Yeah.
How long does that take?
Florida, Toronto, Florida, Montreal, Florida.
So 2.5 days each way, like 12-hour days.
Yeah.
And you sleep. For those who don't know, you sleep in the back of the truck?
Yes, I do.
So I'm such an idiot. I always thought I never knew that. That's how big of an idiot I am.
I can show to them.
All right, you know what? Let me just
okay.
Sure, take. You don't mind? There's a lot of people watching.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
That's my truck. It's full of people donating. There is my bed, my TV. I have a TV in the truck. I have a fridge behind me, and that's pretty much my house.
It's
I'm gonna just put this back in my
Yeah,
pocket.
no problem.
Okay, and so it's a relative. I mean, it's a solitary life. I mean, when you're driving,
I mean, for me, it's very hard. I'm single father.
Okay.
I have a 12-year-old son. He's home. I brought my mom from Romania to take care of him when I'm here. It's difficult for me, you know.
you're a single father with
Yes.
a 12-year-old son.
Yeah.
And when you're trucking, you're away for it's 2 days there,
2 days
5
and a half, yeah.
A
Then I
week.
come back home. I stay maybe 24 hours with him, make sure everything is settled. You know, go to the store. You know, my mom, she's not driving. I use a lot of, you know, if my son wants to travel somewhere, go jumping. You know, my son is not vaccinated. My son is not vaccinated. I'm not.
And now look, and for the last 2 years you've been doing this. Before the vax mandate, you're trucking, you're driving, you're doing bringing this. What do you haul?
Food, everything, produce, meat, everything to do with the food, dairies, everything
So
to do with the food.
you're an essential. You're not just an essential worker. You're bringing essential goods, and you're doing
Yes.
what people need to survive in big cities. Treated as a hero. I remember what Trudeau said about you guys a year ago.
Yeah.
And then when does it change? Like, what happened?
15th of January, I think he started putting this mandate. It's very hard, you know. It's very hard on everybody. Everybody here. Some guys they are vaccinated. Some guys they are not vaccinated. Some guys they have a family which they are support them. They are here to support them. I mean, we just want our lives back. That's what we want. We don't want fighting. We don't want violence. I want to come back to work. I want to come back home to see my son.
You haven't seen your son in a week
2
and a half
weeks.
now.
2 weeks since I see my son. I FaceTime with him, and
What does he have to say about you? He's got.
to be honest with you, he don't know what's going on much. He think I'm working because I don't want to be too. I don't want him to worry. You know, it's social media. He has a Facebook kids kind of. I don't want him to get scared. I want to keep him kind of away from me. He think I'm working and stuff like that. When I get home, hopefully safe and sound from here, then I'm gonna tell him where I was and what I did. I'm gonna tell him no mask anymore. You can enjoy your child.
Enjoy your child like children should. And I mean, the obvious question: how long are you here for? When do you go?
When I get my freedom. That's why I don't care what I'm going to do. Like, I'm not here to give trouble to the police. They can arrest me anytime if they want to. I have the law that have the rights to demonstrate as long as I'm peaceful, and I think I'm peaceful. I just want my voice to get heard by them. That it's about my son, it's about another children in Canada, it's about us. They cannot destroy them mentally.
Do you have everything you need? How can people support you?
They support us unbelievable. Canadian people is beautiful. I remember when I came in 2004, I was unbelievable. I said, man, this country is so united, so beautiful country, and he destroyed. He destroyed. He just put it out the drain. Everything. All that freedom, all that beautiful people. He just, it's hard. I don't know, man. I just want to see my kid that he's happy. He's not happy. He's, I don't want our kids to get psychology, like mentally ill, because that's what they're doing, man, to our kids. It's sad, and we are the parents, which we have to deal with that, because the government will say, oh, sorry, we are the parents. We have to deal with our children to make sure they are, because I'm sure it's held there, but you have to. It's sad to see somebody's child to get destroyed by somebody who is one person and you don't want to back up.
Well, I mean, and then what do you say to the people in Ottawa who are saying this is loud, it's annoying, it's causing us traffic? I mean, what's your response?
People, from my opinion, as long I'm here for the last 2 weeks, I didn't see any violence. I heard that the drivers, they go to the elderly, they pull off the mask. We go to the shelters, we stole the food. Actually, we give to them food. We have so much food that no crimes around. We have a little incident like 4 days ago. At 3 a.m. in the morning, they ripped the Canadian flag off from my truck and his truck. Like these kind of people you're gonna find everywhere. It's normal. But That's their mentality. You know? They should respect the Canadian flag. You know?
What's your name?
Christian.
Christian, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. No, just your kid might be
No,
watching.
it's okay. It's okay.
All right, Christian.
Thank you very much, guys, and I wish you all the best. And we are here fighting for freedom.
Awesome.
Thank you
Christian,
very much.
thank you.
Stay safe.
Beautiful, thanks.
Viva. May I say hi?
Absolutely. Sir, you don't mind being on the camera?
Absolutely not.
You have a nice, first of all, nice firm handshake, and
Thank you
your
very
hands
much.
are so warm.
Thank you.
Where
Thank
are
you.
you in from?
I'm in from Keswick, Ontario.
How far away is that?
It's about 4.5 hours.
Is this related to, let me see, I'm willing to die for my rights.
Are you willing to take my rights away from me?
I'm gonna see how people on the other side will interpret that.
Yeah.
But look, people are saying that they're not leaving. Are you here with the convoy?
I am not here with the convoy. I got in today. I've been watching your program. May I mention
Absolutely.
other Viva Storm, Ottawa,
ZOT,
the 69.
there's
I've heard my language with the 69 guy.
That's it, that's
the guy who looks like Michael Bolton without the hair.
Travel Fund 69.
That's it. Yes.
And then you got
yes.
Adam Nucci. Adam and
yes.
So
And I believe I met him actually earlier. Yes.
Very, very tall guy.
Wait, may I make a comment online?
Go for
it.
it.
May be a little controversial, but please hear me out.
All right.
They first came for the Jews. I didn't care. I wasn't Jewish. Then they came for the blacks. I didn't care. I wasn't black. Then they came for the gays. I didn't care. I'm not gay. Now they're coming for me, and I hope to God there's somebody left to care. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for letting me say that.
People can disagree with it. I've come around. I said the analogies become less offensive when they start actually telling people they can't go to grocery stores if they're not vaccinated.
Yeah.
That's a level of discrimination, of segregation, where I think the analogies, the hyperbolic comparisons become a little less hyperbolic. Sir,
can I give a shout out?
Absolutely, go for it.
My name is Serbian Mike. I'm a moderator on Jean-Claude at Beyond Mystic 3. All right. YouTube channel. Once again, brother. It has been an absolute pleasure and an honor meeting you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
All right, have a good one.
Thank you. God bless.
See you soon. Now, do you want to be on the interwebs? I'm gonna point this way just because I don't want to make you uncomfortable. How you doing?
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything that you do. Hey, it's amazing, really.
It's just talking, listening to people, and not editing it and not spinning it. It's not hard to do.
Oh, no.
It takes 4 hours straight, but it's not that hard to do. You from Ottawa?
Yeah.
Oh no, I was gonna. No, it's good. I can tell sometimes. Some people in Ottawa, you may not want to be on the interwebs being seen.
Oh yeah.
Out and about in certain places.
There's some people have very strong opinions against the protest, right? And if they find out that you're here, they tell everybody. Gets around real fast,
Yeah.
right?
It's a small town, small government town.
It's the biggest small town I've ever been in.
Amazing. Nice to meet you.
Can I ask you for a quick favor?
Yeah, absolutely.
I know that you come down here every now and then, and I figured just in case I bumped into you, and I was on my way home actually, so I'm very happy to have bumped into you. A friend of mine has her birthday coming up. She introduced me to you, actually, to your videos. I was wondering if you could sign a birthday.
Absolutely. Now this is pointing the other way, so I'll just keep it like that. But now my hands are a little. What's her name? Be right back, people. Enjoy the background there for a second. Actually, you know what? I'll give you this. I'm going to go this, and they'll get another. At least they'll get the crowd. Okay, and I'll continue pointing the other direction.
A lot of viewers, right? It's incredible. Well, people want the truth, right?
They just want to see it. They want to. It's like it's in a wave. Okay. Here, grab that top. Here, you hold this. Continue pushing it, pointing in that direction. Got it. How old? Oh, my hat's okay. Oh, it fell on down.
Oh, she'll love this. Politicians, the media, they'll tell us we're alone, right? They'll divide us. They'll keep us from going out, from meeting up. They'll try to make it seem like we're one in a million. But you come down here, right? You see the truth. There's many of us. There's way more than they say they are. And thanks to you, we all know that. It's great. Like, it takes away that feeling of isolation we've all had for so long.
That's what I've been hearing. Hold on, I'm going to grab this.
Oh,
my back. Oh. Okay, that's a little wet, but
don't
grab that.
Get more
Okay, grab this, put the cap on that.
Thank you very much, sir.
My pleasure. Tell her happy birthday.
Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah, have a great day.
Thank you.
Thanks, man, for everything you do,
Pleasure. Okay, back we go. Do I dare try? No, we're good. There's no drops of water. This is always it's like a ticking time. Can I make it to 4 hours without having to go to the bathroom? They're still shoveling the snow. We're getting some progress here. They're almost finished it. How you doing? Yeah, no, I got them earlier when they were at the halfway mark. Do you mind being on the internet? Oh, here, let me come around. Okay, so we're back to that's Jean Cartier, I think. So they've almost finished shoveling this entire thing out. Now, you sure you don't mind being on the web? Okay, where are you guys? We are live, and there's how many people do we have watching on Rumble so I can make the total number here? We got 21,600 on YouTube, and there might be about 10,000 on another platform. So, what brought you both here?
I live here.
All right.
I live down there. I live in downtown. So the first, when I heard about it, I said no way, because someone living. So I'm living here,
yep.
And then I'm gonna get someone who drove 3 hours to come here to stand for me, because they are standing for me also, and I'm not here. No, there was no way. So that's why I came almost every day with my friend.
Me, I have something to say too. For the last 2 years since Trudeau is there, I saw communism coming in, and I saw him destroying our country. Like all he did with Alberta, and like there was like 50,000 people that lost their jobs and stuff like that. I was so sad. I wanted to get out of this country. It was a shame. I had no pride in my country. And not long ago, a few years ago, I was a retired registered nurse. I answered the call to come back to work. I worked for 2 years during the pandemic. And now I've been let go for non-paid leave because I'm not taking the jab. And now I am a zero.
It's I was just.
And since the truckers coming here gave me so much hope. There's light at the end of the tunnel. There's hope, joy. It's just unbelievable. And first time again, I don't remember when I have some. I'm proud to be Canadian, and I will stand on guard for you, Canada.
We will stand on guard.
Who doesn't mind talking to me? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Please, you need to come and see for yourself.
Yes.
Because whatever they are saying on the media, it's totally false. Okay.
Yes.
There's only love. It's a family-friendly event. People are loving each other, dancing together, laughing together. I've never met so many people that I don't know during all my life, and it's like we've been knowing each other for I don't know.
It's like Christmas. It's like New Year.
It's better than Canada Day.
It's the new Canada Day.
Exactly.
Yes.
So thank you, everybody that are standing for Canada, praying for Canada. We are leading this movement, and the world is going to thank God and thank Canada. And thank you for receiving me as an immigrant. So I'm standing for all the immigrants, because I came to this country when I was 13, and I'm from Haiti. Okay. And I embraced everything, and I love the country. And visit my website, jointhetable.ca. You will see how I love this country. Okay, so thank you for
very
doing
much.
this, because
Thank
people
you.
need to know.
Absolutely.
Bye.
Jointhetable.ca.
Yes, sir.
All right. How's it going? You don't mind being on the internet?
No. But you're so easy to find with the yellow truck.
Well, that was it. That was the pinpointing moment.
Oh my goodness.
Where are you in from?
I live here in Ottawa.
All right.
Now.
You're not afraid to be seen here?
But I just want to say thank you, and thank you for keeping it real. And I loved how you likened us to having Stockholm syndrome. I think that's a very real thing, and I'm not trying to minimize.
No,
the pandemic. I've had 2 vaccines, and I think enough's enough. I think we need to move forward. We've met the percentages that they wanted.
Oh, we've surpassed them by 20%.
And it just, even now they're saying they're going to start to ease up. We're hoping we can ease up. They always throw in that extra little bit of fear mongering. Well, we're not sure. We'll just have to keep an eye
Oh,
on
yeah,
keeping us ready for another lockdown just in case. I think everyone's ready to just face this. Let's get our lives back.
I agree.
Can I get
Absolutely, absolutely. And let's see here. We're still good. Oh, yes. It'll work.
It's supposed to be a touchy glove, but you know what?
They never, those gloves never work. That's why you got to go barehanded and just. You got to rotate. How do you? No, how do you? Invert here. Go like that.
Right. Yes, you're right. Okay. Thank you so
My
much.
pleasure.
All right.
Nice to
Keep
meet you.
doing the good work.
Thank you very much. So, anyways, now I've been showing how they cleared the entire thing. They cleared the entire thing. Now they might be able to take away this sign here to actually let the people walk to chat. Remind me to clip that story of the registered nurse who was retired. He came. Okay.
Excuse me, what's the name of the channel?
Oh, Viva Fry. Viva, V-I-V-A-F-R-E-I. Nice to meet you. The registered nurse who comes out of retirement at the call of their government. You got Zot. Zot's back.
Zot, guys. You know, I want to give Viva a big thank you actually because look at this.
Dude's at 20,000 subs.
Guys, no. I'm 500 away, guys. So you know, if you guys can get me to 20,000, that'd be great.
Zot's doing the live streams at night.
Yeah,
amazing. Oh no, he's doing them all the time.
I went for 11 hours yesterday.
How many battery packs is that?
Oh, I had to go home and then charge my battery back.
Well, Godspeed, man.
Thanks, man.
Keep it up. Zot, Z-O-T, almost at 20,000.
Much love.
The registered nurse comes out of retirement at the call of the government, is the hero, serves in actual risk in the early parts of the pandemic, and is then canned on unpaid leave, disregarded by the very government that called her out to serve. You guys mind being on the webs?
For you, Viva, my greatest reporter in Ottawa right
I'm
now.
not a reporter. I'm a man with a camera.
No, you're an actual journalist, actually, right? Instead of a state-run propagandist, which we.
I accept compliments. What's are. Who are you and what's your handles?
My name is Lincoln J. I'm a video journalist with Rebel News, and you can follow me on Twitter at Lincoln MJ. And if you want to check out all of our coverage here on the ground in Ottawa, we've been here since the 28th of January. Some of my colleagues have been following the convoy from out west, so we have a lot of content. If you want to see the other side of the story, if you want to see what's really happening on the ground, go to convoyreports.com. Guys, you can check out full reports, interviews, short clips, everything you need to know what's happening here on the ground. But this guy's doing a hell of a job too. So
Lincoln MJ, LincolnMJ at Lincoln J on Twitter.
Thank you so much, Viva.
Sir.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you. Same. Enjoy it. Have a good day. Thanks. Okay. Got to flex the hands. They're getting very, very cold. So now we're just going to look. The monument is still fenced off. I mean, I hear something. Did I hear something?
Hi. Just wanted to say hello.
I'm not. It's going this way. Camera's the other way.
How you doing?
Good myself. Here, I'll take
Look at
this.
that.
Wait, I'll do.
Hey, isn't that true?
So I'll do go like this. Here, I'll do like this. No, wait. I'll man the camera. Here we go. The sign says, "Hey Trudeau, the country can run itself. You just proved it. Leave it. Thank you, truckers. We love you. Leave it to Justin to show. Well, I leave it to everyone in Ottawa to show you that the convoy can actually clean the streets, shovel the snow, decrease crime, feed the homeless, quite literally. And when asked by the court not to honk their horns, which they had already stopped, they also abide by court injunctions.
Hey,
that is
we're
how every
feeding
insurrection.
His salary comes from us.
He doesn't. He doesn't need the salary though. That's the problem. Do you want to? Are you able to be on camera? Okay, let's do this. I'm. It's going this. Oh yeah, absolutely. Here, pointing at the monument. There you go.
Thank you. Take care.
All right.
Have a great
nice
day.
To meet you.
Bye.
All right, now we're gonna go back. We got one more here. Come around this way so we can keep the angle here. We will not acquiesce, sir. Where are you in from?
Crawford Bay, BC.
Crawford Bay, BC. So you came in with the convoy?
Yes.
Day one.
Yes, I called to them in Thunder Bay actually.
Oh, really?
I was 2 days behind.
Are you a trucker by trade?
No, I just came to support them.
Son of a beast! Holy cows! Explain to the world who doesn't appreciate Canadian geography how far a drive that is.
That's 3,800 kilometers.
3,800 kilometers, which is about kilometers or 1.6. So it's about 2,000. It's about 1,800 miles. 2,000 miles. And what, if I may ask, what do you do for a living?
Oh, right now I have a crystal shop in Crawford Bay. And I make crystal jewelry.
No way. Yes. Plug it. What is it
Yes.
called?
It's called Stones and Weave.
Stones and Weave.
In Crawford Bay, BC.
Does it have online sales?
Yes, it has online sales.
Stones and Weave. WEAVE.
Yes.
And crystal. What type of crystals? I'm a fossil lover and a rock and mineral lover.
Yes, all type of crystals. There's quartz and there's amethyst and pedalite, all different kind of crystals.
Gotta ask the obvious question: how does anyone decide to get into that business? How did that happen?
Well, I just hang out with friends who are into crystals. I used to make jewelry all the time, and I just decided to get into crystals, hanging out with my friends. They taught me a lot of things about crystals.
And where do you get the actual crystals from? Are they all over the world?
From all over the world. Lots from Brazil. I have friends on Denman Island where go and get the crystals from.
Okay.
They go to Brazil. I have friends in Chilliwack and Vancouver Island.
Fantastic. What's the website for the business?
Stonesandweave.com.
Okay, there you go. Stonesandweave.com. Why the weave?
Because I weave my jewelry.
Okay, so the crystals get woven into jewelry type stuff.
Yes, leather and cork cord I use.
Okay.
Yes.
How long are you staying for here?
Until something changes. I have no plan on going back until something happens. I want to go back with the victory parade.
I was talking. Well, it happened about an hour ago, but the truckers over there all have a checkered flag already, or a few of them have a checkered flag for when they win. They're going to fly the checkered flag. Where are you staying? Are you staying in a truck? Are you staying in the convoy or at an Airbnb or something?
Right now with the Airbnb.
Okay.
And it's my last night. I got invited to stay at some friends we just met at their house.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Amazing. We will not acquiesce. Is there anything on the other side? No. What's your first name?
Andrew.
Andrew. That's my middle name. Give me a hug. Nice to meet you, Andrew.
Oh, nice to
Thank you. Thank you.
Your
for-
name is
David.
David.
Viva,
Oh,
and if you go to the interwebs, it's Viva Fry. The
Viva
channel.
Fry.
Yeah.
Good. My brother named David too. He lives in he's here in Toronto.
All right. Awesome. And how have you been appreciating this experience?
Oh, this is awesome. I would have been physically ill if I didn't come to this. This is something I had to make. That's why I decided to come this long journey to be a part of this.
Amazing.
This is significant.
Andrew, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, David.
Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Gentlemen, do you guys mind being on camera?
No.
Okay.
Viva Fry, right?
Yes, I am.
Hey,
How are you guys doing?
Really good.
Where are you in from?
I'm from Guelph.
Okay,
Ontario.
that's not so far.
Not
how,
so far.
How long you been here for?
We just got here. We just moved into town a little bit ago. Just got in. We're going to be here overnight. So
Apparently, you should stay for Saturday if you have the option. I'm going to come back. I've been driving back and forth from Montreal.
I've been watching some of your live streams off and on. So yeah.
So you got the feel for it
Yes,
already?
Sir, yes, sir. So
Amazing.
It's good.
Awesome.
I'm happy to be here. Thank you for
Nice-
getting on camera, man.
My pleasure. Nice to meet you.
I love your work.
Thank you very much. We will make it down there. We will make it. I just want to show you the street and the absence of traffic.
And the absence of any sort of filth is what he means.
The cleanliness. This is my coin. This is my. Sorry, you don't mind if they're on me? Okay. This is my coin purse.
Actually, someone gave this to me. It was gifted, but we're gonna make sure to make use of it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. For coins, you can put some coins in
of
it.
course.
Oh, another baby. Hold on, let me see.
You can show.
I can show the baby.
She loves the camera. Are you aware that you're part of a revolution? She's not. We
Or you're
prefer to call
attending it.
an
You're
uprising.
attending it.
There's been a lot of bad revolutions in the past.
Okay, but
Uprising.
it is a hopefully a better future for you. Oh, I just knocked my camera. A better future for you.
You have very beautiful eyes.
She's got a hat
Yes,
on.
you
She's
do.
thinking about smiling.
Hmm.
You little bit
How about
shy.
if I go? I'm being silently judged.
Who is this crazy Einstein? Okay.
Have a good day. Have a good one. See ya. Is it a sign that I'm seeing so many beautiful babies today? There are more babies than dogs today. And it's no. Anyhow, 42, 40. No. Okay, here. This is down Elgin Street. And it's beautiful and quiet. Let's go do one more walk through. Drop of water in my eye. Path cleared. it is incredible, just the idea that so many people are actually just live streaming this because the rest of the world just wants to see it with their own two eyes if they can't be part of it. Is your dog friendly? Oh, I won't record you. I just got to see this dog. I'm awesome. Oh, look at this. So I got to say, there's got to be like a boxer or a pit bull. And
the boxer had a little mountain dog in him.
Oh my! You've got such, and I mean it in the best way. He's got little like it's the pink piggy eyes that I love. Yes, you got Snoopy. Yeah. Awesome. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Such a night. How's it going?
Another other man.
Another other man.
It's Janky's back. I suck at usernames. I just live with it.
I don't know what janky means, but it's janky. Is that all right? Have a good one. The dog was beautiful. Shed a little bit. These buildings might have some of their physical beauty restored to them once they have some of their spiritual beauty restored to them. Ooh, there's a glove. Do I do it? No. Can't do it. Before COVID, I was a bit of a germaphobe, and I've gotten less germophobic during COVID, but there's another glove here. Oh, between the two of them, I can't do it. All right, let's see what's going on in the convoy, but we're doing the Kubrick. We're doing it. Who's another director? We're going to do Viva Tarantino. That's it. Viva Tarantino. All right. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to turn sideways just to see my battery. Battery's good. Okay. Boom. Let's do this. It's funny, speaking of Viva Tarantino, I've been realizing I might be Jules from Pulp Fiction, just walking the earth and talking to people. And that's all. Just walking the earth. Let's see what's going on here. The Dance Dance Revolution might be at the heart of the protest today. All righty. See, there's enough people here. Definitely less than the other days, but a rainy Thursday. How you doing? A rainy Thursday. Although as it gets later and later, I think people are going to show up at night. Look at these kids dancing. The insurrection of it all. I tell you what, look at this. This
situation.
Say it again?
A volatile situation.
Yes, it's crazy. Look at this. How you doing? Thank you. I said this is a terrible insurrection of dancing and children and happiness. A fringe minority of extremists. Sir, how you doing? Awesome. Resistance is here.
Resistance is here.
You don't want me on camera? You look very happy. You look too happy.
I'm so happy. This is a moment. History is making this thing.
From your mouth to God's ears, I hope it is. Sir. Thank you. My pleasure. Where are you from? Say it loud.
Havelock. Havelock, come on out here. It's awesome.
Alriady.
Hey, my man. Nice to see you.
The same.
I've been watching you. How are you?
Let's see this. Oh, you're gonna make enemies with that.
That's why I'm here. That's what I'm doing. I've been running.
I watch your podcast. Oh, here. Yeah. Hold on, pull that plug.
I can send this to my sister. Victoria.
Amazing.
I've been running away. I'm originally from Toronto. I've been running away from province to province, country to country. I just came back from South Korea.
Amazing.
So because they didn't have restrictions there, then they imposed them. Lost my job, came back, went to Toronto. Toronto was closed down. Went to Ottawa. Everybody said to me, "Why the hell did you go to Ottawa?" I said to fight the government. And now I got an army.
Amazing.
I'm in the international man. I'll see you on Timpo.
Absolutely. Where are you guys in from? You mind being on camera? No. Fine. You have to say it loud. Where are you in from?
We're in from Ingleside, Ontario.
How long you been here for?
A couple of hours now.
And how do you find it?
It's awesome. We've been here a couple of times. So every time we come to Ottawa, we stop in. We're doing our part. Even called the GG and told her what we wanted to Trudeau resign. So we're doing our part. We're trying to inform everybody. Trying to let everybody know and share our views, not Trudeau's views, our views.
Amazing.
He's always talking about views, man.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
My pleasure. Thank you. Have a good one. All right, we're gonna make our way out of the. Look at this. Oh, see this car's not going. I don't know much about cars. That one's not going anywhere either. Let's see. Yep. Look at this. It's beautiful. It's amazing. The jerry can is going to represent freedom. The jerry can of freedom. We'll go back to the Terry Fox Monument just to show everybody that after a week and a half of the most anti-black, racist, xenophobic, extremist, insurrectionist protests, the Terry Fox Memorial is not only not defaced, it's intact, and it's people showing their love for Terry Fox and for what he represented. It's funny, actually, with the rain dripping off his face, it almost looks like he's crying. I'm holding in my teeth. I'm holding in my teeth the entire day. Thank you very much. Now, someone had told me the other day that there was a lesser known statue on the other side of a person who jumped in the water to save somebody. And there's a statue on the other side that I have not seen yet, but I'm going to go up here. We're going to walk around and see what's going on. I see people in the chats always making the glowy jokes. I suspect we have that in Canada, but I don't think it's quite as prevalent as it is in American history and American politics. But now let's see where that statue. Apparently, there's a statue on the other side. I'm gonna ask the police officers. Gentlemen, the camera's pointing the other way. I was told there's a statue of an individual who jumped in the water to save somebody, and they both died, and it was opposite Terry Fox. Doesn't ring a bell?
Terry Fox.
Yeah. Yeah, but there's no other there's no monument on this. Another one on this side that you're aware of.
There's some in the back of the property, but not about that.
Okay, all right, awesome. Thank you. Okay, abandoning. We're not going there. Yeah, camera's this way.
Thank you for all you're doing.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Your hands are so warm. Oh, just keep warm my hands a little bit. Where are you in from?
We're farmers just south of the city.
Okay, cool. You've been here the whole time? Here, hold on. That one's going. We'll give you my other hand now. There you go. How best experience of your life?
So,
what kind of farmer?
I'll tell you the story.
And by the way, I'm not recording you, but the audio might pick it up.
Okay. So, I'm a farmer, close to the farmer's market. They closed us for 4 months, and we've been under severe restrictions for 2 years. Costco is exempt, and I've written hundreds of letters to every level of government, everybody. My only hope is the truckers.
It's happening. See you later. All right, so someone didn't want to be on camera, but basically said, a farmer. Restrictions, lockdowns for 2 years, but Costco exempt. All right, what do we see in the chat? Wow, I'm just, oh God. It's not cold. It's humid. It's cold also, but not that cold. Costco is China. CCP Costco. All right. Don't make me laugh. My bladder is about 75% full. Okay. All right. What do we got here? We got what appears to be something of a press conference. Do I ask what's going on?
No, I recognize you from your YouTube, your Beaver Fry. I'm also a lawyer. I work with criminal defense for Toronto.
Do you mind talking to a camera?
No, I don't.
You don't mind people know you're
No,
here?
I don't care. No,
All right.
man,
Criminal defense out of Toronto?
Yeah.
Currently practicing?
Yes. I work as a duty counsel lawyer. So most of my work is with people that are dealing with mental health issues, people on the street. That's most of my client base. And during these last 2 years, we've never been busier. You know, it's been an explosion of people suffering from mental health. So that's a big problem that people need to think about. You know, there's more to public health than just one specific, thing. You know, public health is much bigger than coronavirus. There's a lot of things going on in public health, and a lot of people have told me since I've been here that this pandemic has taken an extreme toll on their health, on their livelihoods, on their relationships, and things like that. And people want change, and I think that's why we're getting this outpouring here. Also, there's a strong sense of community here. You know, people are helping each other out. People walk around, gifting things, food, coffee, hugs, just support, someone to tell your story to, a shoulder to cry on. There's unbelievable sense of catharsis here, and it's beautiful. I've never been more proud to be Canadian, to be honest. Really glad to be here. Thank you for your work. And I was just over here. There's a gentleman who's a local resident, and he has a sign that please leave your hurting Ottawa residents. And I was just trying to get some information, and I know that you talked to some of the counter.
Yeah, I'll talk. This is him right here.
Yeah, so I know you have a very good way of talking.
I'm gonna assess character before I decide how far I can push. So let me see.
All right.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. How you doing?
I follow you on Instagram. Nice to meet
Awesome.
you, man.
Follow me on Twitter. Twitter's more interesting than Instagram.
Okay, you're going to talk to him? No.
I told him I was going to bring you over. I said that you would put him on
good chat.
an audio.
I spoke with this gentleman the other day. All members of parliament, they are corruption and tools of corporations, not for the people. They are controlled by vaccine companies. We still have a lot of homeless people, and then we've got a bunch of donkeys.
Driving around in the truck. Great underdog. The reason it's happening is because No, you know what it is? The lockdown is all the Mondays. I'm sorry that the residents of Ottawa are not experiencing physical intimidation because of lockdowns.
That's the way you're exercising the no one say what they think about no one city.
You don't have to convince me that the politicians have handled this incompetently. I 100% agree with that. 100%.
It's a two-way street.
It's been terrible for everyone. Boomeranging back and forth. I get it. Like when I first heard about that.
I don't agree with that. But I'm sorry. They want to. That's not.
It's really nice to see.
Dude, I think I want. I used to be. So just a little anecdote. Just a little anecdote, by the way. When I lived in Paris, 1999 to 2000, I lived off Nutella, banana, crepes, and ham and cheese crepes. Were the most delicious things on earth. They would make them on the street. Can I talk with you? You seem reasonable, actually. I'm live streaming right now. That's not going to upset you. Let me go this way. Okay, and you're not going to get in trouble with other members if we end up agreeing on certain points. You will not get blacklisted. Yeah, it's a question. You're like if we discuss certain things and ultimately we agree on certain points, you have no fear of reprisals from the other people who are anti-Convoy.
I'm not sure I 100% understand.
We'll get going. Why are you here?
I'm here because I'm a resident of Ottawa, and there are people, the residents of some of the neighborhoods surrounding the protest area, who unfortunately have been experiencing aggressive behavior, threatening behavior, verbal assaults, even physical assaults, vandalism. There's been defecation in people's front yards, women pushed to the ground. The community, there are many people in the community who are scared right now, fearful about walking around the neighborhood at night, because it's worse on the weekends. And unfortunately, yes, some bad actors have attached themselves to this convoy. And I'm not arguing with anyone's right to protest. I protested down here before. This is where you do it, on Wellington Parliament Hill. But unfortunately, this is bled into the neighborhoods, and residents are really feeling the consequences.
Now I want to go item by item. Crime or assault. I mean, what specific examples? Because some people can say, "I don't believe you."
Okay, so as of 2 days ago, the police report on convoy activity. There's been over 850 calls for service, including menacing residents from convoy participants, ramming a police cruiser by demonstrators. There are 85 open criminal investigations. There have been over 200 calls to the hate crimes office. That's resulted in 4 charges so far. There have been 23 arrests related to other convoy activities.
Where's this coming?
This is from Ottawa Police. And then last night, the announcement, the daily update from the police, that there's continuing unlawful, threatening conduct in Sandy Hill, Centertown, Lowertown, and the markets. So, and then my experience on the ground in the community reflects that too.
That convoy members are walking through neighborhoods. Hold on. Not me.
No, not you.
Okay, no,
but
but don't call anybody scumbag lives, because I think. Okay, I want to say this. First of all, how do you know that? How does anyone know that they're from the convoys when those reports are being made? I'm like, serious question. How was it being identified from the convoy?
Like that's not a question. That's not a question I can answer. They're just here because of the convoy.
So here, I don't mean that in the aggressive way. Step one is you have reports of criminality without any way of actually definitively attaching it to the convoy. It's just calls coming in and people saying, "I think it's with the convoy."
No, that's not true. Even the police say it's not.
Well, I've actually asked a lot of the cops here in real time, and they've all basically unequivocally said, "Haven't seen very much."
Listen. I'm not going to fall into this trap of debating whether this happened or that happened or this happened. I'm in the community, working with my neighbors in the community. People, we have community meetings every night. People are experiencing this. They're telling firsthand that they're experiencing violence and threatening behavior.
But it's the this that we need to define. It's the this is, first of all, Ottawa was not a crime-free place before the convoy.
Of course not.
And it was not a homeless-free place by any means. I have family here. So the defecating on someone's porch, how do you know it wasn't a homeless person?
Irresponsible, unkind, and unloving to next to next, because you're saying,
I mean, you're looking around here, you've seen the convoy. Nobody's shitting on the streets here. They're shoveling the streets. So why would you think that the idea would be that the convoy is going to leave here where they're making the place better and go dump on someone's front porch?
Dude, there is a qualitative difference in what's happening in the residential neighborhoods around here right now than before.
Is it conceivable?
It is a distinct and very real qualitative difference in the experience.
I've walked it a bit, but I'll throw out a hypothesis. Is it conceivable that what would have otherwise been the homeless people that were now no longer here might have gone to the residential areas and might be the ones who could be conceivably committing these acts that are being reported? Is that possible?
Wait 2 minutes.
This is what I can tell you. I'm involved in my community. I care for my neighbors.
No doubt.
People are experiencing this stuff, particularly on the weekends when more people come in, and are wandering around the residential neighborhoods. This has happened. People are talking about it every night, all the time. Many people, and not everybody. Like there's a lot of people from Ottawa who support this and are down here. But a lot of people are also feeling fearful because of some of the stuff that's come to town because of this convoy. And I'm just down here. Hold on. Let me finish. And so I am just down here to communicate the experience of my community and some of the residents of Ottawa. Many of the residents are in the neighborhoods right around here, just to communicate their anxiety, their fear, and the hurt that they're experiencing. am trying to communicate that and very respectfully,
very
respectfully say
and also
that
just
can we please think about them and maybe agree they should not be collateral damage. That's what I'm saying.
Agreed. Now, and I'll throw one obvious thing out. If those acts of violence are going on, you are, I mean, by all accounts, you would be public enemy number one given this environment. Have you felt the slightest bit of intimidation or threatening behavior being here, effectively telling these people to go home? Have you felt?
I think I've been yelled at like 3 times. That's it.
All right. I would posit that the acts that are being complained about elsewhere could be actually and probably are totally unrelated to the convoy participants themselves. I've been walking the streets. It's now 30. I've been doing like 30 some odd hours of live streaming. I've seen nothing, and I've walked elsewhere. I do presume that the homeless population that was here, because I've been here and never felt good walking here at night before, might have gone elsewhere and could be conceivably the ones doing.
I think it's really shitty to blame the homeless population.
Well, but it might be even shittier to blame the people who might not be guilty.
But that's what's happening. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I know you're going to try to pick apart everything I'm saying, but man, I'm just like, I don't know what to do. Like, I'm talking directly to people who are experiencing this, and it happened when the convoy came. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
I know you're going to expose all my lies, but I don't know what to.
I know this guy's been accusing me of lying since yesterday.
Well, no, but it's, look, everyone has a different tactic of discussing. I'm going to suggest another thing also.
Yeah.
There has been actual, I've seen this. Statistics lie, yada yada. There have been articles saying that crime has actually gone down since the convoy.
Yeah,
you've seen that as well.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Let's say in Niagara. All right, so I guess it's just going to be a question.
The police were asked about that as well, and what the chief of police said, it's because their entire force is down here on Wellington, and they're not patrolling the neighborhoods. That's what the chief of police said.
That's an interesting. That might be also an interesting explanation as to why there could be an increase in certain types of acts elsewhere. That might be actually not related to the convoy participants. Have you met one angry participant?
Yes.
Which one?
Not many. I will say
being called a liar.
This guy right here. I will say 95%.
Guy, and so do you.
99%
Liars make me
of
angry.
the interactions down here have
I'm
been very
guilty, but I've never threatened anyone. I have shouted at him that he's a liar.
I think the bigger, broader question is.
What about
what's the solution? No, but I guess the question is this: I don't really want to get into your sentiments on the mandates, on the substance of the protest. Forget about.
I have no problem with people protesting. I have no problem with that.
But remember when he said his neighbors were fearful, and I think you were going to say it's because of all the fear mongering, right?
Well, so that's another thing. The fear, the sentiments of fear, you can't argue with emotions. Acts of violence, you can discuss. I've asked the cops. We're getting it's diverging facts. Where I've heard the same people dumping on porches. Like none of these people are shoveling sidewalks. Why would they go somewhere else and take a dump on someone's porch?
I haven't individually pointed the finger at anyone. I'm just saying this is happening because the convoy's here. Like Occam's razor, like the simplest solution, it's the simplest explanation.
But between the two of us, the explanation that this convoy might have pushed out people who would have otherwise been here, that could explain that phenomenon. Could explain.
I mean, I think you're making a leap. I think when
why don't you complain to Trudeau? It's actually him that's causing this, not us.
Oh man,
it's his problem, man.
Well, we all. I think. I agree with that.
Believe me, I'm no fan of Trudeau.
And I'll tell you one thing, because I saw the counter protesters the other day, and I've spoken with people here who would appear to be ostensible allies of the counter protesters, but then when it becomes known that they're no longer of the counter protesters turn on them in the ways that you're describing, calling them names, shoving them. I mean, is it conceivable that these acts are actually, they might be because the convoy's here, but actually perpetrated by people who have nothing to do with the convoy?
You can posit as many theories as you want. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing on the ground.
Okay. All right. Well, it's fair enough. I mean, I'll have my theory to it. What's your first name? Bobby. Bobby David. Nice to meet you. And how long are you going to be here for? You're gonna head back before dark?
Today, tomorrow, and then reassess.
Okay. You should come Saturday. It's gonna be a big day. But anyway, and just everybody out there, it does take courage to do this also, because I think you're stepping into the belly of the beast. But I happen to think this beast is much less menacing than if this were inverted the other way. Like,
what does that mean?
Well, if I were to go, I did interview the counter protesters, but the sentiment I got from the counter protesters on last Saturday, there were signs that said "sterilize white supremacists." And I don't care about those things, but I think you are probably you're less likely to really get hatred by you coming here. But when I've talked with people who crossed the lines from the counter protesters to join the convoy, and then the counter protesters didn't appreciate that much.
Let me just conclude with this, okay? Okay, I came down here to just communicate that many of the residents of the city who live around the downtown core are feeling fearful. They've been subject to threatening behavior. It happened when the convoy came. I'm not blaming everyone that's down here, but unfortunately, that's just the reality. And I'm saying, so what you're doing is like picking apart all this stuff. Like I wouldn't be justifying violence against the residents of Ottawa for any other cause at all. Like it's wrong, and it divides workers. Like Canadian workers have been shafted during this pandemic, right? Truck drivers, teachers, construction workers. No, I am a proud union member. Okay. Canadian workers have been shafted this entire time, right? Like I'm not gonna like. I think we can agree on that.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Right. And the frustration down here, like I can feel the frustration down here over the boomeranging health measures and the restrictions going back, and the seemingly endless public health measures, all this stuff. Like that's real frustration that all of us share. I just don't think the residents of Ottawa, my friends and neighbors, should be collateral damage in trying to find a solution. Right? It unnecessarily creates a division among people who could be allies, right? But when people in Ottawa are feeling the direct impact of this convoy in a negative way that makes them feel threatened in their own neighborhoods, then that is counterproductive to both of us. It doesn't work. Dude, again, when the honking stopped, much better. Like in the middle of the week, not as bad, but the weekend, like last weekend was bad. Last weekend was bad. There were a lot of people roaming the streets that had too much to drink, that had come in. You know, there were like a thousand more cars came in. Sorry?
Do you have a solution? Yes.
Well, I'm just here respectfully asking the convoy to leave.
What happened there?
What happens if they do?
Okay.
Let's
suppose
then the residents, my community will feel around here. They'll feel a bit safer.
Okay, but the solution to solve the problem.
Everything.
If I may, so hold on. Let me do that. One more question. Violence and threats, I don't tolerate. I don't condone. Good. Full stop. Inconvenience, horn honking, traffic. What do you say to the argument that people who live in a government town, the capital city of the country, should be expected to tolerate what might be disruptive protests?
You know what? Like a lot of people have tried to make that argument with me, and I think it's bullshit.
Okay.
I don't think people who live in a residential neighborhood in Ottawa should just expect to be subject to that. To be subject to that, and I don't think either of us should consider that a fair trade-off.
Well, I live in Montreal. I'm from Montreal. I live on a street where there were protests for the lockdowns, but also for the Indigenous blockade issues.
Yeah.
I mean, on the one hand,
we're not talking about simple inconvenience. We're not talking about simple inconvenience.
Well, now I've driven in every morning. Not every morning. I've driven in multiple times. Haven't seen any traffic. In this area, I understand the restaurants have shut down, but I understand it was not by force. It was by recommendation from the city for fear of disruption, which we haven't seen. But what has been the inconvenience? Like, what's been the critical inconvenience for local residents? Above and beyond the honking, which stopped after the fourth day.
I'm a firefighter.
It's not that
okay, well, that's it.
What has been I didn't come prepared with a list of inconveniences. I came with a list of experiences of people feeling threatened in their own neighborhoods. That's what I came with.
All right,
that's the message I came with.
Good enough, sir. Nice to meet you. And well, this is live, so we've had a live discussion, but you'll see it on the internet or it'll be on the internet. But it's nice. I had a good discussion with some of the counter protesters. Some wouldn't talk. A lot wouldn't talk with me, which I it didn't insult me. I just thought it was curious. You come to a counter protest and don't talk, but thank you for talking. All right, have a good one. Do you mind being on the webs?
Okay, I gotta give you a hug. Thank you so much for bringing truth.
I'm shivering.
Did you find
No, I'm heading back in a few minutes. I'm totally fine. Where are you in from?
Ottawa.
All right.
I gotta tell you something. You know, we put a couple of freedom signs and some flags at the entrance to our property.
And did they get ripped away?
Okay. I wonder if it's
I saw truckers go home written on. What did it say? Go home. It said something. Go home. Truckers go home. graffitied on a lamppost. That was one of the
Oh,
two.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yes, we lived that in real time, people. I like it.
I stood on a bridge in 30 below for 2 hours. Took a bottle of wine and a heater to warm me up, but it was the most unbelievable feeling. I haven't felt that way since I birthed my babies.
Fantastic. I'm gonna posit this hypothesis that what the region is complaining about is in fact people who have been displaced from what they would have otherwise been here. They've gone into the residential areas, and they might. I mean, these areas were known to anybody who knew Ottawa. So now this sounds like a little bit of NIMBY, not in my backyard. Now that people have been displaced, and this area was what it was. Everyone knows it because people have said I did not feel comfortable walking here at night until the convoy got here. Convoy gets here, displaces that, and then that might have trickle-out effects to the residential areas. So that's my theory. Because I've talked to the cops, so I haven't gotten that.
Every single bunch of policemen I walked by, I clapped and said, "I hope you enjoy your stay in Ottawa." And every one of them has smiled back.
I have my theories about that too.
Yeah. Nice, very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. All right, have a good one. You, sir, do you mind being on the camera? You hesitated? No. I just noticed. Where are you from? You have I'm going to say Polish.
No, I'm Romanian.
Romania. A lot of Romanians I've run into. Are you part of the convoy, or are you just here to support? How long have you been? You've been here since then, a week and a half.
Yeah, since last month.
Now let me ask you this: why did you leave Romania? I mean, it's the same. I've spoken to a few Romanians, Poland. I think I know the answer, but what brought you to Canada?
For a better life, and we had a communist regime there, and I never did that. I had to fight again after 30 years. Being from that country, we can see maybe clearly the other side is communist, and we don't want it. We came for a better life, and we don't want to go to that again. So that's our problem.
Fantastic.
We are looking for solutions. We don't want to fight, but there is no other chance that we go ahead.
Thank you. First name, if you don't mind telling me? Adrian. Nice to meet you. Can I get a hug?
Nice to meet you.
That was a fun discussion. All right, have a good one. Okay. The weather may be dictating a slow meander back to the car. I'll warm up my hand a little bit here, and then now it's getting wet, snowy, and windy. How's it going? Not the best combinations. So that was the discussion. There's two things. You can't argue with feelings. How you doing? Awesome thing. There's another bit. I haven't seen you yet today. Dude, it's another baby. I don't know what's going on today. I've seen lots of babies. I'm recording the other way, so I won't.
Okay. Oh, she's covered. It's
that's beautiful.
full of snow, full of rain.
Amazing. All right. Have a good one.
How are you doing?
Thank you, very awesome. Thank you. Have a good one. People need to see it. Okay, the weather is I'm gonna go down, get out of the wind. You can't argue with people's feelings, but you can question the facts. So, police reports. Let's take for granted all of those reports were in fact bona fide reports. The question you'd have to ask in cross-examination: how many reports do the police get on any given day? Because I've got to tell you, if it's the same number of calls, does it matter where they're coming from? So unless there's been a spike in criminal activity or call-ins or whatever the individual alleges has been going on, if it's consistent, then it might just be displaced geographically. I do happen to think my theory is a very plausible theory. Yeah, we might be winding it up here a little early. Valentine's Day in 3 days. Thank you, Mrs. Carruthers. So people feel threatened. People feel intimidated. Well, when people see a honk and think it's a threat, or when people hear a honk and consider it to be an act of violence, you can't argue with that sentiment. You can only say it's irrational and highly emotive. An individual coming up from behind me. Hello, how you doing? I gotta say, I got 360 vision.
Yeah, good.
How you doing?
Wonderful. Yourself?
You want to say something?
I'm actually asking you a question.
Yes.
Your outreach has been phenomenal and absolutely stunning. Like the numbers.
I was never in. Who would have thunk people would want to watch 3.5 hours of live stream?
Absolutely, hey, and so many.
It's and there's some for and there's some against. It's
yeah. Well, you're doing a good job.
Thank you very much.
Both sides.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And so I'm wondering if you have you been in contact with the head organizers, because their press conference releases like you're blowing their numbers.
Oh well, I see. No comments. I'm on camera, but I've been in contact with people, but I try to remain more uninvolved, so I can say that I'm impartial, even if people think I'm biased. But
yes,
it allows me to maintain the distance.
Okay, well, wonderful.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a good day. All right, so you can't argue with emotions. You can assess the facts. The dumping on people's front porches. Look, I'll even take for granted that happened. That is true. What's the idea that the convoy protesters are meandering to go defecate on people's porches? Or, the hypothesis that they get rowdy, they get drunk, and a few of them meander and have to go and do it. Possibly. How you doing? I'll keep pointing it this way. Don't worry. I can always tell when someone doesn't want to be on camera. How you doing?
You hear what I said? I said that in a pandemic, according to the United Nations Charter, the World Health Organization takes over. That means the local health departments are deputized. It's like the UN General Secretaries; they're immune from everything. Right? That's why. And there's a guy behind you, glowy.
Yeah, I remember. Oh, that's awesome.
So you used to be around. You're still going.
Oh, yeah, I'm still going. But it's pointing now, so don't.
I'm in between the Latvian embassy and St. Peter's Lutheran
Okay.
Church, and Trudeau's church is right next to mine.
Awesome. Have a good one. I can immediately tell when someone doesn't want to be on camera and when they don't mind. How you doing? Do you want to say hi to the camera? There's a lot of people watching. You have to be sure about it.
Okay, yes, I'm
Okay.
fine.
You're sure you're not getting in trouble? No one's gonna.
I shouldn't get into trouble.
Oh, I'll keep it this way.
I'm okay. Thank you so much for what you're doing.
My
By
pleasure.
being at home for the last week and watch mostly you, I don't know why. Maybe because I like the comments you're making, and I'm kind of in the same field, legal field and stuff.
Awesome.
And some of the stories are touching my heart. And I said, I need to bring my kids.
You live in
I
history.
was
dude.
his age when communism, when we had the revolution in
Where
Romania.
you from?
Romania.
You're from Romania. It's a lot of men running into Romania. It's left, right,
Because
center.
we know how it feels not to have rights, and that's what it's a big. It's huge
Amazing.
for people. That if you notice, you will see a lot Serbian, Russians, all these people.
I see
That,
a lot of Polish. I remember to a few
because
Polish
we
people.
live through communism,
Yeah.
so we know everything starts little until you don't even have the rights to what you put on the food, what you eat. Everything was rationalized. Food, bread.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, if they're going to say if you don't get vax, you got to pay a health tax. We'll say if you're overweight, you got to pay it. Here's what you got to eat in order to remain within the government.
And I wanted my kids to be part of
Sir,
that. Say hi.
nice
Viva.
to meet you.
I'm so happy I saw you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you so much for everything you do.
Thank you. I see vandalism here. I got to see what it says. Here we go. No, I'm still not recording you. I see vandalism. Kiddo Center Town Trap Stars. I don't believe that has anything to do with the convoy. So yeah, that's it. You can't argue with people feel threatened. People feel intimidated. It's probably because the media is sitting there saying, if you see someone carrying a Canadian flag, they're out to assault you, or that certain image. Sorry, certain images are hate symbols. Then you'll feel scared when you see them on the street. So feeling scared, you're entitled to your feelings. You're not entitled to your facts. And then the question is, what the numbers that guy reported, are they factually accurate in terms of existence? And then are they factually accurate in terms of description? Yes, that's what I meant to say. Thank you very much. Have a good one. So that's it. But I got to tell you, if overall crime has decreased in Ottawa, whether or not it's because of the presence of police, it begs the question as to if there is a displacement of certain acts, which you would typically imagine happened here, you might have another explanation. It might be because of the convoy, but it might not be by the convoy. So we might actually both agree. It's because of the convoy, but it's not as a result of the convoy.
or it's not the convoy itself. All right, so that's it. We're not. Do we go? I can go another 20 minutes. I think I can go another 20 minutes. Now it's really. Now my hair is Jerry curls, people. When it gets wet, Jerry curl. Welcome to America. Welcome. Coming to America. Probably one of the best comedies ever. All right, we're back where we started, which is a good place. Let's see what we got here. They can come to my neighborhood at any time. Soul Glow. That's right, it was Soul Glow. I just snorted. Oh, that's great on the internet. This statue also doesn't need a barrier around it. Is this appropriate? Yeah, that kid's got it. They went in for the detail. They went in for the detail. I'm not going to get too close. I once made a video back in the day when the world was sane and I was able to just make fun videos. It was called Penises of the Met, because I took the kids. My wife Marion and I were in New York. We went to the Met with the kids, and to make it interesting, to make it fun, I was taking pictures of all the penises of the statues, and then I made a montage called Penises of the Met. And anyways, YouTube demonetized that video. Bastards. We will not be open today. Scan to view menu. I'm looking for something that I wanted to see that would make me angry. I did not know that the vaccine passport system was open and was imposed in Ontario. Oh, here we go. Now I'm pissed. There you go. I think that's Gaelic. For the safety of our guests and team, we appreciate your support with the following: mask required, physical distancing, digital contact tracing, COVID-19 proof of vaccination required, digital contact tracing. And I'm talking to Romanians who say they know what communism looks like when it comes, and it comes slowly but surely, and then sure enough, the government's telling you what food to eat because they're rationing your food. Oh, contact tracing, so that if I go to a restaurant and then I got to give them my number and my info, so that if anyone at that restaurant tests positive, they get to call me and tell me that I got to isolate for 10 days in my house, because that's how it works, and it's absolute madness. Madness. Contact tracing. Give me your info. Show your papers to go eat, sir. How you doing? Now I'm ranting. I'm on a roll. Yeah. All right. Contact tracing to go into a restaurant. And then what ends up happening? You don't go. You stop going, and you own nothing, and you're happy. You're actually happy to not go out, because going out is such an absolute soul-crushing stress. You don't travel because traveling is such a miserable experience, a dehumanizing experience. Show your passport, show your Vax Pass, get your retinal, what is it called when they scan your face? Biometric scanning. So you don't end up doing it. And then you're supposed to be happy. And you will be happy, just because it'll be easier not to do anything. Be easier to whatever. Okay. Now we're back to the beginning. Quiet as anything. Hope everyone liked it. That's I'll be back. I mean, I think I have to be back Saturday. I probably won't come back tomorrow. But this is the other thing. I actually feel relieved that there are so many other people doing this as well, so that if the situation changes, there will be people here documenting it, and it's not nobody's relying on Viva Fry and Viva Fry alone. But I mean, look, we're meeting the people, and we're talking to them, and you're hearing the stories of the people who've gone through this in other countries, and they're seeing it here. And I defy anybody to dare say that they're not in a position to make those statements, having lived it, having seen it firsthand, having fled it, and now having seen it infiltrate the country to which they fled for the better life. How you doing? I'm just winding it up now. Are you guys mind being on camera?
Oh, we're in the media.
You-
Media.
Which one?
Our own.
Oh, go. Okay.
From Quebec.
Plug it. Vous venez de... Est-ce qu'on le fait en français? On va le faire en français, puis je vais le traduire par la suite. We're going to do it in French, and then I'm going to translate it afterwards. Okay, go for it. Présentez-vous.
Well, I'm Elover Savoie from Quebec, and we are here today to do lives and just to keep people informed. So that we're usually doing our stuff in French, but I mean, yeah, we're from Quebec.
What's the channel?
Elover Savoie.
Elo ver savoir. So Elo E-L-O ver V-E-U-T savoir S-A-V-O-I-R. Elo ver savoir.
You know your French.
I studied in Quebec City.
Awesome.
Université Laval is my alma mater. And so you're here for the weekend?
Yeah, for 2 days actually. No, we're leaving tomorrow.
Oh, you might have to change that and stay for Saturday.
What's going on?
Saturday is supposed to be the big day.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they're everybody who wants to come. You might have to stay Saturday.
Tell us.
I don't know anything. I know nothing. But last Saturday, it was a dance like shoulder to shoulder. So Saturday, people coming from everywhere. When we came last weekend, hotel was canceled because they canceled and refunded us without even really telling us. So then we had to book on the other side in Gatineau, and then it was made. You have to say yes.
I was here the first weekend, and I came back last week on Tuesday, and I'm back in the week. So I've experienced the first weekend, and this is of course, it's a different mood and completely different. But what I like during the week is that we have time to talk with people and get the stories, and really, I feel it's more. And the weekend is a party. It's like a festival. Everybody's dancing.
It is too noisy on the weekend.
To talk to people.
Yeah, I'm just making sure to see what's going on here. Okay, it is too noisy on the weekend to get interviews, but yeah.
What's your name again?
David.
David.
Viva Fry.
Cassandra.
Cassandra, enchanté.
Eloise.
Eloise, nice to meet you, sir. Gab, nice to meet you. All right, have a good weekend. Hello, Versavoir. Good in yourself. Good. See, I got 360 vision, so I saw people. You don't mind being on camera?
No.
Where are you from?
Whitby.
Whitby?
Yeah, not too far.
All right.
Whitby.
You heading out for the day?
Yeah.
How was
just
it?
got here.
How was
it? Gotcha.
Yeah. Well, no,
You're just leaving.
I'm just leaving. I'm gonna meander back. Maybe go to Confederation Park. I think I've done the tours and we've gotten a lot of good interviews today. So
a little wet, but warmer anyway.
Wet and warmer, but I'm gonna go.
The flow is a little bit wet.
The fro is depressed. How are you finding it?
It's awesome. I haven't really seen much so far, but let me get a picture.
Yeah, absolutely. Go to the. You got to get to the center, and you'll see that's where the party's at. I can't see anything anymore with my.
Awesome.
I saw it.
Thanks a lot, David.
Awesome. Nice to meet you. Thank
All
you.
right.
See you. All right. Got one more. We're back to the Oscar Peterson, sir. How you doing?
Very well, yourself?
Very good, very good. You guys want to be on camera?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Where are you in from?
We're in from Mississauga. Yesterday, I lost my job, so I have nothing else to do.
What did you? I saw.
Federal officer, 25 years.
And because of
No
policy.
job, no job.
25 years.
Actually, that's a lie. It's 24 years, 9 months. So I got 6 years to go till my golden pension, and that's gone.
What are you doing now to make ends meet?
I'm retired. My wife's losing her job at the end of the month, and we're just gonna retire. Just do life, Be that squirrel that collects nuts in the summer, and then you don't have to worry when that happens to you.
Do you have a message? I mean,
stay strong, guys. I mean, I'm here to make sure that nobody else loses their job in Canada. I mean, we're here. We're staying night. This is our 3rd time up here. We come on our own dime. We brought food. Don't bring food anymore. There's so much food here you can't even give it away.
I had deer stew and it was delicious.
There's a guy making stew on Wellington right now in front of Parliament. Apparently it'll be ready in 1 hour, and the smell is just attracting everybody to it.
Fantastic.
So great day. Thank you very much
My
for
pleasure.
everything you're doing out
My
here.
pleasure. Thank you.
Getting the truth out. I watch the live streams every night when I'm not up here in Ottawa, and I love yours.
You saw last night, Dr. Francis Christian?
No.
It's only on Rumble. We had to
on Rumble?
We had to
Okay.
keep it on Rumble.
See you on
Nice
Rumble.
to meet you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, have a good one.
All right. That's that's it. The hero of last year is now being used as the tool to further divide, used as the scapegoat, used as the tool of division. Let me just look over my back here. Okay, we're good. All right, people, that is going to be it. I'm going to turn it around. Traffic is moving freely on Schleder and Elgin. No horns. I forgot. Someone just called me counselor. That means they know me, or they know of what I do. Okay, we got some horns. Fire incendie. Okay, so that's it, people. You know who to follow for the night shift. You got Zot, Z-O-T. I suspect he's over 20,000 now. You got Adam Nucci, N-U-C-C-I. You got Travel Fund 69. You've got, I think Portland Andy is doing like a bunch of aggregate stuff, aggregation. Who am I forgetting, people, in the chat? Who am I forgetting in the chat in terms of channels? I think I got all of them. Autowalks, of course. Foolish me. So that is it. We're going to wind it up, and I'll be back Saturday. How's it going? Be back Saturday, which should be the big party day, and with any luck, we'll see we'll see what happens between now and then. Rebel News is here for the updates. You just get to walk through with the interviews from this channel. Everybody, enjoy the day. Thank you all for the chats. Thank you for the support. Clip and share. Get the word out there. I'm going to get hit by a car on the way home. Get the word out there, and let people know what it actually is versus what we're being told it is, because they are two diametrically opposed things. Peeps, enjoy the day. Peace out.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. Workers of the world unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains. That's from Karl Marx, of course. He wrote that famous phrase in 1848. The weird thing is, it's pretty likely that Marx himself never met an actual worker. Wait a second. He didn't spend a decade in a cotton mill witnessing the oppression firsthand? No. Karl Marx never spent a moment in a factory. He was a rich kid who became a journalist. Of course he was. But for more than 150 years, Karl Marx inspired generations of other rich kids who also became journalists to repeat his line or variations of it. Over time, workers became working men or working class, and then with feminism, working people or working families. But the idea itself never changed. Ordinary people, wage earners, are getting shafted. So they've got to unite. They've got to come together for protection and for dignity. This was the idea, of course, behind the organized labor movement. And every Democratic president, from Andrew Jackson until now, has made the very same point over and over again. The noble people of Scranton, you hear it even today. So Democrats have repeated that line often enough, you would think they really mean it. Do they really mean it? Let's take the test. Here's how you know. Watch what happens when actual workers, working people from working families who constitute the working class, actually come together as a group to protest how things are going. What happens then? Does the intellectual class greet these workers as heroes? Throw a parade, listen intently to their stories? Does NPR do a sympathetic feature on them? Or do self-described progressives recoil in revulsion and horror at the grubbiness of the people who, as we used to say, work for a living? Do liberals immediately denounce them as Nazis and call for their suppression by force? That's the question. What's the answer? Well, ask Trump voters what happens. They'll know. Or consider what's happening right now in Canada. Thousands of truck drivers have descended on Ottawa, the capital city, to protest the tyranny of Justin Trudeau's government. Justin Trudeau does not like truck drivers. He thinks they're revolting. Justin Trudeau likes private equity barons and tech moguls and other people who give him money. Trudeau is not in Ottawa right now. In fact, he and his family fled when the truck drivers arrived, and they've been in hiding ever since. So when the revolution he has been calling for finally arrived, Justin Trudeau wasn't there to see it. He ran away in terror. Kind of sad. So instead, in his place, his friend Mark Carney has been speaking for him. Carney is a former Goldman Sachs executive who many believe will replace Justin Trudeau if Trudeau ever decides to give up power. In a recent op-ed, Mark Carney vented his rage at the impudent truckers in Ottawa and anyone who sent them money on the internet. Quote, anyone sending money to the convoy should be in no doubt, Carney wrote. You are funding sedition. Foreign funders of an insurrection interfered in our domestic affairs from the start. Got that? It's not a protest. It's sedition. It's an insurrection. Clearly, Mark Carney's been watching a lot of CNN up there in Canada, and that's why he's concluded the truckers should be crushed by force. Quote, those who are still helping to extend this occupation must be identified and punished to the full force of the law. People who sent them money should be prosecuted. If they're not prosecuted, Mark Carney fears, quote, the constant blaring of horns at all hours will bankrupt our businesses. Are you laughing yet? So the very same finance ghouls who cheered lockdowns for 2 solid years are now deeply concerned that small businesses might be hurt by the trucker protests. Hilarious. It'd be interesting, by the way, to poll small business owners in Ottawa to see what they think. How do they feel about the truckers? Somehow you know exactly what those results would be, but no one's doing that poll, of course. Instead, they found an easier way. Justin Trudeau has just ordered police to shut the whole thing down. How do you do that? How do you stop a truck protest? Simple. You seize their fuel. That's exactly what police in Canada are doing. Watch.
So, in fact, yes, they are taking fuel right away from people as they attempt to fuel their vehicles.
Okay, so we are, through much practice, connoisseurs of irony. So let's pause a moment to savor the irony here. The very same people who told us we had to defund the police are now telling the police to seize fuel from working-class Canadians who are trying to stay alive in Arctic temperatures. As they used to say in the 1960s, scratch a liberal and you will find a fascist. That was a Black Panther slogan, actually. They weren't entirely stupid. In fact, in this case, they were absolutely right. According to Justin Trudeau, possessing gasoline in the city of Ottawa is now a crime. Now, to be clear, Ottawa didn't declare the state of emergency because the truckers lit a courthouse on fire, or shot someone, or leveled a church. BLM did all of those things, but Justin Trudeau strongly supports BLM. He reaffirmed his support the other day. Here's the problem, and we're going to let the mayor of Ottawa, or Ottawa, as it's correctly pronounced in Ojibwa, explain why peaceful truck drivers pose an imminent danger to Canada.
It's disturbing when you see the protests turning into what looks like some kind of a fun carnival where they've got bouncy castles and hot tubs and saunas, a complete insult to the people who are putting up with this nonsense for the last 7 days. And it shows a great deal of insensitivity.
They've got bouncy castles for kids, growls the childless mayor of Ottawa. Let's hurt them. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's a dark scene in Truckistan tonight. The kids are on the bouncy castles. Of course, at the same time, their parents are flaunting the authority of the people in charge, and that is the crime. Watch this protester, a white supremacist, explain his motives for protest.
Where the hell were you? You weren't there. But now you want to come out in the freezing cold to oppose my fundamental human rights and freedoms. I'm not going to have it. I'm a black man standing beside my brother right here. This is my brother right here. And none of you have the right to tell me who to associate with and who not to associate with me, because you did not come out and voice your concerns for the fact that Justin Trudeau banned me from leaving this country because of my medical decision, because I made a decision that he did not like.
Shut up, racist. Go back to Jamaica with your white supremacy nonsense. By the way, no one in Canada's government or the media in Canada, which is mostly controlled by the government, is engaging with any of the arguments of people like that. Instead, they've gone directly to force, as crumbling regimes always do. They don't have an argument to make. All they have is police power, and they're using them. Officials in Ottawa just threatened to criminally investigate the California company GoFundMe because truckers raised about $10 million on the platform. Here's Ottawa's police chief bragging about stealing that money.
We have, through the efforts of Deputy Bell, Christiane Hinault, the mayor and his staff, we've been able to shut down the GoFundMe program. That's a temporary reprieve because the funds are already moving in different directions. We are now going after supply and fuel coming into the area through investigations and intelligence operations and interdictions, all of which were underway yesterday, fully underway today.
intelligence operations? This is a peaceful political protest. No one has shown any evidence to the contrary. It's not a drug trafficking or human trafficking operation. It's not Al-Qaeda. These are Canadian citizens who drive trucks for a living. But they're being treated like a terror group. GoFundMe announced it would redirect the $10 million raised by supporters of the truckers to charities of its choice, presumably BLM, which it has supported since the very beginning. In other words, GoFundMe planned to steal that money. They were stopped from doing this, by the way, by a number of American attorneys general who threatened to sue the company. So the company backed off, and they're going to refund the money, supposedly. But still, the truckers, the people for whom this money was intended, will not get it. So in the absence of GoFundMe doing what it's supposed to do, others are filling the gap. An alternative crowdfunding website called Give, Send, Go has stepped up and raised already more than $5 million for the truckers. How long until they try to shut that down, too? Some Canadians are clearly worried about that. They're turning to cryptocurrency. Tallycoin, for example, is a small crowdfunding service that uses Bitcoin. It's not controlled by banks. That's the point. They're hosting a fundraiser for the truckers. Now, why is this appealing? No one can steal the money. No government can pressure anyone to turn the money over because governments don't control crypto. Bitcoin goes from person A to person B, and all the intermediary does, the company, is connect the two. It's pretty appealing. And you can imagine the long-term consequences here. If the people in charge
and even death threats while they work hard to keep Canadians informed. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister has been practically silent. Yesterday, CTV Edmonton said that they will no longer display logos on their vehicles in order to protect their staff. What is the government doing to protect members of the media who are so vital to Canadians and to our democracy?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
And first of all, I want to echo the concerns that were expressed by my colleague. I hope all members would join in condemning any kind of intimidation, violence, or hate expressed towards the media, who play a fundamental role in reporting on current events, Mr. Speaker. And, right now, Mr. Speaker, it is important more than ever to ensure that the Canadian public are informed about the ways in which we are going to get out of this pandemic, which means peacefully, respectfully, and by getting vaccinated, Mr. Speaker. And I just hope that the Conservatives would finally join us in asking the members of the convoy to go home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, this week is International Development Week. Reducing extreme poverty, advancing gender equality, and increasing access to education and healthcare for the most vulnerable are some of the many global initiatives that Canada has moved forward. While the COVID-19 pandemic has changed the lives of Canadians in many ways, globally, the pandemic has a pressing impact on people elsewhere and hinders the progress of Canadian initiatives abroad. Can the Minister of International Development update this House on what Canada is doing to help their country in their vaccination campaigns? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Mississauga Streetsville for this very important question. On this International Development Week, we must recognize that the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted the most vulnerable and low-income countries. This is why our government committed 200 million doses, and approximately 100 million doses have already been made available. Our contributions have supported the vaccination campaigns in Rwanda, Bangladesh, Guatemala, Nigeria, and many other countries. We will continue to ensure that vaccine and treatments reach the most vulnerable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Battle River, Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are on a campaign against farmers. And recently, they have said they may mandate a reduction in nitrogen fertilizer use by 30%. A decision that would inflate food prices, decrease production, break farmers' bottom lines, and put tremendous pressure on supply chains. This proposed mandate is an arbitrary number from a government that is out of touch not only with farmers, but reality. Will the Liberal government today reverse course and scrap this illogical, unscientific, and out-of-touch mandate?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there's something you can tell us is that we are in touch with we're not in touch with farmers. I spend my whole days, week and weekends, talking to farmers. And I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that farmers are on board. Farmers care for the environment. Farmers care for their land. Farmers care for the water. And they are on board for sustainable agriculture because they know this is the right thing to do for them, for the environment, and for their consumers. Thank you.
Well, member for Lakeland Stubbs. Or sorry, Lakeland. I'm sorry.
Fertilizer use. Last year, I asked for evidence and about the impact on production. Well, it turns out their own departments haven't even done the research. They just speculated on the potential for optimizing fertilizer use. Well, Fertilizer Canada has the brutal facts. $10.4 billion in losses in canola, corn, and spring wheat alone, and farmers are hit with an ever-rising carbon tax. So from this farmer to that minister, why is the minister stopping crop growth and hurting Canadians who put food on all of our tables?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
I can assure you that this government is working with farmers, for farmers, and farmers know how important it is for them to have a sustainable agriculture. They are good stewards of the land. They know they are the first one to be hit by climate change, and they are on board to adopt more sustainable practices. They are on board to get access to better energy efficient technologies, and we are there to support them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the labour shortage in the agricultural sector is causing great harms to producers and processors. In my riding, Oimel has a shortage of more than 200 employees. More than 1 million pigs will not be slaughtered in Ontario and Quebec this year. Workers will not be available until July. When will the minister take concrete action to deal with the problems of the labour shortage and processing capacity? I'd like a date. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to assure my colleague that we are very aware of the importance and impact of the labour shortage we are facing right now, especially in the food processing industry. I would like to assure my colleague that I'm working closely with the Ministers of Employment and Immigration to improve our programs in order to bring in temporary foreign workers, and I am constantly collaborating with the sector to do so as soon as possible.
South Shore St. Margaret's.
This government is still clawing back COVID benefits from fishermen. The Minister of Fisheries told me it's not her fault. Talk to the Minister of Revenue. The Minister of Revenue's office said, not our problem. Talk to the Minister of Employment. The Minister of Employment's office said, not me. Talk to Service Canada. Service Canada says, just ROEs here. Their motto in that cabinet is, don't ask me, I just work here. Well, someone in the government, anyone, show some leadership and reverse the decision to claw back COVID benefits from fishermen.
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker. And I want to remind the member that the Fish Harvester Benefit and Grant Program was designed and rolled out very quickly because we needed to get support out the door when it was urgently needed. So we created a program that could meet these needs head on. And the terms of the program were clear from the beginning. It was designed for harvesters, especially self-employed commercial fish harvesters, because they weren't entitled to CERB. Mr. Speaker, we promised to be there for the hardworking men and women of our fisheries, and that's precisely what we did.
Member, l'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, the federal government needs to stop cutting GIS benefits for seniors who receive CERB. It's inhumane to make cuts in the income of these lower income seniors who need to keep working during their retirement just to be able to house and feed themselves. I know that the minister agrees with us on this, but why wait until June to stop cutting their benefits? The minister and we can work together. She knows that she can count on the Bloc Québécois because the Bloc Québécois is on seniors' side. What is stopping her from acting more quickly? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we all agree just how difficult this pandemic has been for seniors, particularly those most vulnerable. And that is why we've actually worked extremely hard to strengthen income security for seniors, including increases to their GIS. And as my honorable colleague knows, we announced in the fiscal update that we will be delivering a one-time payment to those who receive benefits in 2020. And we also introduced Bill C-12 to exclude pandemic benefits for the purposes of calculating GIS going forward. And I hope we can all count on all members of this House to pass this bill extremely quickly. Thank you.
The honorable member. Mr. Speaker, I heard what the minister said, but this is February. What she's talking about will take place in May and June. We know that the minister will be tabling a bill, and we will support that bill. But we want her to stop cutting GIS for senior workers. We want her to do that now, today. We've been waiting for it for 8 months. The problem is that she is still, meaning that these people will have to go through months of horrible deprivation. They have to wait until May to be compensated, and they need to wait till June to see the cuts stop. Mr. Speaker, the minister has the full support of the Bloc Québécois. Why doesn't she take advantage of that to create a more effective solution sooner? The honorable minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government's priority from the very beginning has been there to support those most vulnerable seniors. And that's why we work so hard to strengthen income security for seniors, including the increase to their GIS. We moved very quickly to help seniors during the pandemic. We've also introduced, as my honorable colleague knows, Bill C-12 to exclude pandemic benefits for the purposes of calculating GIS going forward, while also making a major investments through a one-time payment for those seniors affected. We're on top of this, Mr. Speaker, and we'll always be there for seniors.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Veterans Affairs Canada is set to cut hundreds of disability benefits adjudicators in March. These adjudicators, Mr. Speaker, were hired to deal with the massive backlog at Veterans Affairs. So I asked the Honourable Minister what would happen when these people were cut with respect to the backlog. His answer, the backlog would increase 50% in just 9 months. So I asked the minister, will he commit to rescinding this decision, yes or no?
Well, Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question, and he's fully aware that we invested over $200 million into Veterans Affairs to make sure we're able to hire employees that in fact were fired by the previous government. And the 2021 budget included the extension of these resources so we could continue to address the backlog. We have seen a significant decrease in the backlog, in fact by 40%, and I can assure my honourable colleague that we will continue to decrease the backlog. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the Prime Minister promised he would help veterans. In 2018, he gave the impression that he would do something. He hired hundreds of contract workers to deal with the backlog of disability claims. These are claims made by men and women who voluntarily risk their lives to serve our country. But today, the contracts have expired, and he's refusing to renew them, even though there is still more than 34,000 in the claims backlog. Will the Prime Minister deal seriously with this problem and renew the contracts?
Sure, Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's kind of rich to be getting this kind of question from a party that when they were in power, they fired 1,000 employees, cut funding to Veterans Affairs, and slashed budgets. In fact, they hurt veterans, and they hurt Veterans Affairs. I can assure my honourable colleague, yes, I will. I can assure my colleague that we will continue to make sure that we have the investment to continue to decrease the backlog. Our government has and will continue to make sure our veterans receive the appropriate accommodation they should get. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Epic Class Action Services Canada, that administers the federal government's $900 million settlement with armed forces members and veterans who experience sexual misconduct, has released private information about dozens of claimants. These survivors are now carelessly re-victimized again at the highest level. This is what unacceptable looks like. And the Privacy Commissioner is now investigating. What is the minister going to do to correct this and make sure that it never happens again?
Full minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is a concerning matter. Our government takes privacy seriously and with the utmost seriousness. EPIC is an independent court-appointed administrator for the misconduct class action settlement. It has advised DND CAF officials that the disclosure did not have the details or nature of any claims. DND and CAF are not involved in this disclosure, and class counsel have asked EPIC to ensure they take meaningful steps to contain and resolve this issue so it simply does not happen again. Their private information needs to be treated with the utmost care and seriousness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le député de Pontiac.
The honourable member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, the transition to a green economy is also an opportunity for our businesses to innovate and to safeguard Canada's economic prosperity in tomorrow's economy. Can the minister responsible for the Canada Economic Development Agency for the regions of Quebec tell this House about the new initiatives for the green recovery for Quebec SMEs? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her leadership in Pontiac with regard to our economy's green transition. Our SMEs contribute to our economic growth and are key assets for rebuilding a stronger, more inclusive, and more sustainable economy. In February, I will announce nearly $40 million in investment for more than 20 innovative projects in Quebec. These are strategic investments for projects that aim to reduce environmental impact and which will contribute to tomorrow's economy.
Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, I'll quote an email to the government sent by the Liberal MP for Thunder Bay Rainy River at the height of the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan. Quote, I hate to tell you, but everyone on the ground considers our government's management of this, that it amounts so far to a total disaster, unquote. Afghanistan committee testimony indicates nothing has changed. Quote, at this time, it is not coming across that Afghanistan is a priority foreign policy issue for Canada. A Canadian moral stance is missing, unquote. Mr. Speaker, why are the Liberal ministers failing to show leadership and accountability in dealing with this urgent humanitarian aid crisis?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our Canadian Armed Forces did everything we asked of them under extraordinarily difficult circumstances. Canada was part of an air bridge with our allies that saved as many people as we could. Our armed forces worked around the clock to evacuate as many people as possible for as long as conditions permitted, including our former interpreters and local staff and citizens of allied countries. Under the leadership of my colleague, the Minister of Immigration, we are committed to bringing 40,000 Afghan refugees to Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, it wasn't enough for the Liberals when they paid out $9 million in CERB benefits to dead people last year. It's now been revealed that they've paid out $12 million in CERB to people abroad. Now, surely even this government realizes it's the CERB, not the oversee ERB. Will the minister guarantee to apologize to Canadians for this waste of taxpayers' money, stand and commit that they will recover every penny of these wasted funds?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what we won't apologize for, in fact, we're extremely proud of, is having helped over 8 million Canadians who received the CERB when they needed it most at the beginning of this pandemic. Absolutely, Mr. Speaker, verifications are ongoing to identify individuals who received the CERB but may not be eligible, and claimants who are found to have received the benefit improperly will be required to reimburse the payment. Thank you.
Le député de Lévis-Lobinière.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, official House documents report that 1,610 people received CERB at addresses abroad, outside Canada. This was supposed to be a Canadian emergency benefit, not an international emergency benefit. No one inside this government did something to avoid losing these $11.9 million. This is yet another scandal. Mr. Speaker, is there a vaccine against liberal incompetence?
L'honorable ministre.
Mr. Speaker, when Canadians really needed support, we acted quickly to bring forward the CERB. Now, the CERB does require that the person reside in Canada, but occasionally it has occurred that beneficiaries worked in Canada while having a postal address abroad. For example, people working in Canada under the Temporary Foreign Workers Program, or people with permanent residency. Now, if people in this situation had met all the other requirements, they could receive the benefit.
Mr. Speaker, we know the Ottawa blockade isn't about truckers. 90% of truckers are vaccinated, and they continue to play a vital role in keeping our economy running. Despite that, for the second week in a row, the residents of Ottawa have been forced to put up with unacceptable occupation, keeping local businesses closed and residents from being able to live their normal lives. Can the Minister of Public Safety provide an update to this House on the support our government is providing to help get life for the residents of Ontario back to normal? Thank you.
Minister.
I want to thank my colleague for the question, Mr. Speaker, and I hope all members will express solidarity with the people of Ottawa who've experienced grave disruption. People can't get to work, families can't drop off their kids to daycare, seniors can't get around. It's absolutely unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. That's why the government has worked to ensure that police have all of the resources that they need, and I'm pleased to report to members in this chamber that we've now provided 2 installments of additional resources of the RCMP. Mr. Speaker, our top priority on this side of the House is to ensure that the illegal blockades end, that we uphold the law, and that we ensure that people can get back to their lives, and I hope the Conservatives will join us in that. Thanks very much.
Member for Churchill, Kiwatnukaski.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has lost $1.1 trillion in tax revenue in the last 20 years because of steady corporate tax cuts and flagrant tax evasion. This didn't just happen. Billionaires are laughing all the way to the bank thanks to their liberal and conservative friends. All the while, Canadians are left with skyrocketing costs, crippling student debt, and a growing housing crisis. When will this Liberal government stand up for Canadians and fix the rigged system designed by billionaires for billionaires and force them to pay their taxes?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government absolutely understands that everyone in Canada has to pay their fair share. Our tax base is what allows our government to provide essential programs like the early learning and childcare system that our government is delivering. And our government is absolutely committed to being tough on tax fraud. And I'd like to remind the member opposite that when we first formed government, we raised taxes on those at the very top and cut taxes on the middle class.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, earlier today, I introduced a petition with almost 18,000 signatories, Canadians from every corner of the country calling on the government to fast track the Canada Disability Benefit and lift up almost 1.5 million Canadians with disabilities out of poverty. It's now been almost 2 months since the Prime Minister last commented on this critical support. Can the Minister for Employment, Workplace Development and Disability Inclusion share when the governing party intends on reintroducing this legislation and commit to ensuring Canadians with disabilities are included every step of the way?
Honourable Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable colleague for his question and for his ongoing commitment to raise hundreds of thousands of Canadians living below the poverty line who are working age Canadians with disabilities. I thank him also for working with members in all parties in this House and indeed the other House to secure and build common ground around the introduction of the Canada Disability Benefit legislation. We're working hard on this, Mr. Speaker. It was a platform commitment, it's a mandate commitment, and we will deliver. Thank you.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for today for question periods. C'est tout le temps que nous avons. Nous avons un rappel au règlement.
We have a call to order.
Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, there have been discussions, and I hope that if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. That in the opinion of the House, the government should do more to address global vaccine equity by sharing resources, doses, and knowledge by taking the following actions. A, announcing its full support for a temporary waiver of the Agreement on Trade-Related Aspects of Intellectual Property Rights, the TRIPS agreement, in relation to products and technologies related to the prevention, treatment, or containment of COVID-19 as proposed by India.
In case you're wondering whether anyone's listening, the minute I started singing, my light went off, so somebody is listening. Let the doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Whitby.
Today, Mr. Speaker, I want to address the real freedom fighters of this pandemic. I want to acknowledge the vast majority of Canadians who graciously fulfilled their civic duty time and time again. I'm referring to those who've chosen to exercise their freedom in pursuit of the common good and continually protect the health and safety of others. It is you who have made sacrifices to help your family, community, and country in its time of need. You've lifted people up and demonstrated your unwavering compassion in the most challenging of circumstances. You've consistently prioritized the collective welfare of your fellow citizens rather than dwelling on what you've had to do or give up. We are forever grateful to you for doing your part, for trusting in science, and joining the almost 90% who've gotten vaccinated. Know that your countless number of selfless deeds over the past 2 years speak thousands of times louder than all the horns and voices of angry demonstrators. The immense contributions you've made to our pandemic response make up the convoy that will defeat COVID-19.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
It is with profound mix of both anger and sadness that I rise today to condemn the events that took place on Monday in my 2 riding offices and those of our colleague from West Nova. We received envelopes containing chemical irritants. One staff of mine unwittingly opened the envelope and had to be rushed to hospital, treated and decontaminated. Thankfully, he is fine and back at work. This act underscores a deeper challenge regarding the demise of civility and respect in our democratic discourse. On social media, through email, mail, and in person. We can debate, we can disagree, we can protest peacefully. Those things are the essence of democracy. Hateful acts of violence to servants of the people are not an attack on us individually, but an attack on democracy itself. An attack on one is an attack on all. My message is this: no member of this House will be intimidated. We will continue representing our communities, making Canada a better place for all.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. February is Black History Month. It's a time to learn about the histories and cultures of Black Canadians and how they have contributed to Canada. It's also a time to celebrate legacies left and legacies in progress. My riding of Humber River Black Creek benefits greatly from the contributions of Black Canadians in the past and now. That is why I'm happy to stand today and recognize some key Black leaders from Humber River Black Creek. First, Mr. Winston LaRose, a leader so embedded in the community that he is referred to as Mr. Jane Finch. Devin Jones, who works with area youth at the Youth Association for Academics, Athletics, and Character Education. We call it YACE for short. Adoma Patterson, President of the Jamaican Canadian Association. Pastor Francis at Youth Now on Track Services. Teresa Antoine at the Jane and Finch Boys and Girls Club. Pastor Olu at Inner City Outreach, and Cheryl Prescott at the Black Creek Community Health Center, who has worked tirelessly to aid our community over the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, there are dozens more that I could name, but my time is limited. To all of the simply phenomenal Black leaders in my community and across the country, we say thank you very much. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, Special Olympics Canada is a unique organization. It offers a complete athletic experience from the playground to the podium for people with intellectual disabilities. Special Olympics is 50,000 athletes and 23,000 volunteers. Recently, I had the pleasure of meeting Valerie, a medal-winning swimmer, who reiterated the importance of Special Olympics in her journey. Unfortunately, we learned that the additional federal funding for this organization is ending and will not be renewed. But to be able to continue its essential mission and to rebuild, Special Olympics needs this additional funding. And that is why we're calling on the government to maintain the current additional funding in its 2022 budget. Congratulations to Special Olympics Canada for all their hard work. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Orleans.
Mr. Speaker, today I want to share with this House the work that Chef Joe, a resident of Orléans and well-known owner of Tally Ottawa Coconut Lagoon, has done through his leadership and philanthropic work during the pandemic. Chef Joe has really stepped up throughout this crisis. His dedication in helping to support the most vulnerable is commendable. With the stress of opening and having to carry a payroll, Chef Joe decided to continue with his advocacy and supporting the community of Ottawa. And just this week again, he donated 2 weeks' worth of meal to the Shepherds of Good Hope. And for Joe, his business has been and is significantly impacted by the Convoy. Monday was supposed to be a good day for Joe and many restaurants and stores in the downtown corridor, but it is not. I want to salute Joe and all our business owners and residents in Ottawa. We hear you, we know you are there, and we will continue to advocate for you. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, the pandemic has underscored the current state of healthcare in Canada. Our healthcare institutions are overwhelmed. Massive gaps have been detected. Shortfalls in the entire system is on the brink of collapse. Intensive care units are consistently filled with patients. Surgeries and procedures have been delayed, and staff are completely exhausted. On February 4th, Canada's premiers came together and called on the Prime Minister for help, requesting an unconditional $28 billion boost to healthcare transfers. Earlier this week in Finance Committee, we uncovered $70 billion in new spending, yet none of it for federal healthcare transfers. Some economists were suggesting any new money should be directed at healthcare federal transfers. We know two things about this Liberal government. They love to spend money, but refuse to listen to Canadians. Will they listen to Canada's premiers?
I just want to remind the honourable members in the House that while they're in the House and not speaking, please to make sure that they have their masks on. And if they're not listening, I'll speak louder so they can hear me. There we go. We're fine. The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago today, we were horrified to learn of the 4-year-old Kira Kagan's death at her father's hands. Despite her mother, Dr. Jennifer Kagan's pleas for Kira's safety and providing ample evidence of a history of coercive control and abuse, the court system failed her, and a bright little girl was lost. Dr. Kagan's cry for action as a mother resonated across Canada. For victims of domestic abuse and coercive control, their struggles to protect themselves and their children is a real and terrifying challenge played out in mediations and family courts across the country. On Monday, I joined my colleagues from Dorval, Lachine, LaSalle, and Oakville, North Burlington in tabling Bill C-233 to ensure training and education of judges on the warning signs and dangers of domestic violence and coercive control. I want to thank the many families who joined Dr. Kagan, not only in her pain, but in her courageous advocacy to protect our most vulnerable. Jennifer, we hear you. We hold you in your pain and will work to protect others from this harm and abuse. Kira's light shines bright and her memory is forever a blessing.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I invite my colleagues to join me in sending our condolences to the family of the late Edward Moxon Roberts. Edward was an historian, a political leader, a lawyer, and an author. He was a powerful influencer and political statesman in Newfoundland and Labrador and Canada. For 5 decades, he committed himself to outstanding advocacy, research, and legislative policies that changed and shaped communities and led the way for future opportunities. He had tremendous respect for those who served in political life, a loyal and dedicated servant himself, serving as a member of the House of Assembly, a minister of the Crown, the 11th Lieutenant Governor of Newfoundland and Labrador, and a trusted advisor to many provincial premiers. In 2009, he was recognized with the Order of Canada. I, along with my colleague from St. John's South Mount Pearl, will remember him as a loyal friend. So, Mr. Speaker, we acknowledge his dedication, how it benefited the people of his time and the generations that follow. Thank you, and thank my colleagues.
Well, member for York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, it's time to get York Simcoe moving. After decades, the Bradford bypass is finally being built, ensuring that residents can get from Highway 400 to the 404 faster and safer than ever. This connecting link will ease gridlock and traffic congestion, bring economic benefit, and ensure that our growing region is ready for the future as new immigrants move into the area. The bypass has support of more than 85% of residents, including the farmers in the Holland Marsh. The soup and salad bowl of Canada, Mr. Speaker, who need safer access to their fields and a better way to ship their produce. The bypass is being built to reduce emissions, combat climate change with minimal impact on the environment and to the Lake Simcoe watershed. Downtown activists are trying to stop the bypass from being built, Mr. Speaker, but they don't know how needed the highway is. York Simcoe is glad the Ontario government is moving ahead with the bypass. Let's get it built.
The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, as politicians, we all appreciate those who help us. Today, I'd like to recognize 3 of those individuals who played important roles on my team but are no longer with us. Gunraj Gill came to me in 2014 as a campaign volunteer, still a teenager. When asked what role he wanted to play, he responded, campaign manager. After my election, he came with me to Ottawa and loved the Hill. He tragically passed away in July 2019 at the age of 23. Lynn Whitehouse worked with the Greater Langley Chamber of Commerce for more than 30 years. Lynn was a fierce advocate for good public policy that supported small businesses in our community. After Lynn's retirement, she joined my constituency team. Lynn lost her battle to cancer this past Christmas. Charity Amuzu-May was a volunteer in my campaigns in 2015 and 2019. She played a key role with my constituency religious leaders roundtables and my youth council. Charity lost her battle to cancer this January. Thank you for allowing me this moment to recognize these 3 individuals, all of whom I miss daily.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, Blue Quills University near St. Paul in Lakeland was a residential school in the 1930s. Now, for 50 years, it's been Canada's first Indigenous-controlled education centre, promotes pride in Indigenous heritage and reclaims traditional knowledge and practices. Blue Quills is owned and governed by Beaver Lake, Cold Lake, Frog Lake, Whitefish Lake, Heart Lake, Kahiwan, and Saddle Lake First Nations. The First Nations Caring Society is promoting Have a Heart Day. Blue Quills is encouraging students to send Valentine's Day cards to the Prime Minister, and my office will help deliver them. Their message is, Happy Valentine's Day. Please have a heart. First Nations children should not have to fight for services all other Canadians enjoy. Give First Nations children the same chance to grow up safely at home, get a good education, be healthy, and proud of their cultures. I agree with them. Beyond empathy and words, the Prime Minister must take real action to improve the well-being, the opportunities, and the futures for Indigenous children, just like for all Canadian kids.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
We now know that before the last election, the Prime Minister made a very purposeful political decision to divide Canadians based on their vaccine status, deliberately tearing at the fabric that unites Canadians in order to hold on to his own privileges and power. The Prime Minister continues to purposely stoke anger and division, hoping that Canadians will turn on each other rather than his incompetent government that continues to fail at every aspect of COVID response. To those who felt the sting of this discrimination from your own government, we acknowledge your suffering, trauma, and loss. We hear you, we see you, and we will continue to speak up for you. It's time to change course. It's time for Canadians to reject the politics of fear and division. It's time to heal the divisions that have been intentionally sown. It's time to unite Canadians, give them back their freedoms, and end the discriminatory vaccine mandates once and for all.
The honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week is the annual Canadian School Counselling Week, and I would like to take a moment to recognize the important contributions of the school counselling profession, which is growing in Canada.
Counseling profession supports the personal, social, academic, and career development and the mental health and well-being of all students in Canada in order to provide them with the opportunity to achieve school and plan for a career.
These professionals play an instrumental role in a student's career when they face challenges. Counselors listen to students and encourage them to express their emotions and experiences.
In helping students, in working in partnership with parents and with teachers, in focusing on positive ways to enhance the students' development. Thank you to those counselors for being there for our students. Nous vous remercions.
Thank you for listening to our young people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Last week, Amnesty International released a report titled Israel's Apartheid Against Palestinians, Cruel System of Domination and Crimes Against Humanity. The report, 4 years in the making, contains a number of recommendations to the government of Israel, the United Nations, and states and donors like Canada. The findings in this report are extremely serious. Both Palestinians and Israelis have the right to live in security and safety. This report has made it clear that Palestinians are experiencing neither. Canada must be a stronger advocate to ensure Israel is respecting international law and human rights. Canada can take concrete steps, including suspending arms sales to Israel and banning products from the illegal settlements until the end of the illegal occupation. I ask all my colleagues in the House to read this report. This is a conversation we must have. As parliamentarians, we have the obligation to make ourselves aware of human rights abuses and hold ourselves and our friends to account.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Teachers Week. Being a teacher is about taking children from where they are and to bringing them to a bit better place in their learning, not just when they're in the classroom. You can take the teacher out of the school, but not the school out of the teacher, I can tell you that. If you have a teacher friend and you want to go on a trip with them, make sure they do that outside of their planning period, outside of their learning, and above all, avoid the correction period. How many books does a teacher need? Always just one more. Always just one more. They can never walk past a bookstore without coming out with at least one book. Need a pencil? Ask a teacher. They always have one on hand and in supply. See a teacher buying school supplies? It's for their classroom. In short, teachers think about their children 12 months a year, and they are dedicated to their profession and deserve our respect. Thank you to all our teachers. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
The Canadian people have suffered an overwhelming amount of trauma in the last 2 years. This is due to forced isolation, countless pandemic restrictions, and moving goalposts. Countries like the UK, Denmark, and Switzerland are returning to normal life, and yet the Prime Minister of Canada won't give a signal of doing the same. It's leaving people confused, frustrated, and hopeless. Domestic violence has increased dramatically. Mental health concerns are through the roof. The use of opioids has skyrocketed. Life-saving medical treatments have been withheld. Cancers have gone undiagnosed, and people have lost their jobs because of a personal medical choice. I am calling on this government to provide compassionate leadership and abandon the harmful lockdown measures and hateful rhetoric that so often accompanies them. We need to come together as a nation and heal. We need to restore dignity, honor, and respect. The bulk of the responsibility rests on the Prime Minister's shoulders. Starting today, I'm calling on him to lead with compassion. I'm calling on him to end the vaccine mandates once and for all.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kira Kagan was going to change the world. I wish I had met Kira. She was a bright and beautiful 4-year-old whose life was stolen by an angry father who killed himself and Kira 2 years ago today. Kira should be playing with her brother and making her mom Jennifer and stepdad Philip laugh and smile. Instead, Jennifer has had to become an advocate for changes to the court system to educate judges on domestic violence and coercive control. I can't begin to imagine the heartbreak that Jennifer faces every day, but I can support her advocacy work to ensure that no other child is killed because our judicial system doesn't recognize that domestic violence and coercive control are real and must be taken into account. I can continue to work with Jennifer to see Kira's Law, which is part of the member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle's Private Members Bill C-233, become a reality in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Around the world are opening up, even countries with lower vaccination rates than Canada. Provinces are beginning to lift restrictions and getting life back to normal. Why? Because they're following the science. Canadians are ready to get their life back. But it seems like the Prime Minister wants to live in a permanent pandemic. Dr. Ham, Dr. Tam, Dr. Henry, Dr. Moore, Dr. Hinshaw, Dr. Shahab all agree it's time to shift out of the restrictions and back to normal life. So why is the Prime Minister so offside, not only with the science, but it would seem like with a growing number of his own MPs?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we intend to follow the science and are working closely with Dr. Tam and other public health officials to ensure that we get through this pandemic as best we possibly can. And that has been through vaccinations. The fact that 9 out of 10 Canadians have gotten vaccinated is one of the reasons why we're able to get through this, is why we've been able to prevent our health systems from being completely overrun. Vaccinations are the thing through this. That's why we're continuing to encourage Canadians to get vaccinated. Why, unfortunately, the Conservatives are against vaccination is, quite frankly, belonging.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, the science and the evidence is just simply not on the Prime Minister's side. Many of the reasons previously used to keep Canadians under restrictions are vanishing before our eyes. Other countries are opening up. Provinces are opening up. As he just said, 90% of Canadians have the vaccine. The Prime Minister needs to put his ego aside. He needs to do what's right for the country. He needs to end the mandates. He needs to end the restrictions. He needs to listen to his own caucus. Will he do that?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Canadians have made it through this pandemic better than many other places because Canadians stepped up. They were there for each other. Their government had their backs. We worked closely with provincial and territorial leaders. Every step of the way, we kept focusing on vaccinations, on public health supports, on business supports. It's allowed us through, and Canadians are continuing to get vaccinated. 60,000 Canadians got vaccinated with their first dose just last week. We are continuing to make sure Canadians get vaccinated because this is how we get through this pandemic.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we know this Prime Minister has politicized the pandemic. This summer, as BC was burning, Afghanistan was falling, and we were in the fourth wave of a pandemic, the Prime Minister called an unnecessary $600 million election to capitalize on this crisis. According to a senior Liberal MP, a decision was made to wedge, to divide, and to stigmatize. So, a country more divided than ever before. Can the Prime Minister tell Canadians why he would politicize the pandemic, why he would try to stigmatize Canadians, why would he do this to a country that is already suffering and deeply damaged by so many of his policies? Why?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
About last year's election. It was an opportunity for Canadians to weigh in on the path forward for our country, on how to continue to fight this pandemic. And what we saw, unfortunately, from the Conservative Party of Canada was a refusal to step up on vaccination, a refusal to follow science. As they were talking about how we get through this pandemic, they couldn't ensure their own MPs got vaccinated. Mr. Speaker, Canadians spoke loudly and clearly in the last election that science and vaccination was the way through. They gave us in this House a mandate to move forward on that, and we did.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister is clearly trying to strategically and very selfishly divide and stigmatize Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we live in a beautiful country, but our country is suffering. Our country is divided. Our country is tired, and they need leadership. So again, I'm going to ask the Prime Minister. His senior Liberal MP said that there is a strategic decision made on that side to stigmatize, and these are not my words, stigmatize, divide, and wedge. This is what the Prime Minister did. Why?
Very right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what Canadians have needed through this pandemic and what this government has provided has been responsible leadership that put the health and safety of Canadians first and foremost. That's exactly what we did. That's exactly what we talked about in the last election campaign. That's exactly what we're going to continue to do in following the science. But you talk about, the member opposite talks about Canadians suffering. Supply chains disrupted, Canadians in their homes worried of walking their streets because they continue to support blockades that are hurting businesses across the country. Will the Conservative leader stand up and condemn those blockades?
L'honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I asked a simple question. The member for Louis Hébert and former leader of the Quebec caucus expressed his malaise with the government's handling of the pandemic. He said that during the last election, a positive and unifying approach was not supported. They chose a stigmatizing and divisive approach. Is it the Prime Minister who made the decision to divide and stigmatize for his own gain? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker. During the last election, we were there to unite Canadians around vaccine mandates. And we saw Canadians vote in favor of a government that was going to put science first and reject the Conservative Party that couldn't even get its own members vaccinated. During a difficult time with barricades on our borders and in the city of Ottawa, the Conservative Party does not even dare to condemn these blockades and the impact on citizens throughout the country who are losing their jobs, who we're having trouble accessing food. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you. We have to come back to leadership issues during the crisis. The criticism coming from the media is severe, and the internal issues of the Liberal Party are compromising the government's ability to act. Do they recognize that they need to communicate better, maybe with a little bit less pride, and perhaps to change the tone without changing the fundamental objective? Do they recognize that raising the siege is urgent and it needs to be done before this weekend? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I recognize, and we have recognized this for over a week, that this siege is unacceptable. The impact on small businesses, on manufacturers, on the supply chain are ongoing, whether it be barricades at the borders or siege in Ottawa. We have to do everything we can together at every level of government to end it. What would really help is for the Conservative Party to tell its supporters to stop blocking our economy and go home. The member for Belleuil-Chambly. He's not a political commentator, he's the Prime Minister. International press is making fun of Canada. The only leadership in Canada is to multiply the fronts. Congratulations. Canada's back. It's Canada's image that's being compromised. Unfortunately, so is Quebec's, both the province and its government. What will the Prime Minister need to do to start acting? When is he going to do something? When is he going to act? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Quand il y a eu, il y a quelques jours, des manifestations.
When there were protests in Quebec, the provincial government and the municipal government managed the situation exceptionally well. However, we were there to offer support if necessary. However, they did not need it. In other locations, the situation was handled well. There are challenges here in Ottawa, and we are here to support local authorities to do the work with the provinces to make sure that we resume order and calm here. We're calling for an end to the barricades and to stop encouraging the supporters of this blockade who are blocking Canada and the economy. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have truckers that are stuck at the border in the Coots border crossing in Alberta. We have truckers stuck at the Ambassador Bridge crossing in Windsor. We have an occupation in Ottawa that has hit the citizens and residents and small businesses extremely difficultly. And we know that a significant portion of funding of this convoy is from foreign US dollars. So will the Prime Minister do everything possible to stop this convoy and these protests by contacting US officials and investigating where these funds are coming from and working with them to stop it?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're working very hard with partners at different levels of government to make sure that we're ensuring that the flow of funds to criminal activities is interdicted. We're going to continue to do that while all the same time ensuring that there is a right for free and open legal protests. That is extremely important in this country. I will highlight, however, the irony that the member opposite brought up, which is indeed a harsh one, that when this convoy originally was all about truckers protesting, now it's truckers being protested, being prevented from doing their jobs of putting food on our tables and supporting our manufacturers.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
We have truckers on the border at Coots, on the border in Windsor, who are blocked. And there's a siege, an occupation in Ottawa. The impact of the convoy has resonated throughout the country, and it's clear that they are funded, at least in part, by foreign money. Will the Prime Minister contact his counterparts in the United States to stop the flow of funds? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have worked with our partners, including international partners, to make sure that we are monitoring funds going to organizations and businesses and activities that are criminal in nature, and we will continue to do so. It's interesting to think about the fact that the convoy and the blockades, which were supposed to be by truckers, are now actually negatively impacting truckers in their work to deliver groceries to the store, to deliver merchandise and products to our manufacturers. Truckers are now victims of this.
Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, last year an all-party parliamentary committee urged the Prime Minister to promise he wouldn't call an election. In fact, at that time, the Prime Minister himself said he had no interest in calling an election during the pandemic. Canadians were misled. Instead of prioritizing the health and safety of Canadians, he forced an election. This begs the question, why did the Prime Minister jeopardize the health of Canadians to save his own job?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in that election, Canada had an extremely important conversation about how to move forward through this pandemic. And partially because of the clear answers.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt the Right Honourable Prime Minister. The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester asked a question, and I'm sure he can't hear the answer with all the shouting going on around him. So I'm just going to ask everyone to tone down so that the Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester can hear the answer. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in the last election, Canadians were presented with a very clear choice of moving forward with strong vaccination policies that would ensure Canadians were safe, or the Conservative proposal to not really step up on vaccination, not even ensure that all of their members were vaccinated as MPs, and not the kind of leadership on science they wanted. Canadians made a very clear choice to choose and vote for parties that supported vaccine mandates, and that's exactly what has gotten us through this pandemic to this point, with lower death rates than other countries around the world, despite all the tragedies we have faced.
Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, sadly, what we ended up with is seeds of division having been sowed and Canadians suffering. We've suffered financially, socially, morally, mentally, and physically. And according to the Misery Index, we are a very miserable nation. Shame. For almost 2 years now, Canadians have borne the yoke of loss, uncertainty, and lack of hope. The backs of Canadians are about to break. Canadians are miserable because of the Prime Minister. We want to know on what date the mandates will end.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we see the Conservatives are willing to twist the facts to their own partisan ends. The reality is, vaccine mandates and the fact that Canadians stepped up to get vaccinated to almost 90% ensured that this pandemic didn't hit as hard here in Canada as elsewhere around the world. We stayed focused on following the science, on promoting public health rules, and Canadians stepped up in their communities. They stepped up for their frontline health workers. They stepped up for each other, and Canada has never been so strong and together as we are now.
L'honorable député de Charlebourg-Saint-Charles.
Monsieur le Président, en novembre dernier.
Mr. Speaker, last November, the Prime Minister said the top priority remains to ensure the safety of Canadians and follow the science. Today, we understand that he didn't base his statement on science. At least 2 of his members have indicated that the Prime Minister's response has been politicized to divide Canadians. More than a dozen developed countries have begun to remove health restrictions, but this Prime Minister wants to control the public. Can the Prime Minister tell this House when he will remove federal COVID-19 restrictions? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
From
the beginning of the pandemic, all Canadians have wanted to know when it was going to end and when we could go back to what we were doing before. And at every step, we've had to adjust measures. We've had to put forward proposals and programs to help Canadians based on what was happening at the time. With lowering rates of Omicron infection, we will be able to change things happening throughout the country, but we will always be guided by science, by data, and protecting Canadians at every step, as we have done from the very beginning. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, what we found out yesterday is that under the guise of fighting the pandemic, the Prime Minister has deliberately played with Canadians' mental health, manipulated the public to get votes in the last election, minimized the activities of parliamentarians to prevent them from scrutinizing his cabinet's decisions, and stigmatized any Canadian who had opinions that weren't like his. His strategy was to divide Canadians. Will the Prime Minister finally admit that he used the pandemic for electoral purposes to save his job? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, at every step, we have put the health and safety of Canadians above all. That's what we did by following the science. The reality is that the Conservative Party continues to play political games by supporting blockades, by giving support to those who are obstructing our supply chain and blocking the city of Ottawa. They continue to support this illegal protest. When will they finally show leadership themselves and be responsible?
Mr. Speaker, 2 Liberal MPs have said that the Prime Minister purposely politicized the pandemic. That means for crass political gain in order to save his own job. The Prime Minister deliberately divided Canadians. We have federal mandates still in effect, stifling industries like travel and tourism, while countries around the world with the same information are finding ways to live with this virus. Speaker, on what date this month will all federal mandates be lifted?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, policy in this country is set by a government that listens to science, that follows data, that doesn't listen to people blockading our streets and blockading our borders. That is not the way to make public policy in this country. It's not the way to bring Canadians together. We're going to stay focused on keeping people alive and safe and healthy and indeed prosperous. But the fact that the Conservative Party continues to refuse to condemn the blockades that are hurting our supply chains, driving up prices, limiting our manufacturers from being able to bring in their parts across the country is a shame on them.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Rock.
Speaker, Saskatchewan and Alberta have announced an end to restrictions. Canada's chief public health advisories calling for normalcy. 2 Liberal MPs have called out their own for divisiveness. Canadians have done everything asked of them for the last 2 years. And while many other countries are offering a plan of hope, the Liberals continue to stifle industries like travel and tourism for little benefit. It seems the Prime Minister has got a little too comfortable with using the force of government rather than trusting Canadians. So, Speaker, on what day this month will all travel advisories be lifted?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the member opposite talks about stifling industries. The reality is the support of the Conservative Party of Canada for people barricading our streets and our border crossings is harming businesses, is harming Canadians who are putting food on the table, is driving up prices, is causing uncertainty, instability, and frustration on top of people who have suffered too much because of this pandemic over the past 2 years. It is time for the Conservative Party to show responsible leadership, to condemn these blockades, and all of us to move forward together.
L'honorable député de Jonquière.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal member for Louis Hébert has finally understood that the Prime Minister's position on health transfers is untenable. The Prime Minister must increase health funding over the long term. It is essential if we are to deal with the surgery backlog, hire nurses and increase the number of beds so that we never again have to lock down the entire population to protect the health system. 85% of citizens demand that the Prime Minister increase health transfers to cover 35% of costs. Will the Prime Minister listen to them? It's their money in his hands, not his. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of the pandemic, we have been there to increase health transfers, to increase investments in health. Besides the $43 billion that we've transferred every year to provinces and territories for their health systems, $63 billion was added during the pandemic to bolster health systems. We will continue to be there in the medium and long term with increases to ensure that Canadians are safe. The federal government will be there for them as it has been for the last 2 years. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. being there, we can't take it anymore. The Prime Minister is alone in his stubborn refusal to increase his share of health spending to 35%. Even the member for Louis Hébert has criticized him. Just like all the parties in the National Assembly, all the governments of Quebec, the provinces and the territories, 85% of Canadians, 86% of Quebecers. Mr. Speaker, when you're all alone being in the right, it's often because you're too stubborn to realize that you're wrong. Instead of being obstinate with everyone else, when will the Prime Minister finally do his fair share when it comes to health? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I don't know what else I can say for the member on the other side to accept a yes as an answer. Yes, we will be there to continue to increase health transfers because yes, we have been there with 63 billion additional dollars for the healthcare system. We will continue to be there. We know how much we need to work together to deliver better healthcare systems to the public. The federal government has been there with $8 out of $10 for support payments during the pandemic, and we will continue to do so.
Mr. Speaker, there are people across this country asking this Prime Minister for clarity, leadership, and hope. People are so frustrated with this Prime Minister that there's protests nationwide. Canadians are just asking for respect and to be listened to. With the continued uncertainty and brazen disregard for legitimate concerns around the state of our country, I ask the Prime Minister the simple question: can he share with us what evidence he has to justify implementing an interprovincial trucking mandate?
Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, you can't end a pandemic with blockades. You can't end a pandemic by decreeing it. You can't even end it by legislation. You need to end it with science. You need to end it with public health measures. You need to end it. I just want to point out that when the honourable member for Regina Leuven asked his question, it was dead silence. I believe he deserves the same respect when he's getting his answer. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, please proceed. Mr. Speaker, you cannot stop a pandemic with blockades. You cannot end a pandemic by decree. You can't end a pandemic by legislation. You need to end a pandemic by relying on science, by public health measures, and by vaccinations. That's exactly what we have focused on through these past 2 years. And even as Canadians are tired and impatient for it to end, we are going to continue to be there for them, to support them through it, and to make sure we do everything necessary to end this pandemic. The honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister just demonstrated why Canadians are so frustrated. He doesn't listen. I asked him to show me some evidence in science around interprovincial trucking mandates, and he totally ignored that question. So my question to him would be maybe a redo, because he maybe will get it right the second time. How high do grocery prices have to go? How empty do grocery stores have to be for him not to implement an interprovincial trucking vaccine mandate?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, first of all, the member opposite is criticized something that we haven't even done. So there's already that issue there. But secondly, he talks about empty grocery store shelves. He talks about disruptions to supply chains. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, right now, people in Windsor are suffering and losing their jobs because they can't get auto parts across the Ambassador Bridge. People in Alberta are seeing shelves empty because they can't get deliveries across the Coots border crossing. And this Conservative Party that supports these blockades won't even stand up and say enough is enough, it's time to go home. The honourable member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ireland, Sweden, Norway, Israel, Czech Republic, the UK, Spain, and Denmark are all removing restrictions, including vaccine mandates, even though they have a lower vaccine rate than we do here in Canada. Saskatchewan and Alberta provincial governments have also announced plans to remove their restrictions. When will the Prime Minister follow our international allies, follow the science, follow the expert advice, follow the premiers, and give Canadians a plan as to when he will remove the federal travel restrictions here in Canada?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, throughout the pandemic, different jurisdictions have handled things differently every step of the way, whether it's jurisdictions across the country that we've been there to support, or different countries that have had much worse outcomes in some cases, many more restrictions in other cases. The reality is we will continue to do what is right for Canadians to keep people safe as we get through this pandemic. And yes, I understand how frustrated Canadians are, how much we need to see an end to this pandemic, but we can't do it by decree. We can only do it by continuing to trust science and getting people vaccinated.
The honourable member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's the problem. There he goes again, refusing to answer the question. It seems he'd rather wedge, divide, and stigmatize fellow Canadians. The problem is that Canadians are better than that. They're sick and tired of his divisive games. They have done their part, and they deserve to know when Canada will follow our international allies and end our restrictions. On what date will the restrictions end?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Canadians have done their part. They've continued to step up and get vaccinated to a higher percentage, mind you, than the Conservative caucus has. They've continued to follow public health advice. They've continued to be there for each other, to lean on each other. And now we see the Conservative Party continuing to egg on its supporters to shut down border crossings, to encourage its supporters to blockade downtown Ottawa because they're upset they lost an election. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to focus on supporting Canadians, on keeping people safe, and on vaccination.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have done their part. They've gotten vaccinated. They've followed public health measures, and now they want a plan that'll get us past this pandemic. That plan is going to, of course, mean we've got to work with our public health officials. And it also means we have to make sure that our healthcare system is never pushed to the brink of collapse again. So will the Prime Minister put forward a plan that will chart the course for us to get past this pandemic that includes properly funding our healthcare system so it's there for our loved ones when they need it most?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know that our healthcare systems have been stressed during these past 2 years, and that's why, as a federal government, we have continually stepped up. Every year, the federal government sends about $43 billion to the provinces for supporting their healthcare systems. Over the past 2 years, on top of those regular transfers, we have invested about $63 billion in healthcare, whether everything from vaccines to transfers to provinces to other measures to keep Canadians safe. And yes, we will be there to increase healthcare transfers to ensure that we have a stronger medical system into the future.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Les Canadiens.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have gotten vaccinated. They've followed public health measures. And now they want a plan to get us through the pandemic. This will mean working with public health experts, but it also means making sure that our healthcare system is never again pushed to the brink, as has happened several times during this pandemic. Will the PM commit to investing in our healthcare system to ensure that it is there for people when they need it? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we will be there to invest further in our healthcare system. Over the last 2 years, we have invested $63 billion additional dollars in our healthcare system and healthcare measures to ensure that Canadians could get through this pandemic. We are in discussions with the provinces, and we will continue to collaborate with them because we know that it will take further investments to get the best results from our healthcare system and to make it more resilient. We will be there as partners for the provinces and territories.
Saga Moulton.
Mr. Speaker, whether it be $10 a day for childcare or historic investments in affordable housing, our government is committed to making life more affordable for Canadian families. We know that traditionally speaking, Canadians have paid some of the highest cell phone bills in the world. Could the Prime Minister please update this House on actions being taken to make cell phone plans more affordable?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin by thanking the member for Mississauga Malton for his important question. We promised Canadian families that we would reduce the cost of their cell phone bills. Today, I'm happy to announce that we have met our 25% price reduction target. In fact, we've done so 3 months ahead of schedule. This is wonderful news, but we know that there is still more work to be done. We will continue to push to improve cell coverage and to make life more affordable for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
The Finance Minister continues to try to convince Canadians that all is well with the economy. But what she doesn't seem to understand is that the majority of Canadians just don't see it that way. What they do see is that their family can't afford the same groceries that they used to, and that they will try and squeak in just one more trip back and forth to pick up the kids from school before having to buy another tank of gas. Canadians are facing a cost of living crisis. When will the Finance Minister take this inflation crisis seriously and provide solutions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
You know what's driving up the cost of living this week? The cost of groceries, the cost of parts for manufacturers. The blockades that the Conservative Party continues to support at the Coots border crossing, at the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, and even in downtown Ottawa. Canadians have struggled for 2 years because of this pandemic in so many different ways and have stepped up and made sacrifices, and we've been there to have their backs. Why, right now, does the Conservative Party not have Canadians' backs and instead choose to support those who are blockading their neighbours and our economy?
The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 6 years and these Liberals have failed to make life better for Canadians. They've delivered the largest cost and price increases we've seen in Canada in 30 years. Plus, Ottawa's anti-Canadian energy policies have only added to the pain in the Canadian economy. The rising price of energy sets the prices for virtually everything else in the Canadian economy. Why is the Prime Minister making victims of seniors, working families, and small businesses?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, small businesses in downtown Ottawa are struggling for the past 2 weeks because Conservatives are supporting the people who are blockading them. Businesses in Windsor are suffering because goods can't get across the Ambassador Bridge because Conservative Party supporters are being encouraged to continue their blockades. In Alberta, groceries are getting more expensive because the Coots border crossing is blocked, and the Conservative Party will not condemn or ask those protesters to go home.
Député de Lévis-Lotbinière.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, gas is now costing over $1.60 per liter. That's unprecedented. This inflation will have repercussions on everything that is transported in Canada. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister seems to not know what is going on. What will the Prime Minister do to help low-income families? Given this increase in the prices of everything that people eat and use in their everyday lives. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the global inflation crisis is due to COVID-19. Disruptions in our supply chains are due to COVID-19. And also partially due to the barricades supported by the Conservatives. We will continue to fight COVID-19 with vaccination, with public health measures to ensure that soon Canadians can get back to what they enjoy the most, being together, being with their loved ones. That is what we are working hard to reach.
Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker,
Gasoline is up 34%. Housing is up almost 27%. Sugar is up 20%, and Canadian bacon is up 17%. Inflation has increased 2 times faster than the wages of those working in my riding, Kootenay-Columbia. Families in Canada are being stretched too far. When will the Prime Minister get off his MacBook at his cottage and fix skyrocketing home prices, supply chain shortages, and the cost of living crisis?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize that we are in a global inflation crisis right now because of COVID-19. And the best way to get through that is to end this COVID-19 pandemic. Unfortunately, you can't end it with legislation. You can't end it with barricades. You need to end it with science, and that means vaccination. So if the Conservative Party is truly concerned about our supply chains, about the cost of living for Canadians, they should tell their supporters in Coots and in Windsor to stand down those barricades and let the goods flow to Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, for 8 months, the Prime Minister has been cutting seniors' GIS, people who received the CERB legitimately. These are low-income seniors who are working part-time to pay for rent, groceries, or medication. After several months, the Prime Minister realized that this was unacceptable, and he will compensate them. But the compensation will only arrive in May, and he will be continuing to cut benefits every month until June. After 8 months of sacrifice for these seniors, does the Prime Minister agree that they deserve better than to continue struggling financially until the end of spring? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic has been very difficult for seniors, and our government has been there to help them. We did so through a one-time payment for seniors whose benefits were affected by pandemic supports. And today, we have brought forward Bill C-12 to exclude pandemic benefits from GIS calculations. We are asking all parties, including the Bloc Québécois, to support us and to get this bill adopted quickly to ensure that there is no further reduction in the GIS for low-income seniors. Our government will continue to be there for seniors. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, among the seniors who have fallen victim to these cuts, there are people who can't get enough to eat, who are selling their possessions, who are even losing their homes. These people can't wait until the end of spring for the federal apparatus to get started. The Prime Minister showed with CERB that he is able to send out checks quickly when he wants to. The Prime Minister was able to send CERB to millions of people within 10 days after the application. If he could do that, he's clearly able to compensate low-income seniors before the end of spring. What is preventing him from taking action? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have been there for Canadians for 2 years with unprecedented supports for all Canadians, including seniors. We helped them with additional funds during this pandemic because we know that it was very hard on them. And indeed, thanks to that money, or rather, because of that money, some seniors are in danger of losing the benefits they need this year. And that is why we sent out a one-time payment quickly, and that is why yesterday we tabled the bill to ensure that we fix this challenge once and for all. And we hope that all other parties that support seniors will support us with this bill.
2 weeks ago, the Ethics Committee unanimously, including all Liberal committee members, agreed that a tender be postponed to stop the Liberals from secretly collecting the mobility data of Canadians until MPs could be sure that the privacy rights of Canadians were not being violated. But yesterday, in an unbelievable move, the entire Liberal caucus, including the same members who voted for it, voted against stopping the RFP. What a disgrace. Why would the Prime Minister vote against the committee's recommendations to make sure that the privacy of Canadians were protected?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the Conservative Party, we believe data, science, and evidence need to inform our response to COVID-19. It is crucial to inform policy and decision-making. The Public Health Agency of Canada has used de-identified data without personal identifiers to inform the government's response to the pandemic. We've also publicly provided the data to Canadians to keep them informed. We remain focused on Canadians' health and safety and continuing to uphold the privacy standards they rightfully expect.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Why was this vote so important yesterday, Mr. Speaker? It's because the Liberals, with their no vote, have signaled that they'll continue collecting this data without the consent of Canadians. And when you start connecting the dots, a pattern has developed by these Liberals using the distraction of a pandemic as an opportunity for massive expansion and overreach to abuse the rights and freedoms of Canadians, including their privacy rights. Would the Prime Minister at least provide a coherent reason why he thinks putting a pause on this tender was a bad idea and until we can ensure that the Canadians' privacy protection rights were protected?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are fighting a global pandemic right now, and every step of the way we have been informed by science and data to do that. Yes, we've been protecting Canadians' privacy rights, which are always important, but we will use the tools we have to keep Canadians safe and defend their rights and values. Unfortunately, we do see the pattern of the Conservative Party that tried to scrap the long-form census, that is all constantly against data and evidence, pushing back against science and data. We will be informed by the facts and by science in what we do.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday at Public Safety Committee, I asked Toronto's Deputy Chief of Police if the Liberals' plan to spend $1 billion taxpayer dollars on a firearms buyback would have any effect on improving public safety. His answer, which has been echoed by law enforcement across this country, is that gun buybacks don't work. My question to the Prime Minister, why is he ignoring law enforcement experts? Why won't he scrap this ineffective, wasteful, and ideological scheme?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Crystal clear right now. The Conservative Party of Canada is asking us to bring back, to re-legalize assault weapons. That was something that was debated during the election campaign that they are trying hard to forget. We banned
I want to remind order. I want to remind the honourable members to watch their language. Okay, I'm going to have to ask the honourable. I'm going to have to ask the honourable member to stand and apologize or withdraw.
Mr. Speaker, I will say.
I'm not asking for a long diatribe. I'm asking for an apology.
I won't give you one. I apologize for saying that he lied. But in 1977, the term
No, it's over. That's it. No, please sit down. Apologize. That's all we need. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, please continue. And let's give the Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland the opportunity to hear his answer. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, last year, we banned 1,500 different models of assault-style weapons in this country. The Conservative government, the Conservative Party, is proposing to reverse that ban. They don't think it'll keep Canadians safe. Well, we had an election including on that, Mr. Speaker, and they were soundly rejected in that argument. Canadians want to see their communities safer. That's why we are for strengthening gun control, and they, unfortunately and inexplicably, are for weakening it.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The interruption of trade resulting from a localized outbreak of potato wart has significantly impacted the economy of PEI and many of my constituents. From small multi-generational family farms to large producers, packers, processors, and shippers, nearly every islander has been affected by this issue. I know our government has been working diligently on this file, and yesterday was a huge step forward. Can the Prime Minister update the House on how the government is progressing toward resumption of exports of the best darn potatoes in the world?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Malpeque for his question, his hard work, and his continued advocacy for Islanders. Restoring market access for PEI fresh potatoes to the U.S. and supporting PEI farmers continues to be a top priority for our government. Thanks to the work of two of our colleagues who went to Washington and their science-based approach, the export of table stock potatoes to Puerto Rico can now resume. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to defend our farmers and to push for a science-based approach until potato exports are completely restored.
L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, August 13th, the Prime Minister announced vaccine mandates federally. August 15th, he triggered useless elections. February 8th, the cat is out of the bag. Despite what he's been claiming, a member from his own Liberal caucus has unveiled and announced a decision taken by his own party to knowingly approach a divisive and stigmatizing approach for electioneering purposes. As Isabelle Latraverse stated eloquently, the Prime Minister may say that he follows science, but we all know that that is relative. Why has the Prime Minister turned his back on Canadians? When did he make this decision to stigmatize and divide in order to be able to preserve his reign? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in the last election, we presented a clear vision to Canadians of how to get through the pandemic. That included vaccine mandates for those who wanted to take a train or a plane or in the federal public service. Canadians were able to speak out on these issues during the election. And a large majority voted for members from parties that support vaccine mandates. That's a reality, Mr. Speaker. And it's crucial for this country to be able to move forward with a clear mandate to ensure that we end this pandemic through vaccination, and that's exactly what we've done. The honourable member. The member for Louis Hébert was much more clear. According to him, we need clear leadership to end the pandemic. We cannot do that by dividing and stigmatizing the population and by hiding and refusing to take responsibility. Ultimately, it was a member of his own caucus, the president of the Quebec Liberal caucus. It took that member denouncing him for him to come out of hiding. Will the Prime Minister admit his mistake, apologize to Canadians, and work with leaders of parties to end these protests and this division? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this government's choices during this pandemic to follow science, to support small businesses, workers, seniors, to encourage vaccinations for everyone, to bring in mandates for travelers and the federal public service, these are all things that have saved lives and have enabled us to get through this pandemic much better than many other countries. And Canadians have been there for each other throughout, and they will continue to do so. I would encourage the Conservatives to be there for Canadians and to ask for an end to these barricades.
Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. Conservatives want the protests and the barricades to end. We want people to be able to head back to work and go home knowing that they have been listened to and that they've been respected. The Prime Minister holds the key. I've asked the Prime Minister, I've sent him a letter, I've asked him if he would be willing to meet with other leaders, with myself, so that we could work constructively to end this impasse. Will he meet with us? Can we work together to find a solution?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the interim leader of the Conservative Party knows well that we spoke right after her election as leader to be able to work together to end this pandemic and to end these barricades and this blockage. Unfortunately, we see Conservative members continuing to encourage and support the blockades that are going on in downtown Ottawa, at the Coutts border crossing, at the Windsor Bridge. When are Conservatives going to stand up for ordinary Canadians putting food on their shelves and their jobs? When are they going to stand up, condemn these barricades?
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, this week is International Development Week. I would like to thank the workers, partners, and volunteers in the international development sector who are working hard to help people in many different countries. This year, I would like to draw attention to the women and girls who are facing unique challenges which have been exacerbated by COVID. Can the Prime Minister tell us what Canada is doing to support women and girls abroad? Thank you. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for Dorval Lachine Lassalle for the question and for her hard work. She is entirely right. And that is why we have transformed Canada's method of working abroad in order to be leaders in the global effort. Thanks to our international feminist assistance policy, we are working closely with international partners in order to reduce poverty and inequality, and in order to confront the unique challenges that face women and girls. Mr. Speaker, we will continue with our efforts in this regard.
Burnaby South.
The Ambassador Bridge crossing in Windsor is one of the busiest in all of Canada, and it's vital to the people of Windsor and the surrounding region. Windsor and the surrounding region rely heavily on travel back and forth between the border. Residents, small businesses, manufacturing sectors all require it. Right now, because of the Convoy protests, truckers are being blocked, and it's severely impacting Windsor and the surrounding region. What is the Prime Minister doing to end that shutdown and open up the border for the truckers to get back home and deliver the goods to Windsor and the surrounding region?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Ambassador Bridge is critical for trade, and this blockade poses significant risks to our supply chains. Illegally blocked trade routes means empty shelves, higher prices, and layoffs in the trucking, manufacturing, and retail sectors. It is ironic, Mr. Speaker, that a protest and a blockade that was ostensibly by truckers is now blockading truckers themselves. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have the right to peaceful protest, but they don't have the right to illegally block our roads or harass residents. So I want to once again thank the 90% of truckers who've been vaccinated and working hard every day to keep our economy moving.
The member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like through you to extend to the Prime Minister my thoughts and hopes that he and his children are recovering well. My question is that this week marks 2 years since we had any financial update from the Trans Mountain Corporation, one that we lamentably own after incredibly foolishly buying the climate-killing Trans Mountain pipeline. It now appears to be 5 times above its original cost estimate. Will the Prime Minister agree that we need a full, transparent review of the alleged costs and benefits before a single additional penny is wasted on this project?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that we need to make sure we are decarbonizing our economy and reaching net zero by 2050. But in the coming years, we're going to continue to rely on oil and gas as we move forward in our economies. That's why making sure we get the best possible price for our oil sources so we can invest in the transformation of our economy is important. That's why the Trans Mountain Pipeline, which allows us to get product to countries other than the United States, is important for our economy, but it is also a way to make sure we're investing in the transformation towards a greener economy.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for question period today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons aujourd'hui.
That's all the time we have today.
Interrupt the honourable member for statements by members, and the honourable member will have 5 minutes after QP to conclude and questions. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm so proud to stand here in the House of Commons today during Black History Month to recognize Canada's first Black parliamentarian. Mr. Leonard Brathwaite passed away in March 2012, but his legacy lives on, and I'm personally grateful for the path he paved for me and for many others. Mr. Brathwaite's career and commitment to this country was extraordinary. He served in World War II in the Canadian Air Force, has graduated from Harvard Business School, obtained a law degree from Osgoode Hall, practiced law, was elected as a school board trustee and city councillor, received the Order of Canada, served as a bencher in the Law Society of Upper Canada, and in 1963, he broke barriers when he became the first elected Black person in any parliamentarian serving at the Ontario Legislature. But he will be remembered most for ending segregation of schools here in Ontario and for welcoming women to serve as pages in the Ontario Legislature.
Thank you, Mr. Brathwaite, for your commitment to building a better country and for inspiring so many Black Canadians who followed your path to serve.
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Madam Speaker, I'm rising today to celebrate the accomplishment of a local hero in Barrie, Alex or Ali Massey. Ali, at the age of 16 and in his prime of athletics, was in a horrific wakeboarding accident that left his left leg amputated from the knee down. Ali was in the hospital for 13 weeks. During this recovery time, he was informed that he would no longer be able to pursue his much-loved sporting activities. Ali's determination and willpower did not allow him to accept this outcome. With the full and unwavering support of a loving and caring family, Ali persevered to continue with his sporting pursuits. Ali showed incredible perseverance and determination over many years, which has culminated in great success. On January 22nd this year, Ali and his teammate Tyler Turner won gold at the World Para Snow Sports Championships in Lillehammer, Norway, in the snowboard cross team event. I hope that this good news story encourages everyone, regardless of their abilities, to learn from Ali as an example of what can be accomplished with determination, courage, hard work, and a positive outlook. Great job, Ali. We will be cheering for you in the Paralympics. You're a true hero and inspiration to all.
Right on, Ali. The honourable member for Don Valley North.
Thank you, Speaker. Late last month, our North Shore community lost someone very special. Joan King was a community builder, an ardent supporter of local organizations, and an early champion for the environment, spearheaded issues like biodegradable bags. Joan was very engaging. She knew exactly how to bring people together and rally them behind an important issue. She never let politics get in the way of what was the best for her community. Joan served the people of North Shore tirelessly for over 20 years. First as school board trustee, and then as a city councilor beginning back in 1985. Even after leaving city council in 2000, Joan remained very involved and continued to advocate for our community. Joan made a lasting impact on our community, and I know that her memory will continue to inspire many of us for years to come. I'm very proud to have known her. Thank you, Speaker.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, I would like to pay tribute today to the absolutely admirable work of Denis Villeneuve, an extraordinary director whose most recent film has received 10 Oscar nominations. Dune Part 1 is nominated for Best Picture, Best Adapted Screenplay, and Best Art Direction by Patrice Vermette. We are once again amazed by the extent of Villeneuve's genius, and we wish him and his team the best of luck at the Academy Awards. As one of our great filmmakers is honored in Hollywood, I can only think of Jean-Marc Vallée, who left us 2 months ago. He was the director of Crazy, Dallas Buyers Club, and Big Little Lies. Jean-Marc Vallée was masterful at portraying human nature. There is no doubt that he was one of the architects of the incredible growth in Quebec cinema and its international influence. He would certainly be proud to see the success today of his friend Denis Villeneuve. Thank you. The honourable member for Alfred Pelon. Mr. Speaker, only 40 years ago, one of my high school teachers organized a field trip to visit the Parliament in Ottawa. Little did she know the profound impact that visit had on my life. Indeed, this visit awakened my passion for politics and set me on the right path to proudly represent the citizens of Alfred Pelon today.
Profession knows no bound. I tip my hat to this noble profession, for teachers are artists who sculpt the mind of our youth to shape our future.
During this Teachers Week, I would like to pay tribute to these talent creators who dedicate themselves to shaping the leaders of tomorrow. Thank you to all the school staff.
For our children.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, prior to my time in Parliament, I served in municipal government. I was encouraged to speak up on behalf of the people who put their trust in me. I am concerned I do not have the same freedom to ask legitimate questions about this government or popular narratives of society. In the past 2 years, many of the people in my riding have expressed concerns about their rights and freedom. We say every Canadian has individual rights and freedom, but our right to free speech is under attack. I'm not talking about hate speech, but about having your own opinion or questioning the government or society's popular narrative. For me, it seems if you ask questions about or don't agree with this narrative, your voice is shut down by hateful rhetoric, labeling you racist, misogynistic, or a conspiracy theorist. What has happened to our freedom of speech? I hope we all can work to reestablishing this core principle in our democratic society.
Honourable member for Beaches, East York.
We need to vaccinate the world to save lives, protect our economic recovery, and prevent the next variant. As it stands, of the 10 billion doses administered to date, only 10% have been administered in low-income countries. This not only falls short of our moral obligation to those who have less, it also means continued supply chain disruptions and the potential for a dangerous variant that could undo all of our sacrifice. We know that the best way to prevent the next variant is to stop unconstrained spread, and that requires vaccine equity. That's why I've introduced M43, to call on our government to expedite its committed donation of 200 million doses, to provide at least an additional 1.1 billion in the coming budget towards the ACT Accelerator, and to contribute to global manufacturing capacity, including support for the TRIPS waiver. When we look back at this time in history, we should see that Canada played a leading role in addressing global vaccine equity, the most important intervention to end the greatest crisis in our lifetimes. Having spent hundreds of billions on our own domestic pandemic response, we should spend a fraction of that to save lives around the world and to prevent the next variant.
Bravo. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A unique collaboration between two remarkable Yukon women, Morgan Weinberg and Kelly Milner, is poised to change how the world looks at international orphanages and child exploitation. In 2010, after a devastating earthquake struck Haiti, a young high school graduate called Morgan Weinberg traveled to help. 10 years later, Morgan has slowly unraveled the story of corruption in many child orphanages, not just in Haiti, but around the world. While helping to reunite children with their rightful families, Morgan founded a small organization called Little Footprints, but Big Steps, that aims to protect children coerced into so-called orphanages and reunite them with their families. This journey and Morgan's call to action to stop volunteerism and address human trafficking in orphanages around the world is explored in Yukon filmmaker Kelly Milner's documentary film, Not About Me. As Morgan and Kelly continue to raise this critical issue, it is time for us to rethink and reform our support for foreign orphanages. Thank you.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, February is Heart Month in Canada, and the Heart and Stroke Foundation is running their annual fundraising campaign. Approximately 750,000 Canadians face a daily struggle with heart failure. And last November, following a heart attack, I became one of them. I encourage everyone listening to learn and regularly review the signs and symptoms of a cardiac episode. Swift action and diagnosis could be a difference between life and death. I personally thought my symptoms were minimal, but I got checked out anyway, and thank goodness I did. I must recognize my doctors of Estvan, Dr. Sheikh and Dr. Choi, for their quick action and continued care. I would like to thank the staff of the Regina General Hospital Cardiac Care Unit, including the doctors, nursing staff, and technicians, for your commitment to providing quality care for your patients. I would also like to specifically mention my cardiologist, Dr. Lavoie, and my angioplasty specialist, Dr. Booker. These incredible doctors are the reason why I am still here speaking to you today, and I cannot thank them enough. And finally, to those who say the politicians don't have a heart, I now have surgical proof I do.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise in this House today on an issue that's important to the residents of my riding of Davenport, childcare. Located in the downtown west part of Toronto, Davenport is still largely a working class to middle class riding, with many households struggling to make ends meet. Since the Government of Canada announced its ambition for a $10 a day early learning and childcare plan across the country, the federal government has signed agreements with every single province and territory except for Ontario. Indeed, in some provinces, families are seeing a reduction of overall childcare fees of 20% or more. At a time when the Canadian economy is struggling with higher costs largely due to global supply chain, every additional dollar makes a big difference. Our federal government has been and is willing, ready, and able to sign a deal with Ontario. On behalf of the residents of Davenport, I'm asking the province of Ontario to not waste any more time and step up to sign the childcare agreement that will deliver much needed savings for the hardworking families of Davenport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 has been absolutely devastating on Canadians. During the last election, the Prime Minister ran an extremely divisive campaign. And since that election, I've heard from so many Canadians and people in my riding. People who lost their jobs due to vaccine mandates. People who had to have their children vaccinated to play hockey. They're hurt, they're exhausted, they deserve better. Conservatives have been calling for a plan to stop dividing Canadians, a plan to lift restrictions and get us back to normal. Mr. Speaker, I am so proud that the member for Louis Hébert has shown so much leadership, recognizing the devastating consequences of lockdowns and the lack of a plan to move forward. If only the Prime Minister had the courage and the leadership shown by the member for Louis Hébert. Unfortunately, our country and Canadians will continue to suffer from his lack of leadership and his divisive attitude.
The honourable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, I applaud the member for Louis Hébert's courage, who stood up to this tone-deaf Prime Minister, calling on his government to stop politicizing the pandemic and stop dividing Canadians. Those speaking out against the mandates and the restrictions are not white supremacists or extremists like the Prime Minister tries to label. They are everyday Canadians who just want a clear path forward out of this pandemic so they can get on with their lives. Canadians' lives, businesses, and mental health have all been devastated, and our Conservative team has been asking for this clear path forward for the last year. True leadership unites people, no matter their views. But this Prime Minister demonizes anyone who doesn't agree with his ideologies, calling people racist, even though he did blackface and kicked strong ethnic women out of his caucus who stood up against his corruption. It's time for this Prime Minister to stop politicizing the pandemic and start listening to Canadians who have suffered enough. Canadians need hope, they need leadership, and they need action now for a path forward out of the mandates and restrictions. We all owe it to Canadians to keep our land united, strong, and free.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, supporting small businesses is very important, especially during COVID-19. Last month, our city received a grant of $945,000 from the program. My Main Street Local Businesses Accelerator Program. This will go forward supporting and improving 6 Main Street businesses communities in Brampton. Residents of Brampton know how important our small businesses is to our city. People go to them for a cup of coffee or shop for new clothes and together with their families for meals. But like so many businesses, they were hit hard by the pandemic. This is why this grant will help to rebuild them across the city. Our government recognizes how uncertainty and COVID have impacted small businesses, which is why programs like My Main Street and others have been developed to help others support and grow their businesses in Brampton and across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, Pat, a senior in Nanaimo Ladysmith, is one of many seniors, being punished for rightfully accessing CERB. As a result of GIS clawbacks, she is now left with a budget of only $70 a week for groceries. Since the clawbacks, she's barely been able to keep food in her fridge. Organizations in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith, such as Nanaimo Family Life, are working tirelessly to support vulnerable seniors throughout the pandemic. One of their frontline staff recently told me the GIS clawbacks were like pouring gasoline on an already dire situation for low-income seniors who are struggling with the affordability crisis. Pat and others like her should not be held responsible for the government's mistakes. It is time for this government to do what is right and put this much-needed income back into the pockets of seniors now.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, 20 years ago yesterday, Grand Chief Ted Moses and Premier Bernard Landry signed the Pays des Brèves, a historic agreement between the Crees and the government of Quebec. 20 years ago, the Crees and Quebec began a crucial economic partnership for our two nations. But above all, we officially entered into a true nation-to-nation relationship based on respect. 20 years later, the relationship between the Cree Nation and the Quebec Nation is not a foregone conclusion. It must be maintained. The Pays des Braves was not unanimous, but it does not erase history, and it is not reconciliation. But it is clear that this agreement marked an economic, social, and diplomatic turning point. With the signing of a modern treaty like this, is neither the birth nor the conclusion of a path to self-determination for Indigenous peoples, but it may be a giant step forward. And 20 years later, it is still in this spirit that we must look to our common future. Thank you.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been an eventful several weeks in Ottawa, but earlier today, Canadians witnessed a moment of true courage from the Liberal member from Louis Hébert and the chair of the Quebec Liberal caucus when he spoke out against the Prime Minister's dividing and stigmatizing Canadians. It's also encouraging that other members of the Liberal caucus may have also seen the light. Their Quebec caucus chair said, and I quote, "I can assure you, I'm not the only one to have certain discomfort on different levels which the direction of this government is taking. Canadians have been looking for leadership from this Prime Minister, and we can see from the protests outside, he's still hiding. So I encourage all my colleagues on the Liberal benches to speak out against the Prime Minister's divisive approach and discrimination against Canadians. Because after all, as this Prime Minister said, a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian.
The honourable member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, as you know, February is Black History Month. Today, I would like to pay tribute to an exceptional Canadian woman, the legendary singer Eleanor Collins. This 100-year-old Canadian jazz great was born in Edmonton in Alberta, had an illustrious career performing on numerous variety shows. She was the first Canadian woman to have her own TV show on CBC.
Barrière interraciale, ouvrant la voie à plus de diversité sur la scène artistique et dans le monde du divertissement. La musique d'Eleanor Collins a...
Her music was of different origins. It united people. The music has the power to transmit messages of love and to affect us very deeply. Eleanor contributed by bringing beauty to our lives. Thank you.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Lockdowns and mandates, we're seeing things change very quickly, and rightly so. Dr. Tam has said that vaccine mandates should be reevaluated, and today the chair of the Quebec Liberal caucus clearly and strongly stated it's time to end the divisiveness and the politicization and end the mandates. We Conservatives could not agree more. This cannot be a slow and dragged out process simply because of the Prime Minister's ego, pride, or denial. Canadians are too tired. Canadians need hope. So will the Prime Minister follow the science, follow the evidence, and the restrictions and the mandates?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, everyone is sick and tired of lockdowns, of the measures we have to do, of the sacrifices we've had to make. But Canadians have continued to step up over the past 2 years, been there for each other, been there to get vaccinated. And that's the unity we've seen across the country of people who've been there for their neighbors, who've been there for their frontline health workers. That's what Canadians are going to continue to do. That's how we get through and back to the things we love. We're going to continue to follow the science. We're going to continue to have Canadians' backs. We're going to continue to protect people's lives.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, countries like Ireland, Sweden, Norway, Israel, Czech Republic, the UK, Spain, Denmark, they're all removing restrictions and mandates, and they're all countries that have a lower vaccine rate than Canada. Here in Canada, though, we have a Prime Minister who refuses to lead and instead is being divisive. I have to agree with the MP for Louis Hebert when he says, people don't know where public health ends and politics begins. Canadians want their lives back. So again, I ask the Prime Minister, will he follow the evidence? Will he follow the science and the mandates and the restrictions quickly?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, we have had Canadians' backs by following the science, by working closely with
The order. Now, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition asked a question. She's trying to hear, but she can't hear it above all the heckling and shouting that's going on. So I'm going to ask everyone to just keep it down so she can hear the answer coming from the Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of this pandemic, we have followed science. We have had Canadians' backs. We've actually seen a less severe impact on lives, on livelihoods, and our economy than many other countries, including the ones that the Leader of the Opposition named. We will continue to follow the science. We will continue to lean on each other as Canadians as we make it through this pandemic. We know that it's tiring. We know it's exhausting, but we also know that having each other's backs is the way through this pandemic.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, the Prime Minister has politicized the pandemic and been divisive, and even his own members are seeing it. Now, countries around the world are opening up, and even here in Canada, provinces are opening up. They're following the science and the evidence, whether it's Dr. Henry in BC, Dr. Moore in Ontario. They all agree we have to learn to live with COVID. Conservatives believe that living with COVID means opening up and ending the mandates, and I believe there are some Liberals who believe the same thing. So will the Prime Minister follow the science and the lockdowns and let Canada once again be the true North, strong and free?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely pleased to hear the Conservatives finally talking about following science, because that's something that they have fallen down on throughout this pandemic, whether it was not choosing to get vaccinated, whether it's continuing to debate over the effectiveness of public health measures. Fortunately, we've been working with provincial premiers right across the country to bring in the kinds of restrictions, the kinds of mandates that have saved Canadians' lives. Unfortunately, we see Conservatives continuing to both call an end to the protests from in here and support them out there. They need to be more responsible leaders to get through this and to play less politics.
Honorable député de Mégantic-Clérable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Clérable. Mr. Speaker, the truth came out this morning. I would like to cite the member for Louis Hebert and the chair of the Quebec Liberal Caucus. He regrets to see that the tone of his leader has changed since the campaign. He used to be trying to bring people together, but now he has made the choice to stigmatize and divide people. Did the Prime Minister make that decision himself to divide the population so he could win the election? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this government's pandemic decisions were made to save lives. And now, we see that Canadians got vaccinated at record levels. We lead the world in vaccination rates because Canadians know that being there for each other is the best way to get through this pandemic. I understand that people are frustrated. We want to be done with this, and the way to do that is to follow science and not play political games like the Conservative Party unfortunately does. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Clérable. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is not answering my question. One of his own MPs, the member for Louis Hebert, is asking for vaccine mandates to be ended. He believes that his government's decisions do not rest on enough scientific data. He was very clear. Someone in this government deliberately decided to adopt a divisive and stigmatizing approach. Was that decision to politicize the COVID-19 crisis for partisan purposes? Was that decision taken by the Prime Minister himself, yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I entirely disagree with my colleague. This government's decisions were decisions made to keep people safe, to be able to get through this pandemic. With vaccine mandates, which in fact are enabling us to have fewer restrictions. Because they let us get back to doing the things we love once we're vaccinated. Unfortunately, the Conservatives have been fighting that from the beginning. But we are here to encourage vaccination, to ensure that we can get through this pandemic, because we are all sick of it. We all want to be done with it, but the way to do that is by following science. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The situation is not at all ideal, but there has been progress. The injunction has not entirely restored calm, but it has reduced the honking. Quebec City collaborated with the government of Quebec and paved the way on how to deal with the protests. The Prime Minister is back here in the House. That's a good thing. And a crisis unit was created. Now, a crisis unit is the means to an end, but it's not an end in itself. And it has to be accountable to authorities such as Parliament. Has the Prime Minister put into place any measures to ensure that by Friday, Wellington Street and the parliamentary precinct will be freed up? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have been fighting this pandemic for 2 years. They are tired. We have heard their message. Now, we need to ensure that people in Ottawa can get back to their normal lives. We are doing everything we can to help Ottawa, the City of Ottawa, get the situation under control. I will be speaking with Mayor Watson once again this afternoon to discuss how we can support them. My goal is to help the people of Ottawa to receive the support that they deserve. And we must all show solidarity in getting through this challenge. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, we must ensure that on Friday we don't start another weekend like the last two. Another voice has been added to those of Quebec and the provinces. According to the member for Louis Hébert, the government's position on healthcare transfers is untenable. Increasingly, we see that a stronger healthcare system would have reduced the need for restrictive measures and perhaps could have reduced what we're seeing out in the street today. Will this Prime Minister reconsider our proposal to hold a summit on healthcare funding? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Bloc Québécois knows very well that summits on healthcare are not held with the Bloc Québécois, but with provincial premiers. And we are continuing to talk to premiers. In addition to the $43 billion that we transfer yearly for healthcare, the federal government over the last 2 years has invested $63 billion additional dollars in healthcare because of the pandemic. And we will continue to be there right away to invest in health, but also in the years to come to support the provinces and their healthcare systems. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
We have truckers that are stuck at the Coots border crossing in Alberta. We have truckers that are stuck at the Ambassador Bridge crossing in Windsor. We've got protests breaking out across the country. And here in Ottawa, there is with the 12th day of the occupation, all because of the Convoy protests. And I've spoken with some of the residents in Ottawa and small businesses who tell me they're feeling terrified, they're intimidated, and they feel abandoned by the government. People who feel abandoned want to know, what has the Prime Minister done to help out people in this crisis since it's begun?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way we've been there to offer support and assistance to the City of Ottawa as it deals with this. We've been working closely with the province to ensure that resources get to the City of Ottawa to be able to handle this protest. We will continue to be there to support not just the citizens of Ottawa who are impacted by this protest, but also folks across the country, including hard hardworking truckers stuck at border crossings because of protests that are affecting and impacting and limiting their fellow citizens. So I call upon the Conservative Party to be consistent and in here and out there call to an end of these protests.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, there are truckers who are stuck at the Coutts border and the Windsor border. And we're on day 12 of the occupation of Ottawa. All because of the Convoy protests. This situation is not tenable. I have spoken with people and small businesses in Ottawa, and they have told me that they are scared, intimidated, and harassed by the protesters. They feel that they've been abandoned by this government. What has this Prime Minister done concretely to help people in this crisis? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of this crisis, we have been working with the City of Ottawa and with the province to ensure that they have all the necessary resources to end these protests. We know that it's not just residents of Ottawa, but especially residents of Ottawa, but also truckers and people throughout the country who are being affected by these protests. These protests that are harming our economy and our fellow citizens. That is why we will continue to be there to support science, to support the police services, and to end both the protests and the pandemic.
Canada's Prime Minister is pandering to politics by division, stoking anger and fear. The rhetoric he used towards those Canadians who support lifting the mandate adds fuel to the fire. These are not the actions of a Prime Minister. A senior member of the Liberal caucus has publicly criticized his tone, his language, and his approach to the pandemic. Will the Prime Minister act like a Prime Minister? Will he listen to the opposition, listen to his own caucus? Will he listen to Canadians? Or will he continue with this divisive rhetoric?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
At the beginning of the pandemic, our government has been laying out with great transparency what we believe is the best way out of this pandemic, and that's vaccinations. And I want to give credit to the 90% of Canadians who've taken up that cause, the 90% of truckers who've taken up the cause of vaccinations to ensure that the wheels of our economy continue to turn. As for those who are outside, Mr. Speaker, this government is working very closely with the City of Ottawa to provide the police all of the tools and the resources that they need to end this convoy as quickly and as peacefully as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Foothills.
Canadians, including a senior member of the Liberal caucus, are speaking loud and clear.
I'm going to have to ask the honourable member for Foothills to stop while his members on his side are heckling him. So I'll let him continue now. The honourable member for Foothills.
Canadians, including senior members of the Liberal caucus, are speaking loud and clear. Canadians are looking for pandemic leadership. Canadians are standing up right now, grabbing this moment in our history, because they know there is something fundamentally wrong when a Prime Minister refuses to listen. Countries around the world are changing direction, but here in Canada, our Prime Minister resorts to playground antics and calling names. If ever there was a time for inspired leadership, it is now. Will the Prime Minister grow up? Will he do his job? Will he listen to Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased and grateful for the members' use of pandemic leadership. This is exactly that, this pandemic leadership, Mr. Speaker. We all have a responsibility to work together, to listen to each other, to listen to science, what science has told us and what science...
I'm going to have to interrupt the Honourable Minister of Health. I'm having a hard time hearing him, and I really wanted to hear the answer, as I'm sure the Honourable Member for Foothills, who asked the question, would like to hear the answer. I'm going to ask the Honourable Minister to start right from the top so we can hear the whole answer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to do that because I thought the question was the right statement. They spoke about leadership, pandemic leadership. That's exactly the point, Mr. Speaker. We need to be leader in managing the pandemic. We need to be united together, working together, listening to each other. We have a hard job to do, Mr. Speaker, which is to look after the health of millions of Canadians who depend on us to protect their health and the health of those that they love.
Le député de Charbot, Haute-Saint-Charles.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, this morning we heard from the chair of the Liberal Quebec caucus. And according to him, we're right. We've been asking for a more united approach, an approach that is based on science. But the Prime Minister is demonizing those who disagree with him. Will he finally end petty politics, which is just making the situation worse? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from the Quebec City region who knows my colleague for Louis Hébert and who knows in what esteem we hold him and his hard work. My colleague spoke about unity, and that's a great word to use because we are united in Canada. We are united in fighting this pandemic. And what brings us together, what unites us, is vaccination, Mr. Speaker. It works. 99% of public servants are vaccinated, and they are not only protected for themselves, but they protect others. The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, this morning the member for Louis Hébert and chair of the Quebec Liberal caucus was clear. He asked his own government to create a roadmap, a game plan to see where we're going with this. That's what we've been asking this Prime Minister for 2 years. But nothing, no results. Instead, the Prime Minister has preferred to politicize this pandemic. He doesn't like to listen to advice either from the opposition or even from his own MPs. Many Canadians agree with us. Will he finally understand what they're saying, stop dividing people, and create a road plan, just as the member for Louis Hébert has asked? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is right to say that indeed we've had a plan for 2 years since the beginning of the pandemic. And it has worked. It has avoided deaths. Thanks to the measures we've brought in, thanks to listening to the science, we can deduce that we have saved about 50,000 lives if we compare with what we've seen south of the border. We've also helped support the economy. But I must say that if we had listened to the opposition's advice, we would be in an economic crisis and we wouldn't be able to recover.
A year ago, the Prime Minister rejected vaccine mandates, calling them extreme measures that could have real divisive impacts on our community and country. Since then, no one has created more division than the Prime Minister, pitting Canadian against Canadian and using vaccine status as a dangerous political weapon. In the words of a senior Liberal today, now that we have one of the most vaccinated populations in the world, we've never been so divided. When will the Prime Minister stop dividing Canadians and end his punitive vaccine mandates?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et j'apprécie particulièrement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do appreciate these remarks about vaccine status. When I get vaccinated, I do it for myself, but not just for myself. I do it for my parents as well, for example. When I go visit my parents, knowing that I'm vaccinated, I know I'm protecting them. When my son gets vaccinated, I know he's protected, and I'm happy about it. And I also know that he's protecting everyone around him. So it's not just a very important personal decision that we take when we have the right vaccine status. It also means we are reaching out to protect those around us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister is double vaccinated, had his booster, and just contracted COVID-19. So using mandates to discriminate against Canadians based on their vaccine status is absolutely punitive and discriminatory. A senior Liberal called on the Prime Minister to stop dividing Canadians on the issue of vaccine status. When will the Prime Minister start listening to the science, start listening to public health officials, start listening to his own members of Parliament, and end his campaign of discrimination and division against Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to speak with respect, but also with honesty. I'm a bit troubled by what I hear, which is the belief that vaccination doesn't work. Mr. Speaker, vaccination does work. About a year ago, science gave us the gift of vaccination. We had waited for that for an entire year, Mr. Speaker. Since then, we have millions of Canadians have chosen to do the right thing, which is to get vaccinated. I'm very troubled by the fact that on the opposite side of this house, there are still people that don't believe in vaccination.
Split caucus for sure.
Order. 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 Order.
Have another one.
Okay. If I could have your attention, please. Thank you. Okay. I just want to remind everyone that we're in question period and we want to hear the question and the answers. We have l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Avignon-la-Métis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, for 12 days, downtown Ottawa has been besieged, and this situation is not going to end on its own. Yesterday in his speech, we heard that the Prime Minister's plan to finish the crisis was just to tell occupants to go get vaccinated. Well, I have a scoop for him. At this point, these people are not going to get vaccinated. So what are we going to do apart from complain about the occupants? What measures will he take? What deadline is he going to give them? When will he finally realize that magical thinking will not empty Ottawa's roads? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning, the federal government has been there to support law enforcement and Ottawa Police Services by providing 275 RCMP officers. The RCMP is ready to provide additional support to Ottawa Police. As Mayor Watson asked, I will be speaking with him and the entire team that we have on this side of the House, and we will continue to work in close collaboration with the city to provide all the resources they need. The Honourable Member for Avignon-la-Métis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, it's day 12 of the occupation of Ottawa, and the federal government still isn't taking strong action to end this crisis. Yesterday, the Minister of Public Safety said that he was proud that his government had done everything it could from the beginning of the crisis to make sure that the law was respected. He was saying that to highlight that his government placed 275 RCMP officers at Ottawa's disposal, but the city of Ottawa is asking for 1,800, so they only got 15% of that. Is that really all the government can do after 12 days of this siege? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I am indeed proud of what the government has done during the pandemic. And in addition, I am very proud of our contribution of all RCMP officers on the ground to help Ottawa Police Services, which is doing good work at the moment with great progress over the last 2 days. And we now need to end this convoy. The government will be working closely with the City of Ottawa to accomplish that. The Honourable Member for Avignon-la-Métis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, it's not surprising that this siege is going on and on. On the one hand, we have a Minister of Public Safety who waited 11 days before creating a crisis unit and who is refusing to fully deploy the RCMP. And on the other hand, we have a Prime Minister who still thinks that the occupants are going to listen to him and say, oh, well, I guess he's right. We're going to go home and we're going to get vaccinated. That's what the Liberal Party's crisis management skills look like. So it's not that surprising at this point that the member for Louis Hébert is coming out against his government. What's really surprising is that he's the only one to do it. When will this government finally wake up? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, maybe my colleague didn't see the news. From the beginning, we offered resources, we added officers to help Ottawa Police Services, the police force that has jurisdiction in Ottawa, and we will continue to work closely with the city, with the Government of Ontario, and with all stakeholders in order to resolve the situation.
Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, I remember clearly in March 2020 making a pandemic plan for my regional hospital. At that time and ever since, this government has been too little too late, or not at the right time. Canadians need hope for their futures. When, Mr. Speaker, is this Liberal government going to show leadership and give Canadians a much-needed plan to learn to live with COVID-19?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, thank you to you and thank you to my colleague for raising that important question. We've been working together since March 2020 to fight the biggest, largest health crisis in 100 years in Canada. We've gone through that crisis successfully, certainly with respect to many other countries in the world, and that's because we have worked together, we have helped each other, provinces and territories, the federal government. We have invested $8 out of 10 in total economic support, $63 billion of health and safety investments, in addition to all of the other investments that we're making for many years.
For Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, most provincial medical officers of health have begun to speak of living with COVID, and even Health Canada's own Dr. Tam has said the virus will be endemic. Nova Scotia's Dr. Strang has spoken of initial steps needed to move forward. When will this government rely on science, not the spin doctors, and the advice of its own experts, and remove lockdowns, restrictions, and mandates? Give Canadians the date.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A very key signal, I should say, Mr. Speaker. To be against vaccination is to be in favor of lockdowns. The only way to fight lockdowns is to be in favor of vaccination. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I would again invite all the opposition members, including the new Conservative leader, to exert new leadership and ask all members of the Conservative Party to be vaccinated. That's the only way to avoid lockdowns.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, a senior Liberal has shared their concerns that the government mandates are divisive and harmful to the Canadian people. The Prime Minister and his government need to stop politicizing the pandemic because it's fracturing our society and dividing Canadians. Yes. Will the Prime Minister listen to the voices within his own party and present Parliament and the rest of Canada with something, anything, to end the mandates and end the restrictions and allow us to start living with COVID?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll say something which my honourable colleague already knows most likely, is that the lockdown measures to which she refers are provincial decisions made by provinces and territories. I believe no one in this House is confused between federal and provincial responsibilities. The federal responsibility has been and will be there to support provinces and territories moving forward.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, somebody needs to tell the minister that it's 2022. The redundant PCR testing and asymptomatic fully vaccinated travelers doesn't make any sense. Permanent travel restrictions are not the answer because the current ones are ineffective. The government's duplicative arrival testing regime is out of step with the world. It takes up to a week for those results. That means forced quarantines, high costs for families. Yeah. When will the government join our allies and drop these ineffective travel restrictions?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And working with our allies is exactly what we had to do and what we did. We've obviously worked with the United States, which is our closest ally, very successfully over the last few months. Now, the mandates to which she refers, the border mandates in particular regarding vaccination, are entirely symmetrical and aligned with what the United States are doing, and will continue to work with our allies.
I just want to remind the honourable members, some of order. I just want to remind the honourable members that some of you don't realize how strong your voice is. Even if you're muffled with your face mask, it really echoes through. And I mean, I would just ask people to respect each other and not shout at each other. Sorry, Speaker. Apology accepted. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, on the Liberal government's watch, online platforms were used to fund the ongoing occupation in Ottawa. Millions of dollars have been raised for Convoy organizers whose stated purpose is to overthrow the government. Canadians are rightly concerned that these platforms have become tools used to help foreign actors undermining our democracy. In response to the lack of federal leadership, I brought a motion to the Public Safety Committee to examine how this could be allowed to happen. Will the government ensure that foreign funds and anonymous donations are never again used to help those attacking our democracy?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by thanking my honourable colleague for his question and for the impending work which he will do in conjunction with the committee on standing public safety matters. I think this is a very important matter, and certainly over the course of the last number of days, we have seen GoFundMe take appropriate actions, asking the right questions about where certain funds were coming for, what they would be used for. And certainly to the extent that the committee will be looking at this issue very closely, I think we all need to be seized with the landscape as it exists around foreign interference and any funds which may be used to undermine public safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, the minister talks about being seized with urgency, but it is 12 days that healthcare workers, small business owners, and Ottawa residents and others have been harassed by some members of the convoy. Far-right extremists in the US and elsewhere are trying to bring their radical views to Canada. They're funding extremists, they're empowering racism and anti-Semitism, and they're threatening to overthrow our government. Why has it taken so long to respond to this ongoing crisis and the foreign-funded interference that is threatening our citizens, our country, and our democracy?
Minister for Public Safety.
I want to assure my colleague, Mr. Speaker, that we have very strong laws to prevent the kind of illegal conduct that she has referred to. Any funds that would go towards undermining public safety, national security, or indeed our democracy will be taken with the utmost seriousness by our law enforcement as well as our intelligence community. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the work that the committee will do. We will receive the report in this chamber, and we will continue to unite around the need to ensure that our laws are upheld. Yes, we will have vigorous debates, but always in accordance with the rule of law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has emphasized to my constituents in Kitchener-Conestoga and to all Canadians how crucial it is to have access to reliable and affordable high-speed internet. Investments in broadband connectivity create jobs and improve access to online learning and healthcare services. Can the Minister of Rural Economic Development provide an update to this House on the government's project in delivering high-speed internet across this country? Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for Rural Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend and colleague for that wonderful question. Throughout the pandemic, families and businesses without access to affordable and high-speed internet were faced with additional challenges, accessing online learning, putting their businesses online, and connecting with loved ones. But, Mr. Speaker, in the last few weeks alone, we've announced over $8 million in funding to projects to connect an additional 4,000 households, all throughout rural Canada. We have a plan to connect every Canadian to high-speed internet all across the country, and we're delivering on that plan, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Beauce. The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the cost of living crisis continues to affect Beauce residents on a daily basis. With record inflation, Canadians are struggling to make ends meet. The lack of leadership is astounding. The price of gas has increased to over $1.60 now in our region of Beauce. Groceries have shot up 5 to 7%, which is the equivalent of $1,000 for a family of 4. Why isn't the government looking for ways to help Canadians through the final stages of this pandemic? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will not be lectured by the Conservatives when it comes to helping the most vulnerable Canadians deal with the cost of living. We have implemented benefits that are indexed, the CPP, and we have helped to raise millions of children out of poverty. And that the child benefit is also indexed to inflation. And that we have helped seniors in the same way. The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, all this government does is stick to its talking points. Sure, $10 a day is welcome, and seniors get the GIS, but let's be honest, indexation falls far short of inflation these days. What does this government have to say to seniors in my riding who are barely able to make ends meet? When will this government wake up and make a serious effort instead of collecting more and more taxes to cover their own overspending? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Once again, the Conservatives keep perpetuating a false dialogue. The fact is, Canada is resilient and our economy is recovering well from the COVID recession. Our GDP has grown by over 5%. The US, Japan, the UK, and Australia have all been faring worse.
The Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Polls say that fewer than 1 in 5 Canadians expect their financial situation to improve this year. Almost 60% of Canadians are having a tough time putting food on their table, and the average family grocery bill will go up $1,000 this year. Constituents are emailing me copies of the highest home heating bills they have ever received, and payroll taxes will take about $700 off the average family's paychecks this year. People are being squeezed. Why is this government not addressing the unmanageable squeeze that is being put on hard-working families, making it difficult every day to just pay for basic necessities?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Our government will take no lessons from the Conservatives when it comes to supporting the most vulnerable Canadians. It was our government that introduced the CCB, which is indexed for inflation, and which has already lifted almost 300,000 children out of poverty. It's our government that increased the GIS. That is also indexed to inflation, Mr. Speaker, and it has helped over 900,000 seniors. When we formed government in 2015, more than 5 million Canadians lived in poverty. Mr. Speaker, by 2019, that number had dropped to 3.7 million.
The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, in my riding of King Vaughan, constituents are concerned with keeping their homes. Years ago, I worked in banking and met many people returning the keys to their house because they simply couldn't afford to make the payments with the skyrocketing interest rates. What has this government done to ensure we don't go back to the 80s and 90s where we saw many Canadians lose their homes?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every Canadian deserves a safe and affordable place to call home. And since 2015, our government has invested nearly $30 billion for affordable housing, brought in Canada's first ever national housing strategy. And we have a plan of over $72 billion, which has already helped over 1 million Canadians find the home that they need. We have more work to do, and we will work with provinces and territories, including municipalities as well, to make sure that we build more housing supply to ensure that every Canadian has a safe and affordable place to call home.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, for the past 8 months, the government has been cutting the guaranteed income supplement for seniors who got the CERB. We're talking about seniors who need to work part-time to pay for basics like rent and medication. This morning, after 8 months, the government introduced a bill to correct this injustice. But do you know when it comes into effect, Mr. Speaker? In June. Mr. Speaker, if the situation of these seniors is serious enough to warrant legislation, why is the government continuing to cut them off until June?
Mr. Speaker, we know just how difficult this pandemic has been on seniors, and on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we've been there to support them. And as announced in the fiscal update, we will be delivering a one-time payment to fully compensate those affected in 2020. And today we introduced Bill C-12 to exclude any pandemic benefits for the purposes of calculating GIS going forward. And I hope that we can count on all party support to quickly pass this bill to prevent any future reduction in GIS for low-income vulnerable seniors who took pandemic benefits. I hope we can all get behind this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, by the time the government stops cutting the GIS for seniors, they will have been deprived of the bare minimum for 11 months. 11 months. In those 11 months, inflation has had time to reach a 30-year high. During those 11 months, seniors have had to leave more and more food on the shelves at the grocery store because they can't afford it. Their rent probably went up. For 11 months, all their expenses went up while the government cut back their benefits. Is this how seniors deserve to be treated?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government's priority has been there to support those most vulnerable, especially those seniors. And that's why we worked so hard to strengthen income security for seniors, including the increases to the GIS. That has helped over 900,000 low-income seniors. And that is why also we introduced Bill C-12 to exclude pandemic benefits for the purposes of calculating GIS going forward. We're also making a major investments through a one-time payment for seniors affected. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we will always be there for seniors.
Well, member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, 130 days. That's how long it's been since this government has refused to fill the position of the federal Ombudsman for victims of crime. To be clear, the Ombudsman's job is to make sure the federal government meets its responsibilities to victims. This government is still pushing ahead with legislation that makes life easier for violent criminals by eliminating mandatory jail time, all while this critical role for victims is being silenced. Can the minister tell this House why this important position remains empty?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. Indeed, we share that concern for helping, protecting, and working with victims of crime to ensure that the criminal justice system works not only more efficiently, but more empathetically and compassionately with respect.
Just a minute, we have a point of order. The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, the interpret points out that she can't interpret because the sound is not of sufficient quality.
Minister of Justice, maybe do that over again and make sure his mic is in the right place. And I believe there's some issues with our internet service here at the House we're going to have to look into. But I'll let him do that again or repeat that, and hopefully we can hear it. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am using all the House of Commons equipment as I am supposed to. I thank the honourable member for his question, and I share his concern about helping, supporting.
I'm going to interrupt the Honourable Minister of Justice. It sounds like you're using a microphone, but it's not the one that's on your headset. That's a common error. I'll let him fix that. Unfortunately, we won't be able to hear an answer on that. Oh, I'm sorry. The Minister of Public Safety will take the answer while the technical issue is being taken care of.
Mr. Speaker, I know how excited they are to hear from me. I think we can all relate to the technical difficulties at one point or another. I think what my colleague, the Minister of Justice, would say is that we're obviously very concerned with filling this position as quickly as possible so that there is an ombudsperson in place, and we will make sure that we do that. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, no matter who answers, the message is the same. Victims don't matter to this government. Leaving the Ombudsman position empty is a deliberate decision by this government. In 2016, they immediately replaced the outgoing Ombudsman for federal offenders, but they won't show the same respect for victims. But we shouldn't be surprised that these Liberals put the rights of criminals ahead of victims yet again. The mandated review for the Victims' Bill of Rights is already a year overdue. The message this Justice Minister sends over and over to victims is clear. You don't matter. So again, I'll ask, when can victims expect the Ombudsman position to be filled?
Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the work that this government continues to do to uphold victims' rights. In fact, this government restored many of the cuts that were made under the last Conservative government as a way of demonstrating the concrete, tangible support for victims. We will continue to use our open, transparent, and merit-based process of filling this position, and I know that is something that the Minister of Justice is very much seized with. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Well,
Well, Mr. Speaker, the truth is that these Liberals are soft on crime and words and actions. It has been 4 months. Victims of crime do matter, and they can't be swept away like not yet again one of these Liberal scandals. Silke from Bonnyville is scared and feels unsafe in her own home. She says, with every stranger we look out the window, a false alarm from our shock sensor gives us adrenaline overload. Every slow driving vehicle makes our hair stand up. That's normal in Lakeland. It's been 4 months. When will the Liberals appoint the federal ombudsman for victims of crime?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
I share the sentiments of my honourable colleague and understand that it's important that victims have an office in which they can approach. And that is why I know the Minister of Justice will appoint this position as quickly as possible. In the meantime, this government will continue to invest in all of the resources, the supports that are needed for victims. We know that throughout the pandemic, there has been an alarming increase in gender-based violence, and we will always be there to support victims. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Madawaska Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure investments are investments in strong, healthy communities. Investing in important local projects ensures that New Brunswick families, residents, and businesses have the infrastructure they need to grow and prosper. Can the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Infrastructure and Communities share what the government is doing to invest in safer and more efficient water services to help keep our communities healthy, green, and sustainable? The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague from Madawaska Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, by investing in green infrastructure in our communities, we're providing residents with a safe and reliable source of drinking water. That's why our government has invested more than $2.2 million to improve water infrastructure in 2 rural New Brunswick communities under the green infrastructure component in Saint-Hilaire, de Madawaska, and Tidehead. And I think, Mr. Speaker, all members thank the member for Madawaska Restigouche for his outstanding work. The honourable member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, the IISD Experimental Lakes area in my riding is a state-of-the-art and world-renowned freshwater laboratory. In their latest election platform, the Liberals promised a $37.5 million investment to support their work. Is the government still committed to keeping this promise, and will we see the funding in the next budget?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question, and I agree with him. It is a very important scientific centre. I find it somewhat ironic that he would ask the question, since it is the Conservative government that cut funding to this very important international experiment. But make sure, Mr. Speaker, that we will be there to continue to finance good science in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, new businesses get no support from this government. It's 2022. We're entering the 3rd year of the pandemic. Did they think no one would open a new business in those 3 years? In my riding, Spirit Tree Cidery is shutting down indoor dining for at least a year. Other businesses in my riding have closed, or they're on the verge of closing. Does this Liberal government not realize they are literally killing new businesses?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's really time for the Conservatives to pick a lane and decide what side they're on the big issues facing our country. Half of their questions are about how there is too much government spending and how our government should not be supporting Canadian businesses. In fact, these are the Conservatives who voted against Bill C-2, which provided much-needed lockdown support. And now we're hearing from them that there should be more support. Really, the party of flip-flops, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, last year, Parliament unanimously passed my private member's bill that would help Canadians register as organ and tissue donors through their annual tax return. Support from all parties was an encouraging sign to thousands of Canadians awaiting a life-saving transplant. Sadly, nothing has happened since. The minister has not even given me the courtesy of a response to my request for an update. She owes all the members in this House an update. Will the minister tell us why we have not seen any progress from her or the Canada Revenue Agency?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the passage of C210, CRA will undertake conversations with its provincial and territorial counterparts. Those discussions will take some time, but we're acting as quickly as possible. It's very unlikely that anything will happen before the next tax season, but I thank my colleague for his sustained efforts, and I would encourage him to contact my office for updates, Mr. Speaker.
For West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, the flooding experienced in British Columbia last November was the most devastating agricultural disaster in our province's history. Farmers and food processors suffered extraordinary damages as a result of the extreme weather event. Can the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food please update this House on how our government is supporting farmers impacted by the floods in BC?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question. The Government of Canada stands with farmers and communities who are feeling the impacts of extreme weather conditions in British Columbia. Impacted producers will have access to up to $228 million in federal, provincial support to help their farm return to production and support food security in years ahead. We are here to help them do what they do best, producing high-quality food for Canadians and the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Windsor West.
12 days later, the consequences of the convoy are spreading across the country. Things are only getting worse, and the Prime Minister continues to ignore advice from outside his Ottawa bubble. In Windsor, the Ambassador Bridge has been forced to close. This has devastated not only just truckers, but also businesses, residents, and essential workers who cross the border every single day to save lives. The disrespect to our local economy is one thing, but it's clear that there is no plan for border communities, and we want a plan. The NDP has proposed a Safe Border Task Force. It's been ignored for 2 years. Why has this not been acted upon? Why can't we get in front of actually doing the right work and the right thing?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and I know his advocacy will be very important in the coming days. He reached out to me earlier, and he and I will be having a conversation. I also want to assure him and everybody in the Windsor area that we are working very closely with CBSA officials who are coordinating both with Windsor Police as well as the Mayor, with whom I've also had contact. There's a full court press to ensure that we keep supply chains moving on the Ambassador Bridge. We've diverted some of those traffic lines to alternate ports of entry, and we'll be sure that we continue to work very closely with all orders of government and law enforcement to get this resolved.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just last week, Statistics Canada reported a job loss of 200,000 jobs during the Omicron wave. That's 200,000 Canadian families that are struggling with a benefit system the Liberals created that's inadequate to the task. It doesn't pay $500 a week. People are waiting far too long to get access if they qualify. And even the special measures that the Liberals brought in just days after passing the bill are set to expire in the next few days. What is the government's plan, and will they work with us to increase the benefit to $500 a month and make sure that all those Canadians out there who are experiencing job loss still as a result of the pandemic actually have access to help instead of...
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I agree that every single lost job is a Canadian tragedy. And that's why I am so pleased that even after the jobs lost in the necessary Omicron lockdowns, Canada has recovered 101% of the jobs lost in the depth of COVID, compared to just 87% in the US. When it comes to support for workers, I would like to say, with the deepest possible respect, that workers are getting support today because of Bill C2, which I'm sorry to say the NDP voted against.
Now, during question period, we've had some technical difficulties with our reception here, and the honourable member for King Vaughan, I know her question kind of got garbled up, or the answer got garbled up. I'm going to ask the honourable member to repeat her question, and hopefully we'll be able to hear and answer both because of the technical reparations that were made, and hopefully some of the hospitality that will be displayed in the chamber. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my riding of King Vaughan, constituents are concerned with keeping their homes. Years ago, I worked in banking and met many people returning their keys to their homes because they simply couldn't afford to make payments with the skyrocketing interest rates. What has this government done to ensure that we don't go back to the 80s and 90s where we saw many Canadians lose their homes?
The Minister for Housing.
Mr. Speaker, our government is focused on making sure that every Canadian has a safe and affordable place to call home. Since 2015, we've invested over $30 billion, introduced the National Housing Strategy, and worked ever closely with provinces, territories, municipalities, the nonprofit and private sector to ensure that more affordable housing and more supply of housing is apparent for Canadians. We know that there's more work to be done. We're working to make sure that we turn more Canadian renters into homeowners through the rent-to-own program and introduce measures to facilitate and accelerate housing supply in partnership with municipalities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I'm afraid that's all the time we have for question period today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons.
That's all the time we have.
It being 3:16 p.m., pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House
Si vous êtes prêts, je vais vous présenter. Non, c'est correct. On est tous dans le mode de découvrir les choses nouvelles. Hello and welcome to this press conference. Bonjour et bienvenue à cette conférence de presse. I'm Elizabeth Thompson with CBC News. With us today, we have Liberal MNA Joël Lightbound, who will be speaking to us right now. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Merci à vous tous d'être présents en si grand nombre. Je vais commencer mes remarques en français. Ensuite, je vais poursuivre en anglais. J'en ai long à dire, donc je vous remercie pour votre patience à l'avance. Avant toute chose, je tiens à revenir sur ce qu'on a vu, notamment à Ottawa ces derniers temps. D'abord, je veux condamner sans réserve les dérapages dégoûtants qu'ont commis certaines personnes au cours des derniers jours à Ottawa. Que ce soit le drapeau confédéré ou le drapeau nazi, par exemple, c'est des symboles intrinsèquement racistes et blessants qui n'ont absolument pas leur place au Canada. Il faut toujours les dénoncer et je félicite tous ceux qui ont décrié haut et fort ces symboles. Je veux aussi dénoncer les quelques groupes d'extrême droite qu'on a vus se manifester dans ces démonstrations. J'ai personnellement reçu, au fil des années, mon lot de menaces de ces groupes et j'ai pour eux absolument, mais absolument aucune sympathie. Je vais toujours me battre contre ce qu'ils incarnent. Quant au mouvement d'occupation du centre-ville d'Ottawa comme tel, il est temps que les manifestants se relocalisent et qu'ils cessent de paralyser le centre-ville. Par respect pour la population locale, qui n'ont rien à voir avec tout ça et qui ont déjà subi beaucoup trop de conséquences. J'invite les manifestants à quitter les lieux sans délai, à se relocaliser quelque part de convenable, quitte à organiser des navettes quotidiennement s'ils souhaitent venir manifester devant le Parlement, ce qui est leur droit. Mais c'est aussi le droit de la population du centre-ville d'Ottawa de vivre paisiblement et sans crainte. Ceci étant dit, quant aux manifestations plus largement, je vais me garder de faire des généralisations trop larges comme celles qu'on a entendues ces derniers temps au sujet de l'ensemble des manifestants et par la bande d'un pan entier de la population qui se reconnaît dans ce mouvement. Je voyais dernièrement dans un reportage sur les ondes de Radio-Canada une grand-mère qui semblait toute douce, qui manifestait pour ses petits-enfants et en toute franchise, elle m'avait pas l'air d'une suprémaciste blanche. Pas plus que les Canadiens noirs, les Canadiens sikhs ou les membres des Premières Nations que j'ai vus manifester ces derniers jours à Ottawa en me rendant au Parlement, ou encore chez nous, à Québec et un peu partout au pays. J'ai assez de respect pour mes semblables pour ne pas leur coller des étiquettes aussi faciles qu'absurdes. Maintenant, si on regarde au-delà des manifestations, j'ai entendu des centaines de mes commettants, des Québécois, des Canadiens, qui m'ont contacté au cours des dernières semaines, des gens qui ont strictement rien à voir avec les manifestations, des gens qui sont pour la plupart vaccinés, qui ont tout fait comme il faut ces 2 dernières années, qui ont été et qui sont toujours solidaires, mais qui aujourd'hui ont des préoccupations légitimes. Je pense qu'il faut entendre ces inquiétudes et qu'il faut y répondre. J'ai entendu des parents inquiets de voir leurs enfants sombrer dans la dépression, de voir leurs enfants perdre beaucoup d'entrain et de joie de vivre au fil des 2 dernières années. J'ai entendu des pédiatres qui m'appellent en larmes en me parlant de l'anxiété, de l'isolement, du décrochage de leurs jeunes patients, qui me disent qu'il est plus que temps qu'on laisse les jeunes vivre, puis qui font écho à ce que le docteur Rousseau de la clinique de pédiatrie sociale de Lévis disait récemment dans un article paru dans Le Soleil, alors qu'il y allait d'un cri du cœur en disant, et je le cite, « Il faut regarder la réalité et les chiffres et arrêter de traiter la population de 0 à 90 ans de la même manière. Que pour eux, à la clinique, ils voient chaque année des enfants malades de l'influenza et de bronchiolite, mais que ça ne fait pas les manchettes. Que pour eux, la COVID des jeunes, c'est un virus mineur, mais que les impacts en santé mentale, en ce moment pour les jeunes, sont majeurs. Et comme on sait, il n'y a pas de santé sans santé mentale. J'ai entendu des artistes et des artisans inquiets de se voir ou de voir des amis au bord du gouffre parce qu'ils ne peuvent pas travailler depuis 2 ans. J'ai entendu des restaurateurs et des entrepreneurs inquiets parce qu'ils sont en train de tout perdre ce qu'ils ont mis une vie à bâtir. J'ai entendu des citoyens qui s'inquiètent et qui s'indignent de voir qu'au Québec, en 2022, en vertu de mesures sanitaires, on séquestre des aînés triplement vaccinés. Qu'au Québec, en 2022, on a enfermé des enfants de 6 à 10 ans dans des chambres sans fenêtre pendant 10 jours. Des enfants qui testaient négatifs, qui étaient asymptomatiques, mais qui avaient eu un contact à risque. Je vais juste le répéter pour que tout le monde comprenne bien. Des enfants de 6 à 10 ans enfermés dans des chambres sans fenêtre pendant 10 jours au Québec en 2022. Ça, c'est une mesure qui a été rédigée, qui a été approuvée et qui a été appliquée. J'ai entendu des gens qui s'inquiètent de voir qu'on semble avoir oublié collectivement que la santé d'une population, c'est une tarte, puis qu'Omicron, c'est une pointe. Dans la tarte, il y a aussi la santé économique, la santé sociale et la santé mentale. J'ai entendu des gens qui s'inquiètent de voir que certains semblent facilement, voire même jovialement, oublier qu'on n'est pas tous égaux face au confinement, que ce n'est pas tout le monde qui peut gagner sa vie sur un MacBook au chalet. J'ai entendu des gens qui s'inquiètent que leur souffrance silencieuse, que leur souffrance discrète, soit ignorée par ceux qui décident. J'ai entendu des gens qui s'inquiètent de voir leurs amis, des êtres qui leur sont chers, perdre leur job parce qu'ils ont choisi de ne pas se faire vacciner. Des gens qui se retrouvent à observer impuissants du monde qu'ils aiment se déraciner, tout vendre pour aller vivre ailleurs à coups de grands déchirements. Quoi qu'on puisse penser du choix des autres, on ne doit pas rester insensible à ces déchirements. J'ai entendu des enseignants qui s'inquiètent de voir leurs élèves reproduire dans les cours d'école le genre de discrimination qu'on voit dans la société entre les vaccinés et les non-vaccinés. J'ai entendu des gens qui s'inquiètent de voir leurs familles et leurs amis se déchirer et se chicaner sur cette question. J'ai entendu des gens qui se demandent comment se fait-il qu'il y a 1 an, on était tous unis et que maintenant, alors qu'on est l'un des pays les plus vaccinés de la planète et qu'on devrait en être fiers, on est aussi plus divisés que jamais. Des gens qui sont de plus en plus confus quand ils entendent, par exemple, le Dr Weiss dire la semaine dernière, et je le cite, que la COVID-19 est là pour rester, que les gens à risque vont devoir être surveillés aux moindres symptômes, qu'on va devoir protéger notre système de santé, mais en même temps qu'on va devoir vivre avec le virus comme on vit avec l'influenza. Qu'on ne peut pas continuer les confinements ni les restrictions sans substrat, sans justification scientifique. Des gens qui entendent aussi la Dr Tam dire qu'il va falloir réévaluer toutes les mesures de santé publique, y compris les passeports vaccinaux, et bâtir notre capacité pour répondre aux prochaines vagues. Des gens qui voient aussi une tendance indéniable à travers le monde, alors que l'Organisation mondiale de la santé recommandait récemment d'éliminer et d'assouplir les mesures qui touchent les voyageurs, notamment l'obligation vaccinale pour les voyageurs, parce qu'il s'agit, selon l'OMS, d'une mesure inefficace pour enrayer la propagation du variant Omicron. Des gens qui voient que l'Irlande, la Suède, la Norvège, la Suisse Israël, la République tchèque, le Royaume-Uni, l'Espagne et le Danemark ont ou sont en voie de lever toutes leurs mesures, y compris le passeport vaccinal. Tous des pays qui ont un taux de vaccination inférieur au nôtre. Des gens qui voient tout ça et qui s'inquiètent en revanche de ne pas savoir, nous, ici, au Canada, où est-ce qu'on s'en va, qui sentent peu d'appétit de leur gouvernement pour s'adapter en fonction de l'évolution de la pandémie, de l'évolution de la science et de l'évolution du monde. Des gens qui s'inquiètent que soient normalisées des mesures qui devraient être des mesures d'exception, des mesures qui devraient être limitées dans le temps, comme l'obligation vaccinale des voyageurs, comme les mandats de vaccination ou comme le passeport vaccinal. Des gens qui s'inquiètent de plus savoir où s'arrête la santé publique et où commence la politique, où la science prime et où les sondages priment. Or, je pense que les gouvernements ont tout intérêt à ne pas balayer ces inquiétudes du revers de la main et à ne pas diaboliser ceux qui les expriment. Je pense au contraire qu'on doit y répondre et je vais offrir bien humblement quelques pistes. En premier lieu, le gouvernement doit fournir rapidement une feuille de route quantifiée et quantifiable pour la levée de toutes les restrictions qui sont de son ressort. Je ne pense pas nécessairement qu'il faille lever toutes les restrictions immédiatement, mais il faut savoir, selon des barèmes précis et quantifiables, à partir de quel moment les mesures vont tomber. Par exemple, à partir de quel seuil d'hospitalisation au pays. En deuxième lieu, je pense aussi que si les gens ont de plus en plus de difficultés avec les mesures, ce n'est pas parce qu'ils ne sont pas solidaires, c'est qu'il y a bien du monde qui ne comprennent plus les mesures, puis ils ne les comprennent plus parce que les gouvernements ne les expliquent plus. C'est beaucoup plus facile d'accepter quand au moins on comprend. Surtout que ces restrictions ont des conséquences bien réelles dans la vie des gens. La vaccination obligatoire des camionneurs est pour moi un bon exemple. Si on oublie une seconde les manifs et le convoi et qu'on se concentre juste sur cette mesure pour ce qu'elle est. C'est une politique qui, présentement, va à l'encontre des recommandations récentes de l'OMS et pour laquelle on n'a aucun chiffre quant à ce qu'on tente d'accomplir d'un point de vue épidémiologique. En revanche, l'industrie, elle, est sans équivoque. L'impact sur les coûts de transport des produits frais des États-Unis a été immédiat et on parle d'une augmentation de 15 à 20 %. Non, le volume, lui, n'a pas diminué, c'est vrai, mais le prix a bondi. Une augmentation aussi importante du jour au lendemain, qui est nécessairement ultimement refilée aux consommateurs, c'est pas rien comme conséquence quand on fait déjà face à la plus forte inflation des 30 dernières années au Canada. Et l'impact est tristement beaucoup plus grand pour quelqu'un qui gagne 15 à 20 $ de l'heure que pour quelqu'un qui gagne 200 ou 300 000 par année. Je crois que si les bienfaits étaient à tout le moins bien expliqués, avec des avis scientifiques, avec des études épidémiologiques, pas seulement avec des lignes de communication, ça aiderait à la compréhension et à l'acceptation de ces mesures. Personnellement, je cherche ces données depuis des semaines sans succès. Ce qui m'amène à respectueusement suggérer au gouvernement de systématiquement publier les études épidémiologiques, les projections et les avis scientifiques qui sous-tendent l'ensemble des mesures qu'il impose. En troisième lieu, et pour faire écho aux propos de la Dr Tam quant à l'importance de bâtir notre capacité hospitalière pour faire face aux prochaines vagues, sans jamais devoir recourir à nouveau à la violence des confinements, je pense que le gouvernement fédéral doit entamer sans délai des négociations avec les provinces quant au transfert en santé. La position actuelle du gouvernement me semble intenable. D'une part, on dit qu'on ne négociera pas les transferts tant que la pandémie ne sera pas terminée, et du même souffle, on dit que la pandémie va durer des années. Si on veut bâtir notre capacité pour qu'on puisse vivre pour de vrai avec le virus, en mon sens, ces discussions ne peuvent pas attendre. Il n'y a aucun doute que les provinces ont du pain sur la planche pour améliorer leur réseau, mais le fédéral a aussi son bout de chemin à faire. Et quand on y pense juste 2 minutes, dans les dernières semaines, avec la vague Omicron, le gouvernement fédéral a dépensé 1 demi-milliard en prestations de confinement au Québec seulement, par semaine. 1 demi-milliard par semaine. Des confinements qui sont jugés nécessaires pour protéger notre système de santé, système qui, lui, coûte 1 milliard par semaine au Québec. C'est la quadrature du cercle. Il me semble qu'on peut faire preuve de plus de vision et de plus d'ingéniosité. Finalement, je crois qu'il est temps, plus que temps, qu'on arrête de diviser la population, qu'on arrête de monter une partie de la population contre une autre. Je ne peux pas m'empêcher de constater à regret que tant le ton que les politiques de mon gouvernement ont changé drastiquement à l'aube de la dernière campagne électorale et pendant la dernière campagne. D'une approche positive et rassembleuse, une décision a été prise d'adopter une approche qui divise et qui stigmatise. Je pense que cette approche et que cette politisation de la pandémie risque de miner la confiance du public envers nos institutions de santé publique, et ce n'est pas un risque à prendre à la légère. Dans la dernière année, le Canada s'est hissé au sommet des sociétés les plus vaccinées au monde. On a de quoi être fier, on a de quoi célébrer. Maintenant, il est temps d'en finir avec les distractions et avec les divisions, et de revenir à une approche qui est plus positive que coercitive, à une approche plus rassembleuse que clivante. Il est temps de braquer à nouveau les projecteurs sur ce qui nous unit. Enfin, si je suis le seul à m'exprimer publiquement aujourd'hui, je peux vous assurer que je ne suis pas le seul à éprouver un malaise à différents degrés avec la direction qu'a décidé de prendre le gouvernement. Que je ne suis pas le seul à espérer que mon appel au calme, que mon appel à la raison et que mon appel à plus d'humanisme soit entendu. Je vous remercie pour votre attention. Je vais maintenant procéder à mes remarques en anglais. To begin with, I wish to come back on the events that have been unfolding these last 2 weeks in Ottawa. First off, I, like my colleagues, wholeheartedly condemn the kind of hideous acts and symbols that we've seen on display by some demonstrators. Nazi flags and Confederate flags have no place in Canada. They are symbols of hate and intolerance, and we must always reject these symbols passionately. And I want to thank all of those who've denounced these acts, these symbols, and these individuals clearly and loudly. I also wish to denounce the far-right groups that we have seen in these protests. I've myself received over the years my fair share of threats from far-right extremists, and I have absolutely no sympathy for them. I profoundly despise what they stand for. With regards to the occupation of Ottawa's downtown core, it's time it stops. It's time for truckers to leave and let the local population get their neighborhood back and get their quality of life back, free of fear and free of harassment. No one wants this to escalate, and protesters should now show some goodwill, like we've seen this Saturday in my hometown of Quebec City. I suggest they relocate somewhere else, somewhere appropriate for the residents and for the city of Ottawa. They could organize shuttles should they wish to come demonstrate peacefully before Parliament Hill. Such is their right. But downtown residents also have the right to peace and order, and it has lasted long enough already. That being said, when it comes to the broader demonstrations we've seen in Ottawa, in Quebec City, and all across the country, I will abstain from the kind of generalizations that we've heard these last few days. I've seen on Radio-Canada an interview with what seemed to be a very kind grandmother who demonstrated for her grandkids. She looked and sounded nothing like a white supremacist, nor did the Black, Sikh, and Indigenous Canadians I saw demonstrating on my way to Parliament these last 2 weeks, or in Quebec City this last Saturday. I have enough respect for my fellow Canadians not to engage in these easy and absurd labels. Now, looking beyond the demonstrations, I've heard from hundreds of constituents and citizens who took the time to reach out to me these past weeks. Folks who have nothing to do with these demonstrations, who are for the most part vaccinated, who have done everything as they should these last 2 years. People who have shared with me legitimate concerns about where we are heading collectively. I think we must hear these concerns, and I think we must respond to them. I've heard from parents worried to see their kids sink into depression and slowly lose their joy of living. I've heard from pediatricians in tears telling me about their young patients' despair, anxiety, isolation, as well as the stunning increase in school dropouts they are observing. I've heard from artists who are on the brink of mental and financial collapse after 2 years with barely enough work to get by. I've heard from social workers answering suicide hotlines who are overwhelmed by the number of calls they're receiving. I've heard from entrepreneurs and restaurant owners who are contemplating losing what they've spent their whole lives building, and that's when it hasn't happened already. I've heard from fellow Quebecers who are rightfully appalled that in our province, in 2022, we're locking up triple-vaxxed seniors for days on end. I've heard from fellow Quebecers appalled that in Quebec, in January 2022, we have locked up kids aged 6 to 10 years old for up to 10 days in windowless rooms. Kids who tested negative, who had no symptoms, who had been in contact with someone, though, who had the virus. So let me repeat. In Quebec, in 2022, we locked up kids aged 6 to 10 for up to 10 days in windowless rooms. Let that sink in. This was a public health measure that had been drafted, approved, and applied. I've heard from people worried that we seem collectively to have forgotten that a population's health is kind of like a pie, and Omicron is but a slice of that pie. Economic health, social health, and mental health must be accounted for. I've heard from people worried that those making the decisions seem at times to have been blind to the fact that we're not all equal before lockdowns, that not everyone can earn a living on a MacBook at the cottage. I've heard people worried that a few might have lost sight of the quiet and discreet suffering of the many. I've heard people in great pain to see some of their friends whom they love and respect, but who've decided, for whatever reason we might very well disagree with, who've decided not to get vaccinated, and as a consequence, are jobless, selling what they have and moving to the United States, away from their communities, away from their friends and from their families. I've heard from teachers worried to see kids reenacting in the schoolyard the kind of discrimination and segregation we see in our society between vaccinated and unvaccinated. I've heard from people worried to see those they care about fighting each other on this issue, tearing some families and some friends apart. I've heard from a lot of people wondering why just a year ago we were all united, all in this together. And now that we have one of the most vaccinated population in the world, we've never been so divided. Now, these people are increasingly confused when, on the other hand, they hear experts like Dr. Carl Weiss, a renowned Quebec epidemiologist, state last week, and I quote, that COVID-19 is here to stay, that those at risk will have to be monitored closely when symptoms appear, that we will have to protect our healthcare systems, but that we will also have to live with the virus like we do with influenza, that we can't go back to lockdowns and restrictions not supported by science. They're confused when they hear Dr. Tam state last week that all existing public health policies, including vaccine passports, need to be re-examined, and that we need to have longer-term, sustained approaches and capacity building so we're not in crisis mode all the time as we fight this virus. They're confused when they see the undeniable trend around the world whereby, for instance, the World Health Organization recently recommended dropping or alleviating many border measures, including vaccine requirements, as they've proven to be ineffective in fighting the propagation of the Omicron variant. That's the World Health Organization. They're confused when they see countries around the world like Ireland, Sweden, Norway, Switzerland, the Czech Republic, Israel, Denmark, Spain, and the UK, who have either dropped almost all restrictions or are fast moving in that direction. All countries, I note, with lower vaccination rates than us. Now, while folks are hearing and seeing all of this, they're left rightfully wondering, where the hell are we heading here in Canada? I think there lies the frustration. They feel there is no appetite from our government to adapt so as to reflect the changing data and the changing reality of the pandemic and of the world. They're worried that measures which ought to be exceptional and limited in time are being normalized with no end in sight, like vaccine passports, mandates, and requirements for travelers. They're worried because they feel it is becoming harder and harder to know where public health stops and where politics begins. Now, I firmly believe governments would do well not to dismiss these legitimate concerns and not to demonize those who voice them. To the contrary, I believe these concerns need to be addressed head-on, and here are some ways I humbly submit we could go about it. First, I believe the government should provide quickly a roadmap with clear and measurable targets to lift all restrictions within its purview. To be clear, I do not necessarily believe that all measures should be lifted immediately, but I do believe that we must have a clear and measurable benchmark for when measures will be lifted. For instance, at what point can we lift restrictions while respecting the capacity of the province's healthcare systems? Second, I believe that if more and more Canadians find it hard to comply with the restrictions, it's not because they lack solidarity. It's because increasingly Canadians don't understand the measures, and they don't understand them because governments no longer care to explain them. It's a lot easier to comply when you understand, particularly when these restrictions impact your day-to-day life. The vaccine requirement for truckers, to me, is a good example. And if we forget about the demonstrations and we forget about the convoy for just a second and look at that policy for what it is. This is a policy that now goes against the World Health Organization's recommendation, and for which no epidemiological studies and projections have been provided. Meanwhile, the industry is clear. When this measure took effect, the price of transport for fresh products from the United States went up by 15 to 20% on average. Now, I understand there are many factors contributing to inflation, but inflation happens over time, not overnight. This is not a small consequence, given that Canadians are already facing the highest inflation in 30 years. And unfortunately, it affects more the most vulnerable amongst us. The impact is not the same if you make 200 or 300,000 a year versus if you make 15 to 20 bucks an hour. At least if the benefits were clearly explained with data and projections, not with talking points, it could make the burden more bearable. I've been looking for this data for weeks, but to no avail. This leads me to humbly suggest that the government should systematically publish the epidemiological projections and the scientific analysis underpinning the measures it imposes going forward. Third, to echo the comments I quoted earlier by Dr. Tam, we need to be building our capacity right now to face the next waves. As such, I believe the government should start negotiating the Canada Health transfers with provinces without delays. The government's position is quite frankly hard to understand. On the one hand, we say that we will not be negotiating the transfer before the pandemic ends. And on the other hand, we say that the pandemic will last for years. If we want to be able to truly live with the virus without resorting to the violence of lockdowns, these discussions cannot wait. There's no doubt that provinces have a lot to do to improve their healthcare systems and to gain in efficiency, but the federal government also has its role to play. At last, I think it's time to stop dividing Canadians, to stop pitting one part of the population against another. I can't help but notice with regret that both the tone and the policies of my government changed drastically on the eve and during the last election campaign. From a positive and unifying approach, a decision was made to wedge, to divide, and to stigmatize. I fear that this politicization of the pandemic risks undermining the public's trust in our public health institutions. This is not a risk we ought to be taking lightly. In this last year, Canada has reached one of the highest levels of vaccination in the world. It is something we should be proud of. It is something we should be celebrating. Yet here we are, more divided than ever. It's time to stop with the division and the distractions. It's time to choose positive, not coercive methods. It's time to unite. And finally, though I am alone voicing these concerns publicly today, I can tell you that I'm not the only one who feels, to varying degrees, as I do within our ranks. I remain hopeful that this call for more humanism, for more reason, and for more hope will be heard. I want to thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, merci. We will start with questions in the room and then go to questions on Zoom, which is quite new for the gallery. We have about 20 minutes, so we'll divide it 10 and 10. First question, microphone to my right. Can everyone at the microphone say your name and your media outlet, then ask your question.
Oh. Hi, good morning, Mr. Lightbone. David Thurton, CBC News. Can you just tell us when your point of view on lockdowns and vaccine measures started to change, started to part ways with your party?
Well, I think a lot of these measures, and if you look at countries around the world, given the rise of Omicron, there are a lot of countries reconsidering the value of these measures. And I think that really was a shift for me. But I have to admit that I've been uncomfortable with the politicization of the pandemic and of vaccination during the last election campaign.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, during the last election campaign, you started to feel uncomfortable with your party's position. So why did you continue to run under the Liberal ticket? If you could explain that. And do you intend to remain as a Liberal MP?
Okay, so the first question, I wasn't necessarily uncomfortable with the measures, given that we were working under the assumption that vaccines prevented infection and transmission. That doesn't seem to be the case as much as it was. So I could rally behind these measures. I was uncomfortable with the tone, the rhetoric, but I was hopeful, and I still am, that I could push from within to make the government change course. I've been doing this since the election, but I've come to a point where I felt I owed it to myself, to my constituents, to voice now my positions publicly, as I think the division has gotten to a point where it needs to stop.
Microphone to my left, à ma gauche.
Bonjour, Juliane Lapointe de Radio-Canada. Vous avez dit dans votre allocution que vous n'êtes pas le seul à éprouver ce malaise-là. Est-ce que d'autres membres du caucus libéral pensent comme vous? Est-ce que vous avez tenté de convaincre certains de vos collègues de se présenter avec vous aujourd'hui à ce point de presse?
J'ai pas tenté de convaincre mes collègues de se présenter avec moi au point de presse, mais je peux vous assurer qu'à différents degrés, je prétends pas que tous mes collègues certainement approuvent. Je pense qu'il y a différentes opinions, différentes visions par rapport à la pandémie, mais définitivement, il y a plusieurs collègues qui éprouvent un certain malaise avec le style de politique qu'on fait sur la pandémie.
Est-ce que vous avez tenté déjà d'en discuter avec Justin Trudeau directement et est-ce que vous vous sentez encore bien chez les libéraux dans cette optique-là?
Je me sens, oui, encore bien chez les libéraux parce que j'ai confiance et j'ai espoir que le gouvernement va changer d'approche, prendre une approche qui est plus positive. Et d'ailleurs, quand on regarde ce que la docteure Tam disait la semaine dernière, il est temps de réévaluer toutes les mesures sanitaires. Et j'espère que le gouvernement va entendre ce message-là de la docteure Tam. J'ai confiance que oui. Sur Justin Trudeau, j'ai fait valoir mes positions de manière extrêmement claire à l'interne au sein du caucus.
Microphone to my right.
Yeah, hi, Mr. Lightbone. Mackenzie Gray with CTV. Your speech that you gave here basically could have been given by Candace Bergen in the House of Commons last night during the emergency debate. Why should Justin Trudeau keep you in the Liberal caucus?
Because I think the Liberal Party is, has been historically open for dissent and different opinions. And I think I don't see the Liberal Party changing. And as far as Madame Bergen is concerned, I would say that a broken clock is right twice a day.
Respectfully, though, she said some of the exact same things that you said. She's not a broken clock compared to what you said. So how is there a divide? There's no divide between where the Conservatives stand and what you're saying, but there seems to be quite a divide between what the Liberals are saying, what the Prime Minister said last night, and what you're saying. How is it tenable for you to continue to be a part of the government?
Well, as I said, I'm hopeful and I'm confident that the government will change course, and that's what I'm advocating for. I want that debate to happen within the Liberal Party, within our society at large, and I'm hopeful as well that there is room in the Liberal Party for dissent.
Micro à ma gauche.
Bonjour, Boris Proulx, Le Devoir. Monsieur Lightbound, est-ce qu'il y a un problème de leadership en ce moment au Parti libéral avec le leadership du premier ministre Justin Trudeau?
Vous savez, moi, M. Trudeau m'a inspiré à me lancer en politique en 2014, en 2015, parce que j'en pouvais plus du genre de politique que faisait Stephen Harper, de la division, et j'ai confiance que M. Trudeau peut, disons, reconnecter avec ce style de politique très rassembleur qu'il a bien incarné et qui est capable de bien incarner.
Ça répond très mal à ma question, mais je vais quand même enchaîner. Vous avez dit que vous avez exprimé vos nuances, en tout cas votre propos au sein du caucus. Normalement, c'est là où les décisions se prennent. En sortant publiquement aujourd'hui, est-ce que vous avez considéré que peut-être vous allez être éjecté du caucus libéral? Est-ce que vous avez songé joindre un autre parti?
Vous savez, la politique, c'est pas facile à la base, mais j'ai toujours pensé que ce qui est le plus difficile en politique, c'est de savoir tracer la ligne entre le compromis et la compromission. À ce stade-ci, dans l'évolution de la pandémie, avec la division que j'observe dans la société, pour moi, mon mutisme, c'était traverser cette ligne de la compromission. Et quant à l'idée de changer de parti, je peux vous assurer que je ne changerai pas de parti. J'ai trop de respect pour mes électeurs pour changer de bannière.
Microphone to my right.
Tom Korski, Blacklocks. Mr. Lightbound, under the Treasury Board's own policy, core administration employees must disclose medical status, et cetera, with proof of vaccination. They count 1,084 federal employees who have been suspended without pay, lost their benefits under that policy. You alluded to people who've lost work because of their vaccination status. Do you have an opinion on the enforcement of the Treasury Board's own policy?
No, I don't. I think
you can have strong feelings about the Constitution or charter rights. You don't have to say anything. You don't have to call a news conference. I can only assume that you did so because you have a sense that there could be far-reaching consequences of current events. If I'm correct, if I'm not, please advise. If I'm correct, what is your concern or fear?
Well, my concern is that at this point, Canada is one of the highest, one of the highest vaccinated population in the world, and I think it's time to move away from the division that I'm observing, and it's got nothing to do necessarily with the protests. I see it in society by and large, and I think we need to change our tone, and we need to provide a roadmap with clear benchmarks for when measures will be lifted. I think it's reasonable to say that these measures, whether it be vaccine passports for travel in this country or vaccine requirements for travelers internationally, I think it's reasonable to say that these measures should be exceptional in nature and limited in time. And so I think the government must provide a roadmap for stating clearly under what conditions will these measures be lifted. I'm encouraged to see that Dr. Tem said last week that all public health policies need to be reevaluated.
Microphone to my left.
Ian Bailey, Globe and Mail. Does the fact that you're here today holding a news conference indicate that you had no faith that expressing your views in caucus, sort of talking about these issues in caucus, would have little effect in getting the government to change course?
I still am hopeful that the government will change course and adopt a different approach. And that's my ask today. I made my views known in caucus many times, and at this point, I felt I owed it to myself and to my constituents to state clearly where I stand as their representative.
Okay, and could you elaborate, if I heard you correctly, on your view or your statement that there are others in the caucus, others in the other elected Liberals, MPs who share your views, if I heard you correctly?
My discomfort.
Are we going to see them coming to speak like this? What do they
There are a few of them. I wouldn't say that they necessarily all agree with what I'm suggesting moving forward, but there are quite a few who share the discomfort with the kind of divisive politics and who think that we need to take a more positive approach.
Micro à ma gauche.
Bonjour, Mylène Crête de la Presse. Est-ce que vous demeurez président du caucus du Québec pour le Parti libéral?
Je pense que ça va être une décision que mes collègues du caucus du Québec devront prendre.
Pourquoi vous faites une sortie comme ça aujourd'hui? Est-ce que vous envisagez de vous lancer comme candidat dans la prochaine élection québécoise?
Non, pas du tout. Non, pas du tout. C'est juste par respect pour mes citoyens. Je pense que, et par respect pour moi-même aussi, j'en étais à un point où je vois là où le style de politique qu'on fait, je pense que c'était de mon devoir, enfin, personnellement, de faire savoir mes positions publiquement à ce stade-ci. Mais non, je peux vous assurer que j'envisage pas du tout de me présenter ni au provincial, ni au municipal, ni à l'archevêché ou autre.
Okay, now we go to Zoom. First question will be coming from Raymond Fillion de TVA.
Oui, bonjour, Monsieur Lacton.
Bonjour, Monsieur Fillon.
Est-ce que vous avez dit tout à l'heure que M. Trudeau vous a convaincu d'entrer en politique il y a quelques années? Est-ce que vous êtes déçu de M. Trudeau aujourd'hui, du genre de discours qu'il tient?
Comme je l'ai déjà mentionné, M. Fillon, moi, je suis un optimiste et j'ai bon espoir que le gouvernement va pouvoir adopter une différente approche plus positive, aussi qui prend acte de l'évolution des données, de l'évolution qu'on observe à travers le monde par rapport à la façon qu'on a de vivre avec la pandémie, avec le virus, et qu'on va se concentrer sur des mesures qui sont moins divisives que celles qu'on a vues récemment, alors qu'elles seront réévaluées.
Et parmi les mesures que vous souhaitez voir évaluer, quelles sont-elles? Pouvez-vous nous dire exactement quelles sont ces mesures? Est-ce que ça inclut la vaccination obligatoire des employés de l'État qui a été annoncée avant la campagne électorale?
Je pense que définitivement, c'est une mesure qui mérite d'être évaluée, surtout quand on voit que maintenant 99 de la fonction publique, selon les chiffres que j'ai entendus, était, en tout cas, se déclarait vaccinée. Je pense que c'est une mesure, comme l'ensemble des mesures, je pense, doit être évaluée. Certainement aussi la vaccination obligatoire pour les voyageurs. Et je veux dire, ça s'inscrit avec ce qu'on observe dans tellement de pays à travers le monde. Ça s'inscrit en directe ligne avec les recommandations récentes de l'Organisation mondiale de la santé. Donc, je ne pense pas que ce soit déraisonnable de demander à ce que ces mesures-là soient réévaluées et qu'on offre à tout le moins une feuille de route pour la suite des choses, pour savoir à partir de quel moment ces mesures-là seront levées en fonction de quels critères.
Okay, next question goes to David Aiken from Global.
Thank you very much. And Joel, thanks for your speech. Obviously, you put a lot of thought into this. I'm curious, there was an emergency debate in the House last night, and I'm wondering, did you want to speak to that debate? I just scanned the speakers list and you were not on in Hansard. Did the whip say you couldn't speak? And would you like to repeat what you just said in this press conference in the House of Commons to put it on the record at Hansard at some point?
Yes, I would certainly like that. I think the emergency debate, I was just not ready, and I really...
Okay.
Yep.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's it. That's it.
The other question I had, and this just goes to, you're getting the sense that we're all just trying to get a sense of where you stand on the overall confidence of the government. Certainly, vaccine mandates for truckers are not a matter of confidence, and they're not a fiscal measure. But at this point in time, given that health policies are such a central part of governing anywhere in this country, let me ask you straight out: do you have the confidence of the government should it come to a vote in the House of Commons? Would you vote to support the Liberal government right now?
I would. As I said many times, I'm optimistic and hopeful that the government will change course and take a different approach and reevaluate all the measures. That's essentially my whole point. I think we need to have a clear roadmap for when restrictions will be lifted, and that this roadmap must, take into account what we've seen with the World Health Organization's recommendation, with what other countries are doing. I think that's to me, it's essential for Canadians to have that understanding of where we're heading and under what conditions and circumstances measures will be lifted. I think what a lot of the anxiety and a lot of the frustration in the population lies with the fact that some people don't understand or are afraid that certain measures are being normalized, and that these measures should not be normalized, that they should be extraordinary and limited in time. That I think would go a long way in alleviating some of the frustration and some of the division in our society and some of the polarization. I think that's essential going forward. And I'm not advocating for lifting necessarily all measures right now. I'm not a public health expert. I'm just saying that the government, and I don't pretend to be, I'm just saying that the government needs to provide a roadmap going forward.
Merci. Prochaine question, Inès Lombardo de Franco Presse.
Oui, bonjour. Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Oui.
Oui.
Oui, parfait. Bonjour, merci de nous prendre nos questions. Vous avez parlé, Monsieur Ladband, du fait que vous n'étiez pas seul à éprouver un malaise avec la direction qu'a pris le gouvernement, et vous avez également parlé de division. Est-ce qu'on peut s'attendre à ce que le Parti libéral périclite, un peu à l'image du Parti conservateur?
C'est certainement pas mon espoir, et non, je ne crois pas qu'on puisse s'y attendre. Je pense que ça risque, par exemple, de provoquer des débats qui sont, à mon sens, nécessaires au sein du Parti libéral.
OK. Sur un autre sujet, vous avez évoqué dans les pistes de solutions un peu plus tôt que vous proposez une feuille de route quantifiée et quantifiable pour lever les mesures, mais vous dites qu'il ne faudrait pas lever toutes les mesures. Est-ce que vous pouvez être plus précis sur cette feuille de route quantifiée et quantifiable que vous proposez?
Ben, à titre d'exemple, puis je pense qu'il faut à ce chapitre-là s'en remettre à la santé publique, mais voir en vertu, parce que beaucoup des mesures, l'argument est qu'il faut réduire la pression sur le système hospitalier, puis je comprends très bien ça. On a vu nos réseaux hospitaliers d'un bout à l'autre du pays être testés, mais je pense que justement, par exemple, un des critères pourrait être à partir de quel seuil d'hospitalisation à travers le pays, selon la capacité des provinces, on est capable de, au niveau fédéral, lever certaines des mesures qui sont en place. Un peu comme on le voit partout à travers le pays, que ce soit au Québec aujourd'hui. Je pense que le premier ministre Legault annonce la levée de plusieurs mesures. Donc, je pense que c'est ce qui doit être considéré.
Oui, bonjour. Je pense que c'est à moi de parler, Catherine Lévesque du National Post. Bonjour, Monsieur Lightband.
Bonjour.
Écoutez, je voulais en fait éclaircir un peu là, ce que vous voulez dire là, au sujet des conditions là, qui sont imposées aux camionneurs. Est-ce que vous êtes en train de suggérer, parce qu'il n'y a pas de données visiblement là, selon vos recherches pour dire qu'il faut absolument que les camionneurs qui traversent la frontière soient vaccinés, est-ce que le Canada et les États-Unis par ailleurs devraient en fait laisser tomber le mandat vaccinal pour les camionneurs selon vous?
Ben, moi, ça fait des semaines que je tente de faire l'analyse coût-bénéfice de cette mesure-là. Les bénéfices ne m'ont pas été expliqués à un degré satisfaisant. C'est-à-dire que je n'ai pas réussi à obtenir d'études épidémiologiques, d'avis scientifiques qui sous-tendent cette mesure. Je remarque aussi qu'initialement, l'objectif était de réduire la propagation. Maintenant, c'est de bâtir de la résilience dans nos chaînes d'approvisionnement. Mais à savoir combien de camionneurs non vaccinés se sont retrouvés absents du travail parce qu'ils étaient infectés versus des camionneurs vaccinés, quel impact ça a sur la chaîne d'approvisionnement, sur les camionneurs, quelles sont nos projections, nos estimations. Je n'ai pas eu de chiffres à ce sujet-là. Par exemple, du côté des coûts, tous les représentants de l'industrie à qui j'ai parlé sont sans équivoque. Du moment que cette mesure est entrée en vigueur, on a observé dans le coût du transport une augmentation de l'ordre de 15 à 20 Dans mon sens, l'analyse coût-bénéfice, elle m'est difficile à faire. Mais c'est pour ça que, d'ailleurs, je demande que des avis scientifiques, les études épidémiologiques soient rendus publics pour l'ensemble des mesures qui sont mises de l'avant par le gouvernement.
Et visiblement, donc, ces réflexions, vous les mijotez depuis longtemps. Vous l'avez dit, vous avez tenté de convaincre le caucus à l'interne, là, finalement, d'approcher, en fait, d'avoir une approche moins divisive. Ça a été quoi le point tournant, finalement, pour que vous sortiez aujourd'hui comme ça? Est-ce que c'est les manifestations qui ont lieu un peu partout, incluant à Québec? Qu'est-ce qui a fait en sorte là, que vous sortiez aujourd'hui?
Non, ce ne sont pas les manifestations, mais je pense que je me devais d'abord de vraiment bien faire mes représentations à l'interne, ce que j'ai fait. Et à ce stade-ci, je me sentais le devoir vis-à-vis de moi-même à un certain endroit, puis vis-à-vis des citoyens que je représente, de faire savoir ma vision sur quelque chose qui impacte tout le monde, qui domine l'agenda, de faire savoir ces positions-là publiquement.
Oui, bonjour, Hélène Buzetti, des Coop de l'information. Je pense que c'est à moi. Bonjour, M. Lightbound. J'aimerais savoir, à la suite de votre sortie, craignez-vous, envisagez-vous que des représailles par le parti, par le gouvernement soient prises contre vous? Et si tel devait être le cas, qu'est-ce que vous en tiriez comme conclusion? Est-ce que ce serait une bonne affaire?
Ben, c'est pas une décision qui est de mon ressort. Mais je pense que visiblement, si je suis ici aujourd'hui, je suis prêt à accepter les conséquences. Mais s'il y en a. Mais pour moi, le Parti libéral, et on m'a toujours dit, depuis que j'y ai adhéré et que je me suis présenté en 2015, qu'il fallait amener à Ottawa les préoccupations de nos citoyens, pas amener les politiques d'Ottawa vers nos citoyens. C'était fondamental et c'est ce que je fais aujourd'hui.
Parce que vous venez de Québec, il y a eu une manif à Québec. Êtes-vous en train de dire que c'est ce que vous entendez sur le terrain? Et je répète, si on devait, par exemple, vous exclure du caucus ou vous enlever des titres, est-ce que ça viendrait peut-être amoindrir votre vision encore positive du parti?
Ben, je traverserai le pont quand je serai à la rivière, si je me rends à la rivière. Pour l'instant, moi, j'ai toutes les indications que le Parti libéral est ouvert à la dissidence et au débat. Je n'ai pas d'indication qu'il y aura nécessairement des conséquences, donc je verrai à ce moment-là. Puis par rapport à mes citoyens, oui, je l'entends de mes citoyens, oui, je l'entends sur le terrain, mais plus largement, je l'entends de beaucoup de Québécois qui sont inquiets à juste titre et préoccupés à juste titre et qui veulent savoir où est-ce qu'on s'en va.
Raphaël Perrault, agence QMI.
Oui, bonjour, est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Oui, je vous entends.
Oui.
Monsieur Lightbound, je voulais juste être sûr, je crois avoir compris que vous aviez fait des représentations à l'intérieur du parti. Est-ce que vous avez averti certains de vos collègues et même M. Trudeau que vous alliez sortir devant les médias aujourd'hui?
Oui.
D'accord. Et donc, moi aussi, pour revenir sur la question du point tournant, au début de votre discours, là, vous avez parlé de la manifestation et des gens que vous avez rencontrés sur place.
C'est quoi juste pour être sûr, M. Bouvier-Auclair, je n'ai participé à aucune manifestation. Je parle juste de
Ah non, pardon,
sur les
je
réseaux
disais pas ça,
sociaux,
je
à la
disais-
télé ou en marchant pour me rendre au Parlement.
Oui, oui. Non, en fait, c'était pour savoir, c'est la goutte qui a fait déborder le vase pour vous, c'était quoi?
Écoutez, ça fait un moment quand même que j'éprouve ce malaise, mais je pense que pour moi, de ne pas être capable de comprendre l'analyse coût-bénéfice de la mesure, entre autres sur la vaccination obligatoire des camionneurs, quand j'en vois les coûts et les coûts, entre autres, sur une partie des gens que je représente qui sont parmi les plus vulnérables, avec une augmentation de 15 à 20 des coûts de transport, et de ne pas être capable d'obtenir les données qui sous-tendent cette politique-là, pour moi, ça a été quand même un élément déclencheur. Mais j'ajouterais que j'ai un malaise qui est plus profond par rapport à la stigmatisation qui se fait entre vaccinés et non vaccinés. J'ai beaucoup de misère avec le discours 90-10 qu'on entend. Il y a plusieurs experts, professeurs qui disent qu'il faut arrêter avec cette avenue-là parce qu'elle contribue à la stigmatisation. Puis pour moi, quand on réduit les êtres qui nous entourent à une seule identité, c'est toujours le premier pas vers la déshumanisation. Puis ça m'inquiète. Ça m'inquiète quand je vois, je veux dire, j'étais alarmé de voir, par exemple, que 27 des Canadiens considéraient qu'il serait juste de mettre des non-vaccinés en prison. Pour moi, c'est une alarme là, qui devrait sonner pour tout le monde, de se dire, c'est pas le genre de société qu'on veut. Pourquoi est-ce qu'on en est rendu là alors qu'on a l'un des taux de vaccination les plus élevés de la planète? Quand je vois sur les réseaux sociaux une radicalisation des deux bords, je pense que pour moi, l'appel aussi, c'est de dire il faut calmer le jeu, là. Il faut changer d'approche. Puis ça a toujours été important pour moi en politique de bâtir des ponts, d'unir. Et quand je vois tout ça, Pour moi, c'était rendu nécessaire au moins de prendre position, puis d'offrir une voie d'unité, puis de dénoncer cette stigmatisation-là que je vois au sein de notre société.
Next question, Palak Mangat from Politics Today. OK.
Hi, Mr. Lightbound. Thanks for taking.
C'est dernière question?
Oui.
OK, merci.
Yes,
Hi, can you hear me okay?
we can. I can.
Hi, Mr. Lightbound. Thanks for taking our questions. You're lamenting the tone dating back to last election. That's something a lot of, I guess, commentators have noted. I guess you say you're hopeful that there will be a change of course from the Liberals after this, but I'm really not sure how you can say that when just hours ago last night we didn't hear anything different. What conversations have you had in the last couple of days that makes you hopeful that you can push for change from within and I guess not face any repercussions? I mean, you've been a parliamentary secretary before, you know how these things can sort of shake down.
Well, when I look at, for instance, what Dr. Tam said last week, I think that gives me hope. I have had conversations with colleagues, and I know that there are others who feel as I do that we need to provide this path forward. And I think I remain confident that the government will.
Okay, and I did hear, I believe that you said that you would still be open, to voting with the government on a confidence vote.
Yes.
I guess my question is just, do you intend to stay on as a Liberal MP? And what would be sort of the nail in the coffin for you to split ways with the party on your own accord if that isn't done for you?
Well, I think so far as if the approach changes to the extent that it becomes quite clear that public health is driving and not politics, I think to me that's really important as well. It's something I've mentioned in my speech, but one thing that worries me is that as people perceive this politicization of the pandemic that we've observed over the course of the last couple of months since the election, there's a real risk that people will eventually lose trust in public health institutions, and that worries me a lot. So that's part of why I'm here today, and I can quote just Cyril Cohen, who's a professor at Bar Ilan University in Tel Aviv and one of the senior advisor to the Israeli government's Committee on Vaccination, who said quite eloquently, when you mix epidemiology and politics, what you get is politics. And I think we have at this point to remove politics from the pandemic, work together and focus on what unites us. We're one of the most vaccinated country in the world. I think it's time to take a more positive approach, and that's essentially my message today.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Ceci met fin à cette conférence de presse.
I'm gonna try and clip them. Oh, really? Yeah, why not?
Good, yourself.
Good. We're Global News.
How you doing?
Give me your name and where you're from.
My name is John Bushy. I'm from Whitecourt, Alberta, originally born in Ontario.
Do me a favor, spell your last name.
Bushey.
Tell me the message you guys are trying to send today, loud and clear.
We want Trudeau to give Canada back to the people. We don't want immigration just loose goose, man. We want our pipelines back. We want our people in Canada looked after.
Are you worried that the two messages are being a little too mixed, immigration and pipelines? Because this started as pipeline, did it not?
It is mixed, man. Pipeline is our economy, and our economy is being spent on immigration, being spent on other countries. Our money needs to be spent here in Canada to look after the people here in Canada. We need to look after our homeless and our veterans and our seniors. Those are first, and the money's going to come from the pipe.
What do you say to people who claim that this movement has taken on a bit of a far right-wing movement and they call it xenophobic or racist?
I think they're just haters, man. They don't realize the true meaning of what we're doing here. We're trying to make Canada better for Canadians.
Right, but does that mean excluding others?
No, definitely not, man. Immigrants want to come to Canada. Come here, man. That's what founded this country. But do it the right way. Don't just walk across our border and beg us for our money to support you.
Yeah. So you think it's unfair the way some people are characterizing it as xenophobic or racist?
Most definitely.
You don't consider yourself any of those, I guess,
I don't
right?
consider myself a racist at all, man. I'm a patriot. I'm Canadian. I was born Canadian, and I will stand up for Canada until I die.
It's a long way for you to come.
You betcha, man. Just over 4,000 kilometers, and it was worth every mile.
Tell me why was it worth every mile?
Because we're here, we're making our voice heard. We're getting out to the country, man. We started out in Red Deer, Alberta, with 50 trucks. We're here in Ottawa with 50 trucks. And along the way, the support was amazing, man. People standing on the sides of the highways in the cold at night, cheering us on. The farther we got, the more people there were, man. It couldn't get any better. The support is here. Everybody knows what we're doing.
And you hope that it translates into something.
We certainly do, man. That's why we're here. We're here to get our voice heard.
Appreciate you taking the time.
No problem, man.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Have a good one. Mike, the yellow vest on his.
wanted to experience this moment in history. We keep seeing on channels like mine that there's nothing but peaceful people here and nothing to fear at all. I actually feel safer walking around here than when I do walking home afterwards. And I have a feeling it would be the truckers and the people in the convoy that would help you out before the police would. How's it going? Good, good. I'm live streaming tonight. My channel's Machines Everywhere. Do you have any thoughts and feelings you'd like to share with the crowd?
Let's see. Yeah, just spread love, be peaceful, and yeah, celebrate.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming out. Take care. This person I think someone's actually like staying here at night. Attention public, my name is Mama Cat. Show her some love, guys. Come on, guys. Here, a case of the blue flu is going around. That's me, bud.
Hey man, so I'm a live streamer as well.
Okay. Well, what's your live stream?
Zoke.
Okay.
Have you heard of me?
Yes, I have. Yes.
Alright, so folks, I'm Zoke. For those who don't know, I'm other live streamer for this convoy protest. Whenever the nice to meet you, Machines Everywhere.
Yes, yes.
So whenever the big YouTubers are not able to, the big live streamers are not able to live stream if they're unavailable, I go on live stream myself. I just try to replace all the footage. I live stream as much as I can.
I've seen your name out there for sure.
I've seen my name out there. Yeah, Zoke. Ottawa Walks is one of the biggest ones.
Yeah.
I mainly focus on his live stream. I know the majority of the people watch him.
Yeah.
Machines Everywhere. You Ottawa Scotty's another one.
Yeah.
I'm not one of the big ones yet, but
it won't be long.
Won't be long. Who knows? So that's ZOKE, folks, for my YouTube handle. I do live streams as well, and it's very nice to see you live streamers out here. It's a nice night.
Yeah.
+2 degrees, +3 degrees.
Not
One
too
of the
shabby.
nicest nights we've had actually so far here. In
Yes,
Ottawa.
for sure.
And thank you very much. Nice bumping into Machines Everywhere.
Zoke.
Go subscribe, guys. Feel free to subscribe. ZOKE. I also do live streams.
Right
Thank
on.
you very much.
Take care, brother.
Wonderful night. God bless you.
You too.
Thank you.
That was Zoke. We're starting to get a little bit of a live streamer community happening. Check him out. I'm going to be wrapping it up pretty soon here. Thank you, Gregory. I love all you guys in the USA. Once these borders open up, I would love to go down for a visit.
They're amazing. They're brilliant.
Being able to travel without having shit rammed up my nose or having to take a experimental medical procedure that I have no interest in getting. Just your passport and off you go. The way it should be. This is new. Wow. Look at this, guys. This is like... I'm not even going to read these. Wow. That one was heavy. It's basically, like died to fit in, died from suicide. So many of our people have taken their lives in the past 2 years because of this. They didn't see an end. They saw no exit. Lost a close friend at the beginning of this. Hello.
Hello, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
Freedom! This one?
That was a huge family. The worst part was it was unexpected. Just out of nowhere. Came to work and your buddy's gone.
If they never answer,
F me.
talk about something else. So they always repeat questions.
Not sure who this is.
identify this landmark here. Right, this is the Chateau Laurier. So, also this week, this said the light access to the area in front of Parliament Hill. We saw a short while ago what looked like an effort by police to come in here and open this up. You know, one of the slogans.
Oh, so this is the CPC guys.
Protesters said they weren't going to allow these. I wanted to just watch the scene of what happened.
The worst! BBC is the worst.
Yes, they suck. They really, really suck.
Today, I was shocked. They kind of were trying to go the other way. Yep.
He's thinking of lies to make up.
So as you can see, protesters began to sing the national anthem. There was a small group of police, and they appear to have given up and pulled back. And right now, we're standing here. There's still
Very peaceful place. It's a very peaceful place.
But really no sign of police at the moment. They're not needed.
It's very peaceful down here, that's for sure.
We love you all.
Yeah, lots of love down here.
We also, of course, you know, we've seen a lot of developments. And one of them today was the Conservative Party kind of changed its position a little bit, David. So they have been supporting the blockades with some individual exceptions, like Pierre-Paul Roos. Today, they said they still support the cause of blockades, which is the lifting of all mandates and restrictions, but not tactics. And so today we saw the leadership of the Conservative Party come out and ask for the blockades to end. They said the blockades at the border caused economic damage, and that those should end. Also, the blockade in Ottawa. Again, as we see the liberal
Freedom! 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 Freedom!
Peace and love and freedom.
This is the CBC.
This is not Justin Trudeau's private dictatorship.
He's getting instructions from his editor.
So there you go. So Andrew Pearson taking the position that the blockades at the border should end, but also making it pretty clear that he was not referring to the blockade directly behind it. So splits in both parties being caused by this blockade, and people in the parties taking different positions throughout the All right.
Tough shop. Hi, sir. My channel's Machines Everywhere. I'm live streaming tonight. Is there any thoughts and feelings you'd like to share?
I'm just on the job. I can't really comment on it. I just do it.
And your name, sir?
What happens after the job? What's the plan?
Have
What
a beer.
about the kids, the grandkids?
Have a beer is my plan. Probably before I even leave the office.
The drinking on the
Don't
job?
Put that on live Facebook. Like, I think the way to do that is like, I'm here. I'm not showing fear. Okay. You guys more or less, like, there was a moment where I could hear myself think, but people aren't interfering with me. I think that's clear. And the message I send by coming down here is this is a safe place to be. Right?
You guys need to be here, right? Like, you guys need to report.
I know, but not
This is the first time I've seen you guys.
But not everybody. I've been here every day.
Okay.
Not everybody on
Okay.
your side respects that, right? Like, you know what? We get a lot of.
waiting to hear truth.
There's going to be outliers here and there, people shouting.
People are genuinely upset.
I understand.
Overall, the feeling is love. Like, when you come here in the day, you see all the families, you see everybody like walking their dogs.
You must understand what this is all about right now.
That's why the police are getting frustrated and refusing or leaving or walking off the job or calling in sick leave because they don't want to arrest people who carry gas cans and put this on peacefully. And it's a beautiful vibe here, and that's what we want you guys to capture is the love.
All I can say is, you know, you heard my hit. I would have said the same exact thing if not one of you guys had been here. Not one of you guys have been here. I've been doing that all week. And people judge me based on who I work for. CBC. I hate the CBC. Protest. But I just, I can only look out for myself and tell the truth. Unfortunately, the vast majority of what gets reported in the news is saying that this city is paralyzed, is saying that the city is under siege. Nothing could be further from the truth. This is the most peaceful protest I've ever seen. I was in Toronto at the G20 protest.
I was here at the G20
Things
protest.
were a little bit more intense there, but even though they were more intense there, there was more civil disobedience. The Supreme Court down the road ruled that us protesters there that were illegally detained had the right to protest. So everybody here was gathering peacefully with love and unity. We have the right to protest. You don't hear any honking. You know what I mean? Like, that's the respect that we have. That's the love. Everybody is here together. So we just want to make sure that you convey that and you see that in the show. Like, this is the most proud display of Canadian unity I've ever seen. All these people.
Everyone agrees.
You walk around, you'll hear that. It's beautiful. Picking up garbage.
We're all on the same side, brother.
So, it's incredible. Feeding the homeless, it's amazing.
You know, all I'll say about this is like, I've been at a lot of protests. I've been at a lot of protests. I've seen people carrying silly flags at every protest. There was a guy who used to come to every protest in Ottawa. You're not recording me for Facebook Live. Because I'd rather not.
It's too late.
I've seen silly flags all kinds of places. We had a guy come out and he would say that milk kills children, right? And that was his thing, and he was at every protest. So I don't, one person acts out, I don't apply that to everybody. I don't, right? Like, you get a certain amount of hostility here, I get it at protests to the left too. You know, you get black bloc.
Well, I mean, you know what? One person or one example of behavior does not define everything.
I'm very aware.
Look at Justin Trudeau. Not a fan of him, but how many times has he been pictured in blackface and doing things like that, right?
Yeah.
So,
Why does he get a pass?
and exactly, right? So we need to make sure that we don't collectively judge or collectively punish and really recognize the truth of what's going on. I appreciate you being here because it takes courage. Just like it takes courage for all of us to be here. We're standing up for our rights. We're standing up for everybody. And it's all unity.
Everybody. It's us, the people.
I would say that you've been to so many protests. Have you ever seen a protest this big with this many people go on for so long without one incident?
No, it's been amazing.
No,
the crime rate is down 90%.
It's going to get a young guy that's going to drink too much and, you know.
All right. I think I've been on TV too much.
All right. Thank you for being here. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks, guys.
Good night.
How are you tonight, man? Good. My channel's Machines Everywhere. You're live streaming. Obviously, you just shared some thoughts, but would you like to share any thoughts and feelings with my audience?
Yeah, absolutely, man. Just want to convey the same thing. You know, we're all gathered here in love and peace. You know, the amount of random hugs and love and appreciation I've got from people here is incredible. It's a display of all races, all ages, all demographics, all religion, all beliefs. You see people even walking around with masks. Nobody's harassing them. You know, I've been taking video around the city. I work here. I'm in the city every day. And I take videos of the streets and watching people getting around as usual.
Yep.
Like, it's normal. Here, there's a lot more people for sure, but there's access if emergency vehicles need to get through.
Yep.
People are walking around freely. Nobody's harassing anybody. Like, what the majority of the people see in the news is insanity. They think it's lawlessness going on here. Meanwhile, it's love, it's peace, it's unity. If everybody could come out and see this and feel this, there would be no denying it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And that's why it's good that those guys are here from the CBC. As much as they are like playing a ton of lies and bullshit,
Yep.
and they're involved in the manipulation, obviously, it's important that they're here because they feel it. They can't deny it. Just like the cops feel it, they can't deny it. That's why they're getting sick of it too. And it's just a matter of time before everybody joins in. You see all the cities across the country, you see other countries across the world. Everybody is standing up. It's beautiful.
Well, thank you for your direct questions, and
Thank you for being here.
thank you for your time.
Yeah, absolutely. What's your
Machines Everywhere is my channel.
Okay, I think I've seen you.
Yeah, it's doing very well.
Yeah, nice. No, good job. Man.
Excellent.
Appreciate you being here.
Well, thank you very
Covering
much.
this because, you know, we need more people everywhere covering.
Well, that's it. Now, everything I've documented is nothing but we've spoken about.
Right.
It's just like this, the best humanity has come out here.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Amazing.
Kids, you know, kids are with
Incredible.
families, greeting each other. It's incredible.
Well, thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you.
Thank you for what you do.
Take care, bud.
Take care, bro.
Yes. Oh, there's the handshake. So yeah,
Oh, no, we see it. Everyone that's coming down here.
that was the CBC, and that gentleman was asking some pretty direct questions to that reporter.
That is a natural for us, you know.
Reality is Mexican.
Mexico. Good call for Mexico.
How you doing?
Oh, pretty good.
Good, good.
Trying to stuff a large stone into a small pocket.
Facilities. Yeah, there's the other day I saw a pumper truck that comes in and makes sure all these outhouses get emptied out. Truckers brought their own outhouses. So I'm going to wrap this live stream up in a couple minutes, folks. I'm so glad to have all of you on board. That was a pretty good live stream tonight. Happy with all the people I met. Right on. I'll be doing another video tomorrow. Stay tuned for that.
Freedom all the way. Freedom all the way from where?
Lots of people here. Warming up by the fire. Propane fire. All right, folks. Thank you so much for joining tonight. Appreciate all your love and support. Have a wonderful night, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Truck driver protest has continued there, spilling over into the United States and around the world. Right now, it is causing some travel issues out of Canada, or rather into Canada from the United States primarily, which could possibly affect the American supply chain, according to some leaders in cities in Detroit and also in Canada. The group of truckers being called the Freedom Convoy, temporarily blocking the Ambassador Bridge. It's the busiest border crossing between the U.S. and Canada. We have a live look right now this morning. Currently, the lanes going into Detroit from Canada are open. It's just you cannot get into Canada from the U.S. over this particular bridge. Now, this bridge is between Windsor, Ontario, and Detroit. It carries 25% of trade between the U.S. and Canada. On Tuesday night, the Coots border crossing between Alberta, Canada, and Montana was also shut down because of a truck protester blockade there. We're covering every angle of this story, beginning with Rudabeh Shabazi. She's live in Ottawa for us. Rudabeh.
Adrienne, good morning. I am live here in the Capitol, but you mentioned it, that Coots crossing. Also, the Blue Water Bridge in Port Huron, Michigan. It's not shut down, but it has long delays because all of these trucks have to be rerouted. So this is now 3 ports of entry between Canada and the United States that we know of that is being impacted, and that could affect, as you mentioned, the supply chain. I want to show you where we are outside of Parliament here in Ottawa. This is the capital of Canada, as you know, and it is in complete gridlock. Trucks, as far as the eye can see, they've just camped out here. They say they're not leaving until their demands are met. People are bringing gas cans. They're cooking for them. They have a lot of support from protesters around Canada who are coming to join in their cause. They're protesting vaccine mandates. That's how it originally started, but it's evolved into much more, protesting all kinds of mandates, mask mandates, vaccine mandates. They say what they call government overreach, and they say they are not leaving until their demands are met.
Protests against Canada's vaccine mandate shut down the busiest land crossing in North America. If you were trying to enter Canada or the U.S. on Monday or Tuesday using the Ambassador Bridge, you would have been met with walls of trailers and miles of big rigs. Even off the bridge, semi-trailers snake well onto the surface streets of Detroit and Windsor, Ontario.
I've been here since yesterday. Since yesterday at I think it was noon. Yeah, I haven't left.
How long will you stay?
As long as it takes, I guess.
By late Tuesday, the truck convoy was cleared, with traffic moving slowly. The convoy started in British Columbia, protesting the vaccine mandate for drivers entering Canada from the U.S., but has evolved into widespread expressions of discontent over mask mandates, shutdowns, and Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's leadership.
The government's out of control, and we're hoping that, we're already seeing some of the changes, but we're hoping that we could fix some of the issues that are going on that are hurting people all over the country.
Prime Minister Trudeau, who just had COVID and spent a week in isolation calling out the protesters, says they're stopping Canada's economy and democracy.
I'm old. I rely on my friends to sometimes visit me or bring me food. That's how I got out this morning.
Now in the U.S., online chatter growing about a possibly similar demonstration, but no route or time has been announced, in part due to the decentralized and fringe nature of the organizing members. And in Australia's capital, Canberra, lawmakers worry that the so-called Freedom Convoy inspired the last 8 days of protests against coronavirus measures throughout that city.
And back out here in Ottawa, it's difficult to imagine, maybe if you haven't been here, the impact of this. But if you can imagine all of this in Washington, D.C., outside the White House, outside the Supreme Court, you kind of get an idea of how impactful this is. I talked about the gas cans earlier. Take a look at this. This is illegal. No one is allowed to bring gas to these truckers because, of course, the government wants these truckers to leave. But people continue to stream in pretty blatantly, bringing the truckers gas and supplies. The government calling this an occupation, but it would take at least double the police force here in Ottawa to remove these truckers. So they are, while they're not removing them en masse, they are kind of just keeping an eye on it. But there is no telling how long this could go on, Adrian.
You make a good point. I know you and I spoke on the phone last night as you were in Ottawa, and they're getting a lot of support from local Canadians there with the fuel being brought to them and food and other supplies.
I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing you, but yes, I think you talked about supplies and food from Canadians. Yes, there are people coming in. It's a rallying cry. You know, it's much like these mandates that we've seen in the United States and in other places across the world, where it started as a trucker convoy in British Columbia to protest vaccine mandates, but it's morphed into much more kind of an overall discontent with the government. And so a lot of other people besides truckers have joined in this protest.
Thank you so much for watching. Make sure to click on the red subscribe button below so you can get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
The trucker protests rocking Canada could be heading to the Super Bowl next, and it's got Joe Biden pretty worried. So he's calling up his Department of Homeland Security for a preemptive crackdown. The agency warning police to prepare for protests similar to Canada's Freedom Convoy, and that U.S.-based truck drivers could start blocking highways and major roads in California ahead of the Super Bowl. Biden's State of the Union address could also be impacted. Administration officials very concerned.
We support peaceful protest, but we have concerns when those protests turn violent. And certainly, I think it's important for everyone in Canada and the United States to understand what the impact of this blockage is.
Once they intervene in other people's freedoms and liberties, it becomes a more complicated landscape. But we're working with law enforcement to address any eventualities.
All right, so Greg, I knew that they were starting in California. I heard maybe they were coming east, but I don't want to mess up the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but I do choose the truckers over the trackers. I don't buy this what if stuff. We've seen this. What they've done is they're mapping this after the strategy they used with terror. Remember, there was any kind of big event.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we have to make sure that the terror threat level will go up at the Super Bowl. If there could be an ISIS attack at this. All they're doing is they're transferring that framework to people who have yet to commit any crime.
Right.
I mean, I would love to see the DHS like tase a baby. When they go to these events, what do you see? Every picture you see are families, a bouncy castle. But what they're doing right now is they're doing their bad appling, right? They find a flag, or they plant a flag, or they dig up a 2-year-old flyer from Miami and they claim, oh my God, this entire convoy, they're terrorists, they're white supremacists. It's a political tactic to smear your opponents. I mean, I know Geraldo gets really mad when an illegal immigrant commits a crime and, like, say, painting a swastika on a Capitol building, and then we bring it up and you think, oh my God, we're smearing all illegal immigrants. Well, that's what the White House is doing right now. And who knew that Canadians do a better job of Americans than Americans do? Although their prime minister is a disgrace, but, what can you do?
So they have the DHS secretary there. I mean, he's already there. The Super Bowl's not till Sunday, but he is there and he is ready, Dana. Where's Mayor Pete? Is he going to get out there and just, stop the truckers single-handedly?
I don't think so. Remember, it took him like 5 months to go to the LA port initially. January 15th is the date that the Canadian government said that truckers were basically no longer essential workers after they had worked 2 years as essential workers. And all of a sudden, with the stroke of a pen, they were, and it's not that they're not vaccinated. Many of them are vaccinated. And it always is groundswell. Trudeau had 2.5 weeks or so to get ready for this. They didn't do anything. They didn't go meet with them. They didn't try to de-escalate, didn't try to figure it out. Well, the White House has had plenty of warning. One, they've not called, where's President Biden? Why hasn't he called Trudeau? Let's get this figured out. Can we do something on cross-border passing so that we can make sure that people can get back to work?
Has he called Trudeau?
I don't know. I keep asking. I don't believe so. They say that the White House has been in touch with their counterparts.
Oh.
Okay. But also, this is another great opportunity for Kamala Harris. California's her home state.
Oh.
Don't laugh. I'm just like, let me give you a little more advice. So Kamala Harris could go. I would get Buttigieg and I would get Marty Walsh, the labor secretary.
Oh, Marty.
And I would go out there and
Marty, good guy.
all those guys, and I would at least meet with them, try to figure it out, and say, look, the governors, do you like this plan? Do you like this plan? Can we get to some sort of agreement to try to head it off? If not, they're just going to have more problems.
Whatever happened to negotiation? You can't negotiate with truckers?
Well,
you can negotiate with the Taliban, but not the truckers.
You
can't negotiate if you think that you control the people who want to negotiate with you. And that is the problem here. Look, these truckers are saying, look at what you've done to us. For 2 years, you destroyed our lives, our businesses, our families have been affected. You wouldn't listen to us. Now that you see elections are coming around, you don't want to talk to us. You now still refuse to deal with the fact that you have destroyed our lives, that we were essential, and now you want to quarantine us if we aren't vaccinated, if we go in the other direction, whereas 90% are clearly vaccinated. And so this sense of elitism that both Trudeau has, saying, I saw a swastika and it's an inherent sign of violence. It is, I agree. But I haven't seen anything. I haven't heard about a lot of arrests there. You've got thousands of people.
It was on Twitter. That's all it takes.
Yeah, all it takes is Twitter. But what they're doing is they're going to come to the United States because people are fed up. And for the first time, people feel that they've got something to say. And the other point that I want to make here is that they're creating the narrative. And you're absolutely right.
They
meaning the White House is creating a narrative that, we're not going to allow any violence. We're worried about disrupting the auto production. Well, how long? 2 years we've been down now. Now you're worried about it?
Yeah.
And we have concerns that this is going to turn violent. How do you know it's going to turn violent? You're just cultivating that seed in the minds of America.
Lots of concerns, Geraldo. Lots of concerns.
I must say, Jesse, that I am deeply embarrassed by the affection, the misguided affection you all are heaping.
You're embarrassed
on these
by
truckers.
us?
I am embarrassed.
What a turnaround.
I am embarrassed.
I didn't know you could feel that emotion.
Do you know that in Canada, the Toyota plant and the Ford plant are already closing a whole week because these thugs have cut off the supply of parts to these factories. They have put these people out of work. How dare they? Hold it.
The government
I let you
shut
talk.
down the whole economy for a year.
Don't tread on me. The Gadsden flag, the yellow flag with the snake, we all rally around free personal freedom. What about that? What about don't tread on me?
They didn't burn the plant down like BLM did.
They have staggered the Canadian economy much more in terms of dollar and disruption than Minneapolis and the other Black Lives Matter.
You're so
billion.
out of line on that.
Geraldo, it costs $2
Billions
billion.
of dollars.
I can't believe it.
You said you can't say that. You need to have stats. Say the stats.
Tens of millions of dollars. $400 million a
billions.
day. $400 million a day. Added up in 2.5 days, that's $1 billion.
Billions.
These truckers are selfish.
They're hard,
self-involved.
people who want to be heard.
You
don't call
care
people
about their politics.
self-involved.
What about
I just see pictures of you every day.
They cut off. They cut off trade between the nations. They are affecting national security, and shame on them, and shame on anyone who cheers them on.
I don't think you even believe what you're saying, Geraldo. But that's why we like you.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Let's bring in, speaking of bringing along with us, let's bring in Laura Trump, Fox News contributor. Good morning, Laura.
Good morning. I agree with you, Ainsley. The Carolinas are beautiful places to be. I'm from North Carolina. You're from South Carolina. And, Will, I'm in Florida right now. So I fully appreciate the statement you just made. Don't come down and bring the reason you left your state to our states now. Please do not do that.
Exactly.
Our kids have to stay in masks. Do you miss New York?
I miss the old New York sometimes, but I got to tell you, when it's snowing up there in a blizzard, it's really nice down here in Florida. So pretty happy about this decision right now.
Yeah, you could always go in the subway. It's always safe down there if the snow gets too hard. Hey, Laura, a couple of things. It's today we're going to find out about the inflation report. And it looks as though they are bracing themselves with the administration because they were already over 7%. When he took over the country, the president of the United States was at 1%. Some of the things are out of his control, some aren't. Overall, the real clear average of the major polls has him under 40%, which is behind where President Trump was at 42 at this point, way behind President Obama as well as President Bush. What do you think it says, knowing that most media gives him a pass on just about everything, including his son and all his international entanglements?
Yeah, well, there's so much to unpack there, Brian. I mean, how long do we have for this segment? I could talk about this all day. No one, I don't think, is surprised to see that he is polling so low because although the media tries to cover up for Joe Biden, although they've been doing it since the campaign, since they let him campaign out of his basement, didn't press him on very much of anything, people are starting to feel the negative impact of Joe Biden being president. You know, you go to the grocery store, everything's more expensive. You go to fill up your car, that's more expensive these days too. And I think it's become increasingly frustrating for people to see that so many of the issues we have in America right now were caused by Joe Biden. And if he wanted to fix them, he could. Look at the southern border. All you have to do, Joe Biden, is go back to the Trump era policies and the border would be solved for you. All you have to do is do so many of the things that Donald Trump had put in place. Open back up the Keystone XL pipeline and bring our gas prices down. Make us energy independent again and not reliant on foreign energy. This stuff seems very basic, I think. And when average people out there start to feel it and they start to see that something could be done about the issues we're facing in America right now, yet they are not. They are actually going in the opposite direction, in the wrong direction for so many people. They're really frustrated. And so, yes, the polling is very low, but it is really concerning, Brian, that no one is calling him on it unless you tune into Fox News.
Hey, Laura, you think about how his administration, how his political team is going to try to recover from these types of numbers. What will they do to try to inflate those numbers? And my suspicion is when you look at these states beginning to roll back their mask mandates, their COVID mandates, that by the time we arrive at the State of the Union, Joe Biden will be taking credit for putting COVID in the rearview mirror. He will suggest that his policies did exactly that, allowed us to exit the pandemic. The question I think I have for you and for the American public at large is, will they buy it? Will they buy that the Biden administration and blue state proposals are what delivered us from COVID? Because my bet is that's what they're banking on to reinflate those numbers.
Yeah, well, I think you are spot on that. Why is it that nothing has changed science-wise? Why is it that we have known for a long time the efficacy of masks or lack thereof, yet these onerous mandates have stayed in place? All of a sudden, now they're rolling them back. And in states, so many of these states that are rolling them back, why not take them out now? They're waiting another month to do this. So yes, I think that they are hopeful that they can take full credit for letting us go back to normal, for bringing us back to normal life as it relates to COVID. And look, I don't know. I hope the American people are smarter than that. I think they are banking on people being just so fed up with it and so happy to have their freedoms back in some capacity that it will reflect in their poll numbers. But you can't escape the other things, the things we just talked about, the way everything is more expensive, the way life is harder for so many people. So look, unless they can get a handle on those things, they might feel like they get a win here with allowing people not to wear masks anymore. Thank you so much. But I don't know that it's going to be effective. I think they're very hopeful that it works out.
Yeah, and in many of these blue states, exactly, Brian. In many of these blue states, the kids still have to wear masks to school and on the playground. They're not allowed in restaurants unless they show a vaccine card, and they have to wear their masks, to get to the table. And people are just ready to let go of all of these regulations, and the blue states are really affected. And I think these Democrats are seeing, because they're worried about the midterms. You have Congressman Jim Cooper. He's saying he's not going to run again. Listen to this. He says, as usual, Democrats are not alert to future dangers. The biggest danger we face in an off-year election after we won the White House is the 100-year trend toward the other party. Redistricting is small potatoes compared to that historical trend. Their strategy is blind hope, and we have got to get this formula right. The Democratic Party in Tennessee is basically facing extinction. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think he's right. And that doesn't just apply to Tennessee. It applies to a lot of states. But this is what happens, Ainsley, when you prioritize woke initiatives, things that the small minority of people in the major cities care about, and you completely ignore the rest of the country. You know, we call it in politics flyover country. And that's because you don't get a lot of money from the middle of the country. Your donors are on the coast. They're in Los Angeles and they're in New York. And a lot of politicians just fly over the middle of the country and totally ignore people. And that's exactly what you've seen happen. Their needs are not being met. They do not feel at this point like they're being heard. Anybody ever wonder how a billionaire real estate tycoon like Donald Trump related so well to average people in America? It's because he got out there. He talked to them. He traveled the country and he listened to them. Very different than what you see happening right now. People feel like they're not being heard, like nobody cares. And so I think that's exactly right. I think it's going to be really bad for their party.
You know, I do think it's going to be who's going to heal their rift quickest. Yeah, the big story today, Chuck Schumer and Joe Manchin are at odds. That means nothing gets done in a 50-50 Senate. And on the Republican side, Mitch McConnell and President Trump at odds. Kevin McCarthy has no idea what to do. So this could be a unforced error on the Republican side unless they get together. What could they do to get together? Who makes the first move?
Well, look, I think a lot of what's going to happen will be determined by the midterm elections. I think the people of this country, Brian, are so fed up with what they've had to deal with over the past year. They've seen how bad it is under Democrat rule, and it is not good for anyone in America. So you start with the midterm elections, and look, hopefully we take back the House and the Senate on the Republican side and actually start making some changes that are going to help people. You know, in terms of the tit for tat politics, we'll have to let that all play out. But I think the American people are going to speak up resoundingly come November 2022 this year and say enough is enough. And we want to take our country back. And we know that the Republicans have the plan to do that. Obviously, the Democrats have failed at every level.
You brought up, Laura, what made President Trump resonate with people from quote unquote flyover states. As someone who's from a flyover state, I think we can and should analyze that for honestly decades to come. There should be honest books written about what happened there in that time frame. But I know this from a substantive level. One of the issues that resonated with Americans is President Trump's focus on immigration. So let me pivot to that in this respect. 2 5-year-old girls were found crossing the southern border of the United States alone. Just giving an illustration to the humanity behind this issue, the human rights crisis behind this issue. But here is the point of politics and substance and what works. I want you to take a look at the change in the mission statement from the U.S. Citizen and Immigration Services from the Trump administration to now. Here's how their mission statement read before. U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services administers the nation's lawful immigration system, safeguards its integrity and promise by efficiently and fairly adjudicating requests for immigration benefits while protecting Americans, securing the homeland, and honoring our values. That was the mission statement in the Trump era immigration department. Now it reads as follows. USCIS upholds America's promise as a nation of welcome and possibility with fairness, integrity, and respect for all we serve. No mention of lawful immigration, no mention of protecting Americans or our borders. Or what do you think of the change?
Well, they can't talk about lawful immigration, well, because that's not what we have happening at our southern border. It is so obvious. It just smacks you right in the face that they are allowing lawlessness to reign down there. They do not care about the laws of our country because it is a fully open southern border. You just talked about these 2 5-year-old girls. How many times do we have to see this happen? People know if you come to America illegally right now, you can stay. If you send your kids illegally to America right now, they can stay. It doesn't matter. This journey up to our southern border, through Mexico, through Central America is so dangerous. A third of women are sexually assaulted. The fact that we have young children traveling by themselves right now in the middle of winter is absolute insanity. And if this had happened under the Trump administration, could you imagine the focus on these 2 young girls by the mainstream media? Yet, guys, I bet we are the only people that bring it up today. I bet no other outlets will even touch this. It is despicable. It is horrible for these people. It is horrible for America. So, yeah, well, they can't even keep the same mission statement in place, because it's not applicable right now.
Right. Okay, Laura, stay right there. I want to bring this story in. The White House bracing for a brutal inflation report, as I indicated earlier. Americans feeling the effects as we gear up for Super Bowl Sunday.
Madison Allworth with our sister network, Fox Business, joins us live from New York. Hey, Madison.
Good morning, Ainsley. So the CPI report, which is going to show us just how much more things are costing us today, that comes out in less than 90 minutes. But you don't need to wait until then to know just how much more these items are costing us. And ahead of the big game on Sunday, some of your favorite Super Bowl items, they're just going to cost you more. No one knows it better than John of Dan and John's Wings, because wings have really gone up in price. So, John, tell me, what have you noticed about the cost of your wings? And then how have you adjusted the prices for your customers to compensate?
Well, unfortunately, we've had to raise the prices. Our cost has gone up in some instances like 4 times. So we've had to pass that on to the customer. We haven't been able to do it fully as much because it would just be an outrageous price if we were to charge our normal margins formula-wise. But in general, we've just had to raise the prices, and that's something everyone's had to deal with.
So tell me, what were you charging, in 2019, and what are you charging today? And then you mentioned even with that price hike, it's still not getting you the same margins that you were getting 2 years ago?
Yeah, that's right. I think we were somewhere around $65 for a 50-piece. We do like a 50-piece wing kit for Super Bowl, and this year we're $99.99.
And even with that, you're still not taking home the same margin.
Exactly. Even with that, it still is tough. Yeah.
Okay, and so obviously wings, that's one of my favorite parts of the meal, but that's not the only thing you eat at the Super Bowl. There's lots of sides as well. I want to show you guacamole, or more specifically, avocados. This is my favorite part of the Super Bowl sides. I also love my salad. Avocados a year ago cost you less than $1, and today it's going to cost you $1.24. And if all this makes you want to have a drink before 7:30 a.m., Ainsley, unfortunately, the average cost of alcohol up 4% compared to last year. So we're not expecting good numbers from CPI. Expect to pay big bucks this Sunday.
Yeah.
Ainsley?
Well, Madison, our lunchtime starts at 9 a.m.
Right.
Riley and I.
Not for me.
We're going to come join you.
Ainsley will pay whatever it takes when it comes to alcohol. We know that. Just bring it up.
Right.
And you can write it off, right? Work related.
We were
Thanks so much,
racing each other to see which one of us could throw the other under the bus on the alcohol.
Right.
I really tried to get it to you as quickly as possible.
Oh, really? Okay. That's too bad.
Brian's benders are going to be a little more expensive now.
Okay, fine. You said it anyway.
All right.
You got it out.
Well, thank you,
Feel better.
Madison, for that report. Let's hand it over. We're back to Laura. Laura, what's your reaction to this? Because when he started in office, inflation was a little more than 1%. And in December, it was 7%. And we're expecting even higher than that for January.
Yeah, well, Joe Biden said that, he wouldn't raise taxes. Look, we know giving away free money has consequences. This is one of those consequences. People are paying more for everything across the board. And, they have this number of 7%, and, we'll see what they come out with today. But if you actually go to the grocery store, if you actually go out and buy things, it is far more than 7% that things are up. At the grocery store, some things are up 25%, 50%. It is much more than 7%. And so they use, this scale and the way they rate things, and they take some items out. But those are items that actually impact people every single day. So look, unfortunately, I don't know the end to this. I don't know that there is an end in sight, because there's absolutely zero being done by this administration to curb inflation rates. And I assume it's going to continue to go up. Just another reason that people are looking forward to November of 22 and November of 24 as soon as they can get there.
To bring this full circle, I think you're exactly right. No matter what type of pivot they try to make at the State of the Union, as long as that number goes up, his approval rating goes down.
Right.
Not much you can do about that.
We'll see what happens with COVID-19. Laura, thanks so much.
Thanks, Laura.
Each facility responsible for quality management must be provided. There are currently 8 active manufacturers registered with the EAC's testing program. Please note it is not a requirement to be an EAC registered manufacturer to develop and sell voting systems to jurisdictions in the United States. It's a voluntary program. Joining the program requires the manufacturers voluntarily agree to the program's requirements as outlined in the program manual. Requirements include complying with all EAC inquiries and investigations into the uses and status of fielded EAC certified systems. Under our quality monitoring program, these investigations may arise due to technical failures experienced in the field by election administrators, misrepresentations made in regard to the certification status of a voting system, and any deviations in quality in regard to those systems submitted to testing versus what is actually fielded. The EAC staffed an election day war room to gather information on issues reported by the media and election officials. 5 of the 8 manufacturers participated in those calls. Additionally, the program is following up with election officials and voting system manufacturers to obtain any information on claims of irregularities reported in the media during the general election. This effort is ongoing. Jurisdictions across the United States also perform a series of logic and accuracy tests prior to operating those voting machines in polling places. We support those efforts through technical assistance and best practices and our grant monies. Election officials conduct post-election audits to verify the completeness and accuracy of the tabulated votes. I'm going to conclude with stating that we recognize the need to do more than ever to strengthen the confidence in the integrity of our elections. HAVA set forth an ambitious agenda for EAC, one rooted in protecting the foundation of our democracy. Despite the challenges in recent years, the EAC has faithfully fulfilled its obligation and even expanded support it provides to election administrators and to voters. We look forward to working with Congress in a bipartisan manner as we continue our efforts to help America vote. I'm happy to answer any questions following this testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Palmer. Our next witness is here in person, Mr. James Troupas. Mr. Troupas serves as the lead attorney for the Trump campaign in Wisconsin. From 2015 to 2016, Mr. Troupas served as the circuit court judge in Dane County, Wisconsin. He is currently a partner at the Troupas Law Office. Mr. Troupas.
I'm honored to be here, Senator. Thank you for the invitation. I've submitted written testimony, which I'd ask to be in the record, and I'm going to provide additional remarks at this point.
By the way, without objection, everybody's submitted testimony is automatically entered into the record. So go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. So the absentee voting in Wisconsin is treated quite differently, I believe, than other parts of the country. Let me read for you what the legislature found. It's in our statutes. It says that the legislature finds that the privilege of voting by absentee ballot must be carefully regulated to prevent the potential for fraud or abuse, to prevent overzealous solicitation of absent electors who may prefer not to participate in an election, to prevent undue influence on an absent elector to vote for or against a candidate. As a consequence, our laws are strictly construed, and even more so, let me read again from the law, Results which do not comply with those regulations, quote, may not be included in the certified result of any election. So it's very straightforward that the state of Wisconsin has taken a very different view of in-person voting with all the protections and absentee voting that has been repeatedly, including in the Carter Commission report, thought to be a source of significant potential for fraud. In Wisconsin, we just completed a recount. We had more than 2,500 volunteers, or probably more than 1,000 volunteers for the Biden campaign as well. Uniquely, we are able to examine actual envelopes that contain the ballots that are submitted by absentee voters. This allowed us to identify by person, by address, by ward. It's not conspiracy. The real names are in the record. And here's what we found. We found that there were incomplete and altered certificates. These are the certificates on the front of the envelopes that have to be exactly done correctly under our law. If not, those results may not be counted. How many of those? More than 3,000 of those identified by person were nonetheless counted, even though they are clearly invalid under the law. A second category. Initials of clerks are placed on all of those envelopes. Why? Because the clerk identifies it having been properly received and identification is provided. That's the check in advance of the election. What did we find? More than 2,000 of those ballots in Dane and Milwaukee County had no initials at all, but nonetheless, they got counted. We also have special laws in Wisconsin with regard to voting in advance. We do not allow advance voting. We allow in-person and other voting as absentees. So anything before Election Day is under our absentee rules. What did the city of Madison do? They created a system where people could arrive at a park, hand in their ballots in envelopes 5 weeks before the election. They also created boxes. No controls at all, just boxes on corners that you could throw the ballot in. No attempt at all. And our statutes explicitly say there are only 2 ways to submit an absentee ballot: in person or delivery to the clerk's office. That's it. Nothing else is allowed. And yet the city of Madison, we had 17,271 ballots in this category that we identified. There are tens of thousands more because they commingled the ballots afterwards, so we couldn't identify each one that may have been improperly cast. Then we have an interesting category called indefinitely confined. These are people which the statute, I read from the statute, by age, physical illness, or infirmity, or are disabled indefinitely. Among those claiming this status, so they don't have to provide any identification. Among those claiming this status is one of the electors for Joe Biden. Who said, I can't get to the polls. We have poll workers who claimed it. We have people who went to protests, people who had weddings, people who had vacations, all claimed this status. I can't get to the polls. So they were able to vote without identification. There were 28,395 people we explicitly identified. Finally, there are other categories in which as much as 170,000 other ballots were submitted without any application. In fact, they considered the certification envelope the application, though a separate application is required by law. 3 million people properly voted in the state of Wisconsin. More than 200,000 identified during this recount did not, but those votes got counted, and our statute says they should not have been. That, in our view, is a taint on our election in Wisconsin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Troupas. And I believe Joe Biden won our state by about 20,000 votes.
Correct.
And you're talking about over 200,000 that were outside of our law that probably, if the law would have been followed, probably shouldn't have been counted.
Correct.
Shouldn't have been accepted, shouldn't have been put in the ballot pool. And of course, the remedy is not particularly pleasing, which is one of the reasons the decision went its way. I'll come back to you. Our next witness is via WebEx, Representative Francis Ryan Representative Ryan has served in the Pennsylvania House of Representatives since 2016. Mr. Ryan is a certified public accountant, and prior to his election, ran a practice that focused on corporate restructuring and management. Mr. Ryan is a retired Marine Reserve Colonel who served in the Central Command Special Operations Officer in Operation Enduring Freedom. Representative Ryan.
Thank you so much for the chance to be with you today. The mail-in ballot system for the general election in 2020 in Pennsylvania was so fraught with inconsistencies and irregularities that the reliability of the mail-in votes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is almost impossible to rely upon. The evidence of these violations of the Pennsylvania election laws as enacted, the election security safeguards, and the process flaws include things such as actions by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, which undermined the controls inherent in Act 77 of 2019. The controls which were undermined included on September 17th, 2020, the Supreme Court unilaterally extended the deadline for mail-in ballots to be received to 3 days after the election. They mandated that the ballots mailed without a postmark would be presumed to be received and allowed the use of drop boxes for collection votes. And then on October 23rd, 2020, upon a petition from the Secretary of the Commonwealth, ruled that mail-in ballots need not authenticate signature for the mail-in ballots, thereby treating in-person and mail-in voters dissimilarly and eliminating a critical safeguard against a potential election fraud. And this is one of my main reasons for believing that it's difficult to believe that the mail-in voting process can be relied upon. And there were also actions and candidly inactions by the Secretary of State, which undermined the consistency and controls of the election process. On November 2nd, the night before the November 3rd election and prior to the prescribed time for pre-canvassing mail-in ballots, the Office of the Secretary of the Commonwealth encouraged certain counties to notify party and candidate representatives of mail-in voters whose ballots contained defects. In certain counties, watchers were not allowed to meaningfully observe the pre-canvassing and canvassing activities relating to the absentee and the mail-in ballot process. Those are at the, what I would call the strategic level. At the operational level, there were a significant number of issues that resulted from those issues. The Pennsylvania election system is the Shore system, and some of the issues that took place actually called into question the consistency. For example, in the case of an overvote in case of Philadelphia County, on November 4th, 11:30, the Department of State posted updated mail-in vote counts for Philadelphia County, showing 508,112 ballots, despite the fact that only 432,873 ballots were in fact issued to voters. This data was later corrected, but the question becomes who had the authorization to change and correct that information and who had access to the system. Any type of system control would ask for that. Additionally, on a data file on November 4th, 2020, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania's Open Data Record site reported 3.1 million ballots sent out. In a prior discussion that was had the day before the election, it was indicated that there were 2.7 million that were sent out. And efforts to attempt to reconcile those numbers have not yet been successful and still need to be resolved upon. Recently, a newly available data voter set from data.pada.gov, which had been offline for weeks, indicated the last update had been done on November 16, 2020. The download of November 16, 2020 shows 75,505 more ballots returned on 11/16 than the comparable download on November 15th. So that basically means an additional 75,505 ballots were added to the data set, again, without any explanation and without the ability to have a hearing to determine that. It becomes almost impossible to track in the system of internal controls. Additionally, there were mail date irregularities that were identified in the 3.1 million ballots relative to the dates that the ballots were finalized. Ballots mailed late and ballots mailed inconsistent with enacted legislation. That was 154,584 votes for ballots. Vote date of birth irregularities, meaning voters over 100 years of age, 1,573 ballots. These apparent discrepancies can only be evaluated by reviewing the transaction logs and to determine the access, the authority for the entry, the verification of the data entered, as well as the authentication. Anytime you have this type of system of internal controls, as a CPA, you would want to ensure that the system of internal controls is reasonably designed to deter wrongdoing. Before and after the election of November 3rd, 2020, the efforts by the State Government Committee and other members of the Pennsylvania legislature to obtain oversight information and relevant data to confirm or deny claims of improprieties were stymied throughout. Even an effort to have a hearing on November 20, 2020 with Dominion Systems was canceled after Dominion Systems indicated they were concerned about litigation concerns. Candidly, without knowing the answer to these questions, and due to the magnitude of the potential discrepancies and closeness to the elections, the results of the 2020 presidential election in Pennsylvania would just be completely difficult, if not impossible, to determine with conclusiveness. And Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Representative Ryan. Our next witness is Mr. Jesse Banal. Did I get that right? You did. Wow. Mr. Banal is an attorney for the Trump campaign and is lead counsel for the campaign in Nevada. He is currently a partner at the law firm of Harvey and Banal. Mr. Banal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ranking Member Peters and members. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Peters, and members of the committee. This year, thousands upon thousands of Nevada voters had their voices canceled out by election fraud and invalid ballots. Here's how it happened. On August 3rd, 2020, after a rushed special session, Nevada legislators made drastic changes to the state's election law by adopting a bill known as AB 4. The vulnerabilities of this statute were obvious. It provided for universal mail voting without sufficient safeguards to authenticate voters or ensure the fundamental requirement that only one ballot was sent to each legally qualified voter. This was aggravated by election officials' failure to clean known deficiencies in their voter rolls. Because of AB 4, the number of mail ballots rocketed from about 70,000 in 2016 to over 690,000 this year. The election was inevitably riddled with fraud, and our hotline never stopped ringing. While the media and Democrats accused us of making it all up, our team began chasing down every lead. Our evidence came both from data scientists and from brave whistleblowers. Here's what we found. Over 42,000 people voted more than once. Our experts were able to make this determination by reviewing the list of actual voters and comparing it to other voters with the same name, address, and date of birth. This method was also able to catch people using different variations of their first name, such as William and Bill, and individuals who were registered both under a married name and a maiden name. At least 1,500 dead people are reported as voting, as shown by comparing the list of male voters with the Social Security death records. More than 19,000 people voted even though they didn't live in Nevada. This does not include military voters or students. These voters were identified by comparing the list of voters with the U.S. Postal Service's National Change of Address database, among other sources. About 8,000 people voted from non-existent addresses. Here we cross-reference voters with the Coding Accuracy Support System, which allowed our experts to identify undeliverable addresses. Over 15,000 votes were cast from commercial or vacant addresses. Our experts found these voters by analyzing official U.S. Postal Service records that flag non-residential addresses and addresses vacant for more than 90 days. Incredibly, almost 4,000 non-citizens also voted, as determined by comparing official DMV records of non-citizens to the list of actual voters in the 2020 election. The list goes on. All in all, our experts identified 130,000 unique instances of voter fraud in Nevada. But the actual number is almost certainly higher. Our data scientists made these calculations not by estimations or statistical sampling, but by analyzing and comparing the list of actual voters with other lists, most of which are publicly available. To put it simply, they explained their methods so others could check their work. Our evidence has never been refuted, only ignored. 2 Clark County technical employees came forward completely independent of each other and explained that they discovered that the number of votes recorded by voting machines and stored on USB drives would change between the time the polls were closed at night and when they were reopened the next morning. In other words, votes were literally appearing and disappearing in the dead of night. When we attempted to verify the integrity of these voting machines, we were allowed only a useless visual inspection of the outside of a USB drive. We were denied a forensic examination. Finally, our investigation also uncovered a campaign to illegally incentivize votes from marginalized populations by requiring people to prove that they voted to receive raffle tickets for gift cards, televisions, and more. Our determined team verified these irregularities without any of the tools of law enforcement, such as grand jury, subpoenas, or FBI agents. Instead, we had less than a month to use critical thinking and elbow grease to compile our evidence. We tried to obtain testimony or documents from Clark County officials, but they obstructed and stonewalled. When we filed suit, state officials and even courts delayed proceedings for days, but then offered us merely hours to brief and argue our cases. In wrapping up, Mr. Chairman, these findings are disturbing, alarming, and unacceptable in a free society. Our free and fair election tradition is a precious treasure that we are charged with protecting. Government by the consent of the governed is hard to win and easy to lose. Every single time a fraudulent or illegal vote is cast, the vote of an honest citizen is canceled out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bernal. Our final witness is also here in person, Mr. Christopher Krebs. He's testified before this committee a number of times. Mr. Krebs served as the first director of the Department of Homeland Security, Cybersecurity, and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA. Mr. Krebs also served in various roles of the department responsible for a range of cybersecurity, critical information, and national resilience issues. Prior to coming to DHS, he directed U.S. cybersecurity policy for Microsoft. Mr. Krebs also served in the Bush administration, advising DHS leadership on domestic and international risk management, as well as on public-private partnership initiatives. Mr. Krebs, welcome back.
Chairman Johnson, Ranking Member Peters, and members of the committee. As you know, I previously served as the director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA. This was a job of a lifetime for me and a tremendous opportunity to serve the nation. When I sat before this committee in 2018 for my confirmation hearing, I cannot have imagined how challenging and rewarding this job would be. That's why it's such an honor to appear before this committee today to testify about the extraordinary efforts of the election security community to protect the 2020 election, a difficult task complicated by the ongoing global pandemic. But before I get into the substance of my remarks, I'm grateful to this committee and your leadership and your guidance over the last several years. First, in shepherding what's probably the best of the 100 bills that came through the committee, your efforts for the CISA, the CISA authorizing statute, and your support of CISA's efforts securing our elections. The nation should also thank the many federal, state, and local government election partners for the crucial work that's been done that would give our citizens the confidence that their vote was counted as cast. We should also be taking a victory lap, celebrating a job well done. Consider where we started. When I rejoined the Department of Homeland Security in 2017, America had just endured a broad attack on democracy, owing to the now well-documented interference campaign by the Russian Federation. Whatever their other motivations, this campaign sought to undermine confidence in our democratic institutions. Building on the universal agreement across the national security community that we could not allow that to happen again, the CISA team started with what needed to be improved based on the 2016 elections. First, we needed to improve our relationships with our state and local election officials, the individuals that actually run our elections. Second, we need to improve the security and resilience of election systems, particularly by phasing out voting machines without paper ballots. Third, federal agencies needed to move faster, work better together with each other and our state and local counterparts, and be more proactive in order to detect and prevent attacks on our democracy. Over the course of the last few years, we met these challenges. We improved CISA's relationships with key partners through constant engagement in building an election security community of practice. This improvement is perhaps best represented by an election-specific information sharing and analysis center made up of all 50 states and thousands of jurisdictions. We improved the security of systems, scanning for vulnerabilities in election systems, providing intelligence briefings and rapidly alerting to emerging threats, and deploying security sensors, among other measures. And while we were principally focused on stopping actual hacks, we also had to contend with perception hacks, a form of disinformation which we countered with our rumor control website. We contributed to the cross-agency effort to protect the 2020 election by surging coordination and collaboration with our partners across the national security space. In conclusion, because of these and other efforts, on November 12, 2020, government and industry representatives from the election security community issued a joint statement reflecting a consensus perspective that the 2020 election was the most secure in U.S. history. That statement reflects the confidence these officials gained based on years of work poured into improving the security and resilience of our elections. It was based on the strong operational relationships developed across the election security community. It was based on the tremendous partnership between CISA, under the thoughtful guidance of this committee, the FBI, the Election Assistance Commission, the Department of Defense, and the intelligence community. It was based on an intimate understanding of how our elections work here in the U.S. It was based on the increase in paper ballots and audits across the nation. And probably most importantly, it was based on the professionals, the heroes that conduct elections in this country. While elections are sometimes messy, this was a secure election. Of that, I have no doubt. Chairman Johnson, Ranking Member Peters, and members of this committee, thank you again for the opportunity to be here today, for your leadership, and for your support of CISA. I look forward to answering your questions and sharing more about our efforts to protect 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Krebs, for your past service. And by the way, I think under both the Obama administration and the Trump administration, while I've been chairman, I think DHS, now in the form of CISA, has done a very good job, as you talked about, from 82 to 95% paper ballots. I mean, that's improving our election integrity. So I appreciate all your efforts and really all the men and women who work with DHS and CISA to do that. Mr. Troupas, the decision by the Wisconsin Supreme Court obviously went against you, maybe not totally against you. I did read the rather scathing dissent from the chief judge. Can you just describe exactly what, in summary fashion, what the Wisconsin Supreme Court's decision was based on your lawsuit, talking about all the areas that you have concern with?
Certainly. So the Wisconsin Supreme Court was urged by the Biden campaign not to address any substantive issues. And that's exactly what happened. The Biden campaign argued to the court that we're not going to talk about any of the substantive things. We're not even going to dispute the things I just brought up to you. But instead, you just shouldn't hear them because a state agency, the Wisconsin Election Commission, had authorized some of these activities. And candidly, as Chief Justice Rogensack and other dissenters held, one, the claims are substantive, they are substantial, and they needed to be addressed. Second, the Wisconsin Election Commission is a bureaucratic organization explicitly that the same court just 4 months ago said has no meaning. It is not law. It is some advice given, and that the statute should control. We were disappointed, not so much in the decision, but in the fact that the decision itself is premised not on an analysis of the law, nor the analysis of the claims. It's an idea that we should not have a transparent system, that you're not going to address these things. And that's what they argued. So it's disappointing, especially in Wisconsin. And Senator Johnson, as you know, we have a long history in Wisconsin, unlike other states, unlike other states, of high transparency. Our recounts were conducted with utmost integrity by both Milwaukee and Dane County, with thousands of volunteers able to look at those items. And it's really a sad day, frankly, when the opposition doesn't argue we're wrong. It argues we shouldn't be heard. That's a strange thing in a state that is so transparent as ours.
Just real quick, I know former Director Krebs talked about the men and women who run these elections. I had about at least a half-hour phone conversation with the county clerk of my town of Oshkosh voting precinct and gave me all kinds of good information. I will tell you, if every county clerk ran their elections like Jeanette Mertens does, we'd have a completely secure election. So I think that's true of the vast majority of elections in different precincts. Mr. Bernal, Mr. Troop is talking about the law that he was arguing before the Wisconsin Supreme Court was basically ignored. You had a similar statement that it wasn't that the information that you just presented to the committee, it was never rebutted, it was simply ignored. Can you talk about that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. It was extremely disappointing that rather than address our issues and the data that we presented head on, they simply tried to use technicalities and limiting our evidence, limiting the amount of witnesses we could bring forward, saying that we couldn't introduce any live testimony, but only 15 depositions, only use 15 depositions to show 130,000 instances of voter fraud. And then when it went to the Supreme Court of Nevada, they gave us 2 hours to brief the issues before immediately coming down with a decision. A record was over 8,000 pages long. We were never fully considered by those courts. They never took a good hard list at hard evidence.
So, Mr. Krebs, you know, I've obviously, you've testified here on this specific issue, the potential for foreign interference to have an impact on our elections. We've had private conversations. You know, I've always categorized the ability for foreigners to interfere with the election kind of three buckets. You know, one is changing the vote tallies on the machine. Secondly is hacking into voter registration files, which cause all kinds of problems, but quite honestly, it'd probably be detected on election day when there's chaos. And then third, what I think is a more serious problem, the one more difficult to detect, is you know, basically the use of social media. You quoted the, you know, which I can't remember, was that CISA group that declared this the most secure election in our history?
Yes, sir. That was the joint Government Coordinating Council and Sector Coordinating Council statement.
Okay. One of the reasons I've always stated, based on our discussions, your testimony, that, yeah, to my knowledge, it's almost impossible to change the vote tally by hacking into these computers, was, you know, based on the fact that, well, these things are not connected, and most of them don't even have the capability of being connected to the internet. You know, based on all these allegations people are talking to, it sounds like some of these machines are showing the tabulators can and are connected to the internet. So can you just kind of explain to me what, again, I just, the whole voting machine, tabulation, internet connections is just a huge, confusing mess. Can you speak to that?
So I think it's important to step back and actually look at how votes are cast in the country, particularly with paper ballots, and that regardless of any internet connections, regardless of any foreign hacking, as long as you've got the paper receipt.
Okay, but let me stop you there. I acknowledge that. Yes, the paper backup is the control if it's used. That was going to be my next question. So set aside the control of the machine process. What is capable? You know, again, I kind of want to know on what basis, you know, what aspects of this is the most secure, because when you listen to Mr. Troupis and Mr. Bernal, I mean, there was fraud in this election. I don't have any doubt about that. There was fraud. We just don't know the extent, and we don't know what the remedy would be when identified. Okay? So again, just speak to the computer aspect of this, the connection to the internet, the possibility, if these machines are connected to the internet, or if in the certification process, because I think Mr. Palmer, in our discussions, you were talking a little bit about the fact that, you know, people attempted to change the controls or the program in these computers inside that certification process. But, you know, Mr. Krebs, just talk to the computer aspect of this, because again, it's the most difficult and confusing aspect of these allegations.
Yeah, there are a number of different systems and machines and computers involved in the entirety of the election process, from registration through ballot design, through ballot printing, to actual voting, into the tabulation and post-election process. Throughout, you're going to, particularly where a vote is cast on election day, those machines tend to and should not be connected to the internet, certainly as a best practice.
But some have the capability, don't they?
Some may have modems that are typically disabled, but in certain states, I believe in Wisconsin, some are temporarily activated to transmit some counts. But again, when you have paper and you can conduct a post-election audit,
if they're
it's
conducted,
an important security control that
absolutely
that technology in elections are used to facilitate access and increase accuracy of the process. But election officials are very careful that technology is not a single point of failure and that there are security controls before, during, and after the vote process.
Finish just asking the computer thing. We'll come back. My time's already expired, but we'll come back to the, how many audits, the statistical sampling, that type of thing, to use those paper backups to the electronic voting. But finish this.
Right.
Answer.
And there, as you move out from election day, there will be tabulators that that may have internet connections to transmit the vote from the precinct to the county level to the state. Again, security controls in place, and as long as you have the paper, can't hack paper,
right.
you can run that process.
But those tabulators are connected on election day because that's how they transmit the data to the counties and also into the unofficial.
In some cases, yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay. I'll follow up. Senator Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Questions for Mr. Krebs, but before I get to that, I just want to be clear. We've heard a number of statements made by other witnesses. We've heard those statements before. We're continuing to hear those statements. And I would just say, anybody who's watching this hearing, look at the 60 court cases that have been brought before the judiciary in this country and how the arguments, or I should say the statements, they're not really arguments, they're statements that have been made, have all been rejected by courts of law, including in Wisconsin, which was a Republican judge that rejected the arguments made by this administration. So just take a look at all this that we're putting into the record. Mr. Krebs, CISA has the primary responsibility for working with state and local election officials and the private sector to secure our election infrastructure. I think it's important for folks to realize where you sat and what your responsibilities. And in essence, you were tasked with coordinating with thousands of your partners across the country to ensure the integrity of the 2020 election. That was your job. And by all accounts, you were very successful at that. President Trump's own Department of Justice concluded, and I'm going to quote the Department of Justice in the Trump administration, "We have not seen fraud on a scale that could have affected a different outcome in the election," end of quote. The Election Infrastructure Government Coordinating Council, Executive Committee, and the Election Infrastructure Sector Coordinating Council, comprising of federal, state, and local government officials and numerous private sector organizations from all around the country, jointly called this, quote, "the most secure in American history," end of quote. You also echoed this statement, and when you echoed that statement, you were fired by President Trump. He didn't want to hear that, clearly. So my question to you, do you stand by that statement? Have you seen anything in the week since November 4th that would lead you to change your mind? And have you identified any credible claim of widespread election irregularities?
I stand by the claim. I said it in my opening statement. It's in my written testimony. I'm yet to see anything from a security perspective, that would change my opinion on that. Fraud is a different matter. It's a criminal matter. But again, bolstered by the Attorney General's statement from last week or recently, again, nothing to change my opinion of that matter.
So yet despite this, after more than 5 weeks now that the president has lost and numerous public officials have continued to pressure state and local elected officials to push what are demonstrably false narrative that election irregularities should somehow make him a winner in this race. You have willingly, in fact, these folks are willingly fanning the flames of discontent, and they're in the process of weakening institutions that are essential for our representative democracy. My question to you is, what is the danger, in your estimation, to the democratic process to challenge the legitimacy of an election and deny its results in the absence of any credible evidence?
So I think generally from a timing perspective, particularly with the seating of the Electoral College and 306 electoral votes for President-elect Biden, I think we're past the point where we need to be having conversations about the outcome of this election. I think that continued assaults on democracy and the outcome of this election that only serves to undermine confidence in the process is ultimately, as you both have said, ultimately corrosive to the institutions that support elections. And going forward, it will be that much harder. The trick about elections is that, you're not so much trying to convince the winner they won, it's the loser that they lost. And you need willing participants on both sides. And I think we've got to get back to that point. Otherwise, we're going to have a very difficult time going forward, maintaining confidence in this American experiment.
During the 2016 election, we saw foreign disinformation campaigns trying to sow doubt about the integrity of our election. We've seen that before, and very clearly in 2016, and certainly all the intelligence community in this country backed that up. And so, in fact, CISA's rumor control page was actually created within your agency. You mentioned it in your testimony, to address foreign disinformation having an impact on the election. Yet rather than creating fake news, it seems as if Russia has simply used state-controlled news outlets to basically push President Trump's own statements and lies about a rigged election. Our adversaries don't have to be technologically advanced. Our adversaries don't have to be creative to sow that doubt. All they have to do is air the words of American elected officials on their state-owned news networks. As Clint Watts said, he's a former FBI agent and a disinformation expert, put it, which I think is very strong. And he said, quote, "Nothing that Russia or Iran or China could say is anywhere near as wild as what the president is saying." End of quote. So my question is, how are our foreign adversaries taking advantage of false claims of broad election fraud by the president and his supporters, or hearings like we're hearing here? We're hearing these statements again that are broadly claiming systemic irregularities where none exist. How damaging is that?
So talking about rumor control very briefly, I think that was an innovation in government that we created on the fly to address some emerging threats. The point, though, that I'd like to highlight with rumor control is that it was intended to identify and debunk issues as they were emerging. And we saw domestic disinformation campaigns of a cybersecurity nature that were emerging in the days and weeks following the election. I'll specifically talk about the hammer and scorecard claims that there was a CIA supercomputer and program that were flipping votes throughout the country, in Georgia specifically. But again, Chairman Johnson, I'm going to keep coming back to it. That's why it's so important to have a paper trail. That's why it's so important to have paper ballots. So even if there was foreign interference of a malicious algorithm nature, you can always go back to the receipts. You can check your math. And Georgia did that 3 times, and the outcomes were consistent over and over and over again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Which, by the way, is precisely why I brought that up in my opening statement. That should provide comfort that we have that paper backup. But I just have to talk about Russian disinformation, because the people peddling it are not on my side of the aisle. Senior Democrat leaders, including Ranking Member Peters, were involved in a process of creating a false intelligence product that was supposedly classified. They leaked to the media that accused Senator Grassley, the President Pro Tem of the Senate, and myself of accepting and disseminating Russian disinformation from Andrei Derkach. I'd never heard of the person until they brought it up. Senator Peters introduced that false information, Russian disinformation, into our investigation record. 50 people associated with the intelligence community after our Hunter Biden investigation and the revelations of the Hunter Biden computer said, "Oh, this is Russian disinformation." Now we find out, no, it's a real investigation by the Justice Department. So it's just galling, and I just have to point out that the purveyors of Russian disinformation, Hillary Clinton's campaign, the DNC, the Steele dossier, the Ranking Member Peters accusing Senator Grassley and I of disseminating Russian disinformation, that's where the disinformation is coming. That's where the false information, the lies, the false allegations. I can't sit by here and listen to this and say that this is not disinformation, this hearing today. This is getting information we have to take a look at to restore confidence in our election integrity. We're not going to be able to just move on without bringing up these irregularities, examining them, and providing an explanation, and see where there really are problems so we can correct it moving forward. Senator Paul.
Mr. Chairman, I got to respond to that. I mean, you're saying I'm putting out
Try.
information. Well, one, it had nothing to do with this report.
You lied repeatedly.
I did not
You
offer
lied
this.
repeatedly in the press when I was spreading Russian disinformation, and that was an outright lie. And I told you to stop lying, and you continue to do it.
Mr. Chairman, this is not about airing your grievances. I don't know what rabbit hole you're running down.
You
right
talked
now.
about
love
Russian
going down rabbit
disinformation.
holes.
Senator Paul.
This is simply not what we're
Senator
dealing with.
Paul.
But, Mr. Chairman, you can't make these
Judge
false
Starr.
allegations and then dropping it there. That is why this
Senator
committee
Paul.
needs to return back
Judge
to its
Starr,
Senator Paul.
partisan things. This is terrible what you're doing to this committee and all the great work that you talked about.
It is what
Ted.
you have done to this committee.
is not the
falsely
case.
accusing the chairman of spreading disinformation. Nothing could have been further from the truth, and you're spouting it again, which is why I had to
This is-
respond.
oh, come
Senator
on.
Paul.
Mr. Chairman,
Judge Starr.
this is outrageous. This
Judge,
is outrageous.
Judge Starr, it's been alleged that 60 courts have refused to hear these cases. Therefore, there was no fraud in the election. I guess another way of looking at this is that the court cases have been refused for procedural and technical reasons. When you see the 60 court cases rejected, do you think that's a conclusion by our court system that there is no fraud, or do you think that the court cases were primarily rejected for procedural reasons?
Right, Senator Paul, it is my understanding that the vast majority of these cases were rejected for rightly stated procedural reasons, as opposed to merits-based or substantive-based evaluations. And of course, we saw that very recently, and I think most dramatically, by the Supreme Court's unanimous rejection of the bill of complaint filed by the Texas Attorney General, my home state here. And the entirety of the decision was based upon the legal concept of standing. You just don't, Texas, have standing to object to what happened in Wisconsin or Pennsylvania or whatever. And that is a reasonable ruling. There are those who would quarrel with it, in that we are a United States of America, and if something bad happens in one state that ends up having an effect on another state, we have such respect for our states as sovereign entities within our union that the argument is, I think, quite reasonable. And I think others think it's quite reasonable that at least the matter should have been heard under the original jurisdiction. I think that's a key example.
Yeah, and I think it's important, though, that we look at this and understand what courts are saying and not saying. The courts have not said there wasn't fraud. The courts just simply didn't rule on or hear from the fraud. I do think there's an important issue here, though. The fraud is one aspect of this, and I think courts have historically been reticent to get involved in elections and to look at fraud. But moving forward, we've got to change the rules or reevaluate our state rules in order that this doesn't happen again. We can't just sit by and say, oh, we're going to let it happen again. There is another important aspect to this, though, that is a legal aspect that I think does need to be heard by the courts. And I don't know if it can be heard beyond the election, but I think should. And this is the question of whether or not people who are non-legislators can change the election law. And this happened in many, many states. Probably 24 states decided to accept ballots after the election. 24 states decided they could mail out applications or mail out ballots, all without the will of the legislature. Do you think there's any hope for any of this being heard, Judge Starr, outside of the concept of changing the election? Is there any possibility any court's going to ever hear this and say that it was wrong that secretaries of state changed the law in the middle of this pandemic without the approval of the legislature? Or do you think there's no hope because it's mixed up in electoral politics? Judge Starr.
I think there is a possibility because this issue may return in light of this unprecedented use of mail-in ballots, and the concern that is a bipartisan concern, again, the Carter-Baker Commission that we need to look at these issues. And so I think there is a doctrine, Senator Paul, to essentially say this issue may recur again. So it should not be washed out as being moot, because there's a very important principle here, as I made in my opening statement and in my written statement. The Constitution is very clear that it is the prerogative of state legislatures to determine what these rules and laws are. And that was, I must say, flagrantly violated in Pennsylvania and perhaps elsewhere as well.
Yeah, see, I think the legal question there is a very easy one to decide. I think even as a physician, I can figure out that the Secretary of State cannot create law. I do think, though, that many of us who wanted this to be heard by the Supreme Court and are disappointed actually also might be disappointed by the precedent of Bush versus Gore, in the sense that I think Bush versus Gore's precedent is shutting down elections that have been certified. They weren't going to continue to count the hanging chads. The Secretary of State had certified it. So I actually think that the Bush versus Gore precedent actually argues against the Supreme Court overturning certified elections. Do you have an opinion on that?
I don't have an opinion on that specifically. I think that Bush v. Gore stands for this basic proposition. You cannot have changes in election laws after the fact. You must, in fact, be faithful to what the state legislature has done. That's also what Justice Alito said in his opinion, I think essentially condemning, but certainly identifying as a huge issue what had happened in Pennsylvania. So I think all in all, Bush v. Gore is just a reiteration of our constitutional structure.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, as we go on with this, I think it's important that we not stop here. A lot of the laws that have to be confirmed and I think reaffirmed are state laws, so it's not in our purview, but the state laws are set, and then we have federal elections. So what we've heard about what happened in Wisconsin, what happened in Nevada, I think is absolutely true, and we have to prevent it from happening again. I think state legislatures will need to reaffirm that election law can only be changed by a state legislature. So I think there's a lot of work to be done. While we will not dictate it to the states, I think we should have hearings going into the next year, hearing from state legislatures and what they're going to do to make sure election law is upheld, not changed by people who are not legislators. And we do have an interest in that. I don't want it to be federalized. Many on the other side of the aisle would just soon federalize it and mail everybody a ballot, and we'll have this universal corruption throughout the land. But what I think we need to do is keep it at the state level. But we can't just say it didn't happen. We can't just say, oh, 4,000 people voted in Nevada that were non-citizens, and we're just going to ignore it. We're going to sweep it under the rug and say, oh, the courts have decided the facts. The courts have not decided the facts. The courts never looked at the facts. The courts don't like elections, and so they stayed out of it by finding an excuse, standing or otherwise, to stay out of it. But the fraud happened. The election in many ways was stolen. And the only way it'll be fixed is by, in the future, reinforcing the laws. And the only last comment I would say on what Mr. Krebs, and he can speak for himself, but I think his job was keeping the foreigners out of the election. It was the most secure election based on security of the internet and technology. But he never has voiced an opinion, he's welcome to today, on whether or not dead people voted. I don't think he examined that. Did he examine non-citizens voting? So to say it was the safest election, sure, I agree with your statement if you're referring to foreign intervention. But if you're saying it's the safest election based on no dead people voted, no non-citizens voted, no people broke the absentee rules, I think that's false. And I think that's what's upset a lot of people on our side, is that they're taking your statement to mean, oh, well, there was no problem in the elections. I don't think you examined any of the problems that we've heard here. So really, you're just referring to something differently is the way I look at it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Carper.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. To our witnesses, those that are here, and those that are afar, we welcome you. I just want to say to Chris Krebs, on behalf of many of us on both sides of the aisle, thank you for your leadership, for a job well done. Thank you for your courage to speak truth to power. Mr. Chairman and colleagues, President Lincoln once said these words. He said, if given the truth, people can be depended upon to meet any national crisis. The great point is to bring them the real facts. Those are his words. That's what we in the Navy call the straight skinny. The straight skinny. And with all due respect, the American people have had the facts with respect to the outcome of this election for some time now. The truth, the straight skinny, if you will, is staring us in the face. It may not be what President Trump and his supporters wanted, but Joe Biden and Kamala Harris received more votes than any ticket in American history. That's a success for our democracy. It's something we ought to be celebrating. A success made possible in the middle of an unprecedented pandemic, thanks to ordinary citizens who volunteered as poll workers across the country. Many of them risked their own health to oversee a fair count, while hundreds of thousands of postal workers worked tirelessly to deliver absentee ballots. U.S. Cybersecurity Infrastructure Agency, ably led by Chris Krebs, has called this election the most secure in American history. He's called it that again here today. And throughout this country, courts have flat out rejected claims of elected irregularities. Conservative Trump-appointed judges in state after state have dismissed the Trump campaign's claims, calling them baseless and worse. And let me just cite a couple of examples. In response to the legal challenge from the Trump campaign in Pennsylvania, a federal judge appointed by President Trump and a longtime member of the Conservative Federalist Society wrote that, quote, charges of unfairness are serious, but calling an election unfair does not make it so. Charges require specific allegations and then proof. He went on to say, we have neither here. And one of the most strongly worded opinions came from a Wisconsin state justice who served as president of a chapter of the Federalist Society and as chief legal counsel to former Republican Governor Scott Walker. Here's what he said: something far more fundamental than the winner of Wisconsin's electoral votes is implicated in this case. He wrote that in declining to hear a case asking the court to overturn the election results. And he went on to say this: at stake is faith in our system of free and fair elections, a feature central to the enduring strength of our constitutional republic, close quote. And to that, I think we should all just say amen. We learned this week that the arguments from the Trump legal team thus far have been defeated 59 times out of 61 in state and federal courts. 59 times, including 9-0 by the Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court, just last week. I'm wearing my mask here from my alma mater, an undergraduate alma mater at Ohio State, where I was a Navy ROTC midshipman. But if the football coach at Ohio State were to go 2-59 over a period of 4 years, he would be fired. He would be fired. And in effect, that's what the voters of this country have done with our president, like it or not. Those 61 cases, at least 59 of them, were not close calls. In suit after suit across red and blue states, in opinions written by liberal and ultra-conservative judges, the Trump campaign's largely contrived allegations have been rejected. 4 years after Donald Trump lost the popular vote by 3 million votes, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won it by a whopping 7 million votes. And they received 306 votes in the Electoral College just earlier this week, a margin described 4 years ago by candidate Trump as a landslide. But what if the outcome is not as definitive 4 years from now or 8 years from now? What if? And with different judges on the bench, different candidates, and a lot less integrity and courage from state and local officials, a defeated party might somehow be able to steal an election. It's been alleged here falsely. Think about that. It somehow might be able to steal an election. Friends, that ought to scare the hell out of all of us. Meanwhile, many of the president's supporters across the country continue to spread misinformation and false allegations about the presidential election. The truth of the matter is, in a lot of states, many of the voters who voted for Joe Biden for president turned around on their ballots and they voted on down ballot races. To our chagrin as Democrats, they voted Republicans. They voted for Republican in congressional races, in state legislative races, and more. You know what we call that in Delaware? We call it ticket splitting. It's as old as our democracy. It's not a conspiracy. It's plain and simple ticket splitting. We've done it before, and we're going to do it again. Let me go on to say that what we say in this committee and in this body matters. And if we continue to push what the courts have over time overwhelmingly called baseless claims of fraud, we not only risk permanent damage to our democracy, we also become complicit in threats and attacks against election officials and ordinary citizens. In Georgia, nonpartisan election technicians have faced death threats simply for doing their jobs. The Georgia Secretary of State and his family have received death threats. Mr. Krebs, our witness here today, a Trump appointee, has been bombarded with threats ever since an attorney for President Trump's campaign said on national TV, what did he say? He said, Krebs should be taken out at dawn and shot. And just this week, quote, credible threats of violence closed the Michigan State Capitol, and electors in Pennsylvania needed law enforcement escorts when they went to cast their votes. This is not the America that our founding fathers dreamed of. This is shameful. Enough already. We have work to do to get America back on track, starting right here in this Congress, in this House. All of us, Democrats and Republicans here in this body, need to do our jobs. And that's just the beginning. There are over 250 million Americans who need to be vaccinated. There are millions of businesses that need a helping hand. Tens of millions of students who need to be back in school getting an education. Hundreds of thousands of hospital and nursing workers who just need a break. But it's going to be hard to move forward as a country with dispatch or as a Congress until we accept the clear results of this election and turn the page. In 1787, colleagues, delegates from 13 colonies convened in Philadelphia to debate the future of our country. You know, they disagreed on a lot of things, but they all agreed on this. They didn't want a king. In responding to arguments for the Trump legal team in Wisconsin, a member of the state Supreme Court there echoed these sentiments recently when she said to them, quote, "You want us to overturn this election so that your king can stay in power? That's un-American," close quote. And you know what? She was right. It is un-American. So, Mr. Chairman and colleagues, our chairman's not sitting here, he's out voting, but when Chairman Johnson, when he became the leader of this committee in 2015, he pledged to run this committee, and I quote, "with a spirit of bipartisan teamwork, respect, integrity, and professionalism." You know, that's been the hallmark of this committee for years, for decades. And those words were reassuring to me. I know they were to our colleagues on this committee, to the staffs that we lead. And a few years later, when the chairman and I worked together to introduce and enact the Bipartisan Presidential Transition Improvement Act, he said, and I quote, "The peaceful transition of power from one administration to the next is the hallmark of our democracy," close quote. Those are words we hope and expect to hear from our leaders. Words that appeal to our better angels. Words that unite us, not divide us. And sadly, I fear that today's hearing may not be truly reflective of those words. I hope I'm wrong. But if I'm not, today's hearing could prove deeply disappointing to me and to the 330 million people that we serve across this nation. Let's not disappoint them. And as we continue with this hearing today, I would just say to our chairman, you ask our witness to stand and take an oath to tell the truth. It's only fair for all of us to hold ourselves to the same standard. If our nation's leaders don't embrace the truth in our daily discourse, then we no longer have a democracy that will endure. Calling an election on fire does not make it so. And spreading misinformation in this committee or any committee doesn't just stay inside these four walls. I'll conclude with this. I began my statement today with the words of Abraham Lincoln. I want to conclude it with the words attributed to Thomas Jefferson. Here's what he said. If the people know the truth, they won't make a mistake. If the people know the truth, they won't make a mistake. So let's tell them the truth. Let's tell them the truth today, tomorrow, and for generations to come. The truth will keep us free. The truth will keep us free. It always has, and it always will. Thank you.
Thank you. The chairman ran down to vote quickly, and we are in the middle of a vote series, and so we're going to maintain the hearing and continue to be able to move through this hearing process, though there's 2 votes, and so you'll see us switching back and forth while he is running to vote. I'm going to sit in for a moment for the chairman, and I'm going to recognize myself for the next bat of questions. I happen to be next in line, so I'm not actually pulling time here, but I want to be able to recognize myself and be able to do that. When he returns, we'll switch out, and I'll run to vote, and then we'll run back and forth. December 2016, there was a poll that was done on if the American people believe that the Russians interfered and changed our election. At that time, 32% of the people believed that the Russians had influenced the outcome of the election in December of 2016. Based on that belief and what was going on, there was launched a whole series of hearings. Certainly the Russians were trying to interfere in our elections, but we spent millions and millions of dollars investigating it, going through it, ramping up entities like CISA and others to be able to go engage, to be able to make sure we protect our next election. Senator Klobuchar and I worked for years on election security legislation and worked to be able to get that implemented. We did 6 different public hearings on Russian interference just on that one topic, to make sure that we were paying attention to it, when it all started with 32% of Americans in December of 2016 believing the Russians had interfered in our election. A few days ago, another poll asked the question, do you believe there was election and voter fraud in the presidential election between Joe Biden and Donald Trump? This December, 46% of the voters in America have said yes. 45% saying no. Interestingly enough, Trump voters say there was fraud, 80%. Biden voters also said 16% that they believe that there was voter fraud. The reason I bring that up is we watched what happened in 2016 and what the American people thought and saw, and so we engaged with hearings, we looked at the issues and determined, do things need to change? Much of the work that's gone on the last several years to be able to get paper ballots into states happened because this Congress engaged on an issue where we saw an obvious problem. And so we distributed federal dollars, assistance, and a constant drumbeat to say these states have got to fix the areas where they don't have paper ballots and we have the potential for problems. That was the question. Is there a potential for a problem? The answer was yes, there's a potential and we ought to fix that. Now, amazingly, after this election, all kinds of issues have come up and said there are potentials for problem, and everyone seems to be saying, move on. The only reason I can think that that would be different was because the election outcome seemed to be different. And one side is now saying, let's just move on and ignore this. In my state on election night, like 27 other states in the country, by that evening, we were counting votes and all absentee ballots had been received. There was much less opportunity for accusations of fraud because all of our ballots were in. Amazingly enough, a week after the election was completed this November, Oklahomans were listening to other states that were saying things like, we